Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Becomes Strongest Devil? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Title: The Legacy of Naruto Bael. In a realm where devils and supernatural beings existed, Naruto Bael, known by many titles, stood as a figure of immense power and influence. Once known as Naruto Lucifer, he was a pure-blooded devil and a super devil, born with extraordinary magical abilities that allowed him to suppress even the original Satans of his generation. At the tender age of 10, Naruto awakened a unique ability known as the Magic Eyes of Destruction, marking him as the first devil in history to possess such a power. This gift came to light during a fierce battle with Sirzechs, where Naruto's might was evident, capable of unleashing devastation upon the Underworld itself. As time passed, Naruto's strength grew exponentially. He gained infinite power, surpassing even the legendary True Dragon and the Infinite Dragon. His abilities evolved, allowing him to take on new forms and reach unparalleled heights in both physical and magical prowess. Alongside Shiva, he became one of the few beings to achieve this infinite power, solidifying his status as one of the strongest devils ever born. Naruto was the eldest son of Silas and Luna Bael, a direct descendant of Bael. He held the title of the former heir of the Bale clan and was the older brother to Isabella Bale. His family ties extended further, as he was not only a husband to Aisha Bale, Lilith, and Yasaka but also a father to Anos, Misha, Sasha, and Kuoh Bale. His relationships were extensive, with many fiancés and lovers, showcasing his charm and the admiration he garnered from those around him. Despite his overwhelming power, Naruto retained a calm and noble demeanor. He cared deeply for his family and friends, often displaying a playful and mischievous side. Known for his pranks, he and Seraphol would often play tricks on other high-class devils, bringing laughter to the otherwise serious atmosphere of the Underworld. Naruto's experiences in battle shaped his longing for peace. Having faced life-threatening situations, he longed to create a world free from war, willing to protect his loved ones against any foe, even gods. While he was not inherently evil, his chaotic methods earned him a fearsome reputation. He never claimed the title of Devil King, yet the world recognized him as such, and his power instilled fear in those who opposed him. His friendly nature allowed him to forge bonds with many, transcending barriers and earning the trust of both allies and enemies alike. Azazel noted Naruto's unique talent for winning hearts, a quality that made him both a beloved figure and a source of fascination for many. Physically, Naruto was a tall and slender man, appearing to be in his early 20s, with striking black hair and black-red eyes. His presence commanded attention, and his attire varied from casual outfits to regal battle gear, reflecting his status as Lord Lucifer. As the leader of his clan, Naruto's court was filled with powerful allies. His queen, Aisha Necron, alongside notable figures such as Lavina Reni and Luminous Valentine, formed a formidable team. With knights like Artoria Pendragon and Urza Scarlet, and rooks such as Ban and Rosweiss, Naruto's legacy was one of strength, loyalty, and an unyielding spirit. In this world of devils, Naruto Bael stood as a beacon of hope and power, forever etching his name into the annals of history. The Destroyer, Monarch of Destruction, Blackflash, Great King of Destruction, King of Darkness, the Hope of the Underworld. These were some of the titles Naruto Bael was accustomed to. He was one of the 5 heroes of the Devil Civil War, and before he left, he was arguably the strongest of the 5. After all these years, there was no argument. He was the strongest devil alive and the strongest person in the entire DxD world. One day, he sat on a large rock, fishing in a river in Japan. Dressed in a jinbei, wooden sandals, and a bamboo hat, he seemed at peace. "Why are you here, old crow?" Naruto muttered as a figure appeared behind him. The figure was a man in his mid to late 20s, with black hair and blonde bangs framing his face. He had a small black goatee and dark pink eyes. 12 wings, as black as night, adorned his back, marking him as a fallen angel. This was Azazel, the creator of the Fallen Angels organization, Grigori, and its governor-general. You're a hard man to find. 200 years of constant movement made you nearly impossible to track, Azazel said, grinning. Naruto merely looked at him before turning back to the river. I was a stealth operative, just as much as a powerhouse. Your spies only found me now because I sensed you had a real reason to find me this time, he replied. It's to visit and talk to an old friend. Azazel exclaimed. Naruto's expression remained unchanged, prompting Azazel to adopt a more serious tone. In the last decade, a group has begun to form that could threaten not only the human world but also the underworld and heaven. This group is different from any other factions that have been put together in the past. Naruto nodded slightly, listening intently. The group is not just one species but is made up of multiple divisions, each with different creatures. Angels, fallen angels, devils, strays, magicians, yokai, you name it, they have all joined this group. Azazel emphasized, his surprise growing when he heard Naruto chuckle. From what you're describing, I believe you are talking about the Khaos Brigade? Naruto asked, eliciting a look of astonishment from Azazel. You know? Azazel inquired, and Naruto snorted, rolling his eyes. Of course I know. You would have to be a fool not to notice something this significant. But how do you know them? Azazel pressed, and Naruto snorted again. Those individuals asked me to join, of course. When that didn't work, they tried to use force. The fools who tried are no longer around. Azazel nodded, though he mentally resolved to keep tabs on Bale, unsure if he was being entirely truthful. Does anyone else know? He asked, observing Azazel shake his head. No, but I think your old friends, the four Satans, are starting to notice. I've seen Sirzechs and Ajuka sending some of their peerages out more frequently on reconnaissance missions. The actions of the Khaos Brigade are becoming noticeable. Not surprising, Naruto remarked, turning his gaze forward again. So how is my old friend Sirzechs? I've only kept up to date on my family's well-being. Stabbed anyone else in the back lately? Azazel winced at the bitter tone in Naruto's voice, mentally debating whether to share a particular piece of information. It was not known publicly worldwide, but many higher-ups were aware of the situation between the three devils. Flashback. Many years after the Great War and the death of the Satans, the Underworld fell into a civil war. The factions were divided, with Satan's families wanting to continue their legacy and fight against the angels and the fallen ones, while many of the remaining families of the 72 Pillars, now reduced to just 34, sought peace and a new order. The conflict lasted for almost a decade until 5 devils from 5 different families united to push back the old Satan faction and secure victory for the anti-Satan faction. The group consisted of Sirzechs Gremory, Ajuka Astroph, Serafal Citri, Falbium Glaciolabilas, and Naruto Bael. Each young devil possessed incredible raw power, capable of decimating entire countries. Individually powerful, together they were nearly invincible. Sirzechs Gremory and Naruto Bael, the strongest of the group, were best friends and rivals, having known each other since childhood. The civil war had taken a toll on every devil, but eventually, the anti-Satan faction prevailed, with Naruto delivering the final blow to Riservim Levon Lucifer, securing victory for their new faction. With the old faction in retreat, the 5 stepped up to take responsibility for the underworld and protect its inhabitants. However, a new problem arose that surprised many and shook the friendship between Sirzechs and Naruto. Despite their close bond, the two had their disagreements, but the source of tension was not an object but a person, Grayfia Lucifuge. Grayfia was an appealing woman from one of the extra demon families, admired for her beauty, intelligence, and strength. Initially aligned with the old faction, she defected to become a powerful ally of the new group, quickly capturing the attention of both Naruto and Sirzechs. At first, she and Naruto became a couple, spending months together in their own world. However, unbeknownst to Naruto, Grayfia's heart secretly yearned for another. A few weeks after the defeat of the old faction, Naruto returned home to find Grayfia's clothing scattered across the floor, alongside male clothing that did not belong to him. Voices came from their room, and with each step he took, his heart cracked further until it shattered upon finding Grayfia in bed with Sirzechs. What followed was a fierce confrontation between Naruto and Sirzechs. Their fight drew the attention of their parents, comrades, and several high-ranking lords and ladies. The reason for Naruto's fury was clear to all when they saw Grayfia, distraught and wrapped in a blanket. In his rage, Naruto nearly unleashed a devastating attack on Sirzechs, hovering above him with a massive ball of energy growing in power. It was only the intervention of his mother that stopped him from causing irreversible destruction. Her voice broke through his fury, reminding him of the consequences of his actions. Reluctantly, he dissipated his attack and left, knowing that Grayfia would rush to Sirzechs' side, further shattering his heart. The ensuing battle between Naruto and Sirzechs lasted for almost 3 days, shaking the underworld to its core. Significant parts of their home were reduced to rubble, but thankfully, no one was harmed as the inhabitants had been evacuated to safety. After the fight, Naruto left without telling anyone where he was going, leaving only a note indicating he would be away for a long time. In his absence, the underworld began to rebuild. The remaining 4 heroes of the Devil Civil War took up the mantle of the old Satans, with Sirzechs becoming the leader and taking on the title of Lucifer. Ajuka became Beelzebub, Serafal took Leviathan, and Falbium assumed the role of Asmodeus. Ajuka created the evil peace system, with Naruto being the first to use it, allowing for the reincarnation of humans and other beings into devils to help repopulate the underworld. Flashback and what was the last you heard about Sirzechs and Grayfia? Azazel asked, noticing the twitch in Naruto's hand at the mention of her name. Only that they were living a happy life as the power couple of the underworld, a story reminiscent of Romeo and Juliet. It seems that way, and they also had a child together, Azazel added, noticing Naruto's attention was now fully on him. I see, Naruto replied, trying to maintain an emotionless facade. Why do you phrase it like that? Azazel sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Because I believe they aren't together anymore. Silence fell between them. What prompted that assumption? Naruto whispered. I managed to hide a listening device in his office and one in his home before they were discovered and destroyed. Grayfia keeps her emotionless facade up 24/7. Naruto knew for a fact that some married couples, even among humans, slept in different rooms. However, it seemed odd for devils, creatures often associated with sin, to exhibit such modesty, especially in the privacy of their own home. There was also the matter of their supposed child, who bore none of their features. After a long silence, Naruto finally spoke. We got off track. That's not why you came here. Why bring this information to me? Why me, of all people? Well, that's easy, Azazel replied. I don't know their ultimate goal yet, but whatever it is, it can't be good, especially with members of the old Satan faction getting involved. Naruto's expression darkened at the mention of the faction. If the old faction even tries anything, I will put them right back into the hole they crawled out of. Yes, but even you can't do it alone, Azazel said seriously. From what I can tell, they will eventually target the underworld. Whether it's people or land, a new potential war is brewing. The underworld will need you. Since when did you start caring about devils? Naruto asked. I don't really, Azazel replied with a shrug. But many of my brethren live in the underworld, and we both know what war can cause, the pain, suffering, and death it brings. I don't want to see another war break out. This could be the chance for our 3 sides to put our differences aside and create a real peace treaty, not just the paper-thin ceasefire we've had for centuries, Naruto said, realizing where the conversation was leading. In response, Azazel nodded. If we have any chance, then the best way may be for the 3 factions to align. They continued to discuss the situation for several more minutes, with Azazel explaining his thoughts to Naruto, who was half listening, contemplating the implications of the information. If the old Satan faction was making a move, he wanted to ensure they were dealt with permanently. You should be taking this up with the Satans, not me, Naruto said as he stood up and put away his fishing pole. But I will keep my eyes open and at least consider the possibility of returning to the underworld. As he turned to walk away, Azazel called out to him. In that case, do you think you could do a favor for me? Naruto paused and glanced back at Azazel, nodding for him to continue. There's a kid I want you to look at. Her name is Izumi Hayadu. What's so special about this kid? Naruto asked, but before he could receive an answer, Azazel spread his wings and disappeared into the sky. Stupid bird, he muttered as he took the long way back to Mount Kyash. Luna Bael, lady of the House of Bale, was a striking young woman who appeared to be in her early to mid-20s, despite being many centuries old. She walked through her expansive garden toward her gazebo, lost in thought. This was a routine she followed every few days, reflecting on her firstborn, Naruto. Naruto had been named after the maelstrom because he was born during a heavy rainstorm. He had lived up to his name, playing a crucial role in the Devil Civil War. As Luna reached her pavilion, a maid was already there with tea. "Would you like some tea, my lady?" the maid asked after Luna sat down. Luna politely shook her head. "No, thank you." The maid nodded and returned to the kitchen to continue her duties. Luna sat alone, not in the mood for company, needing to clear her thoughts. Her eldest son had been gone for 200 years, and she had no idea where he was or how he was faring. She received information about him through long letters he would send, often accompanied by gifts for the family. In the last century, he had started sending pictures with his letters, which brought her comfort, proving he was still alive and showing her that the smile he had lost had slowly returned. Though the letters didn't provide a precise location, they revealed what he had been doing. She often found herself worried about his adventures, fighting hordes of angels and fallen angels, confronting a dragon king, and battling a seraph. She would have been consumed by worry if she hadn't known her son was powerful. He was making strong allies, discovering lost treasures and returning them. Naruto was not only a prodigy but also a diligent worker. He trained tirelessly for days, weeks, and months to master his abilities. His power of destruction was unique. It was darker and more potent than that of other members of their clan. Luna ensured he received extensive training in this power, guided by his father, the founder of the Bale clan. As a result, he became the most powerful user of the power of destruction in the history of the Underworld. Another remarkable aspect of her son was his demonic power, which surpassed that of most devils. Even as a child, his raw strength was comparable to that of a seasoned high-class devil. It filled her with pride to know her son was on par with the four great Satans and had played a vital role in eliminating the old faction. However, thoughts of the Gremory family left a bitter taste in her mouth. Her relationship with them had soured after their eldest son and now daughter-in-law had broken her son's heart. Once, she and the Gremory matriarch, Venelana Gremory, had been best friends, having grown up together. But after the incident and witnessing her friend welcome Grayfia into their home, their friendship had become strained, and they rarely spoke. "Mother," a voice interrupted her thoughts, and Luna smiled as she saw her daughter, Isabella, approaching. "What is the matter, my dear?" Luna asked, her smile brightening. "Nothing, mother. I came to see you and what you are doing in the garden," Isabella replied. Luna's expression softened. "I'm just thinking about your brother and wondering where he is right now." Isabella understood immediately that her mother was referring to their eldest brother, the heir of the Bale clan. The topic was sensitive in their home, as any mention of him would cause worry for their mother, despite the letters. Even their father was cautious when discussing their oldest son. "Mother, there is no need to worry about Nisan. He is the strongest devil, and he sends us letters. We will see him soon," Isabella reassured her. "But I haven't seen him for 200 years. He only sends letters and photos, and I long to see him," Luna admitted. The two continued to converse, sharing a peaceful moment as they enjoyed each other's company while thinking about their lost family member. Mount Kyash stood tall and majestic, its snow-covered peak reaching toward the sky. The pristine white snow reflected the sunlight in a dazzling display, and the crisp, cold air was filled with the sound of the wind whistling through the valleys. As one climbed higher, the trees became sparse and were eventually replaced by rocks and snow. The view from the top was breathtaking, with miles of snow-covered mountains stretching out before them, making one feel on top of the world. Mount Kyash was a place of beauty and wonder, a reminder of nature's power and majesty. It offered peace and solitude, a chance to reflect on the world and be inspired by the surrounding beauty. Near a house at the base of the mountain, 3 children played together, 1 boy and 2 girls. The boy had black hair and striking black and red eyes, dressed in a black button-up shirt, white shorts with suspenders, and a cropped white jacket. The girls were Anas Bael, Sasha Bael, and Misha Bael, the children of Naruto Bael and the next generation of pure-blooded devils of House Bale. "Kids, it is lunchtime," a woman called from the back. 3 children turned towards their mother and said, "Okay, Mom," as they began to run towards the house. The woman looked appealing with ash-colored silver hair and golden eyes, dressed in a white dress with a blue ribbon tied around her waist. She was Aisha Bale, Naruto's first wife. The children hurried inside, where they found a lovely girl in her mid-20s with blonde hair and purple eyes, wearing a gray dress adorned with thin stripes and an apron. This was Lilith, Naruto's second wife. "Come on, kids, eat your lunch," Lilith called out as she placed plates of food in front of them and joined Aisha at the table. Other family members soon gathered, and everyone enjoyed their meal together. After lunch, the kids watched TV with their favorite uncle, Ban, laughing at a comedy show. Suddenly, a magical circle appeared, and Naruto stepped through, prompting the children to scream, "Daddy!" They rushed to hug him tightly, and he embraced them back before joining them to watch the show. Once the episode ended, Naruto and Ban took the kids outside to train their physical abilities for an hour. Afterward, they returned inside for snacks and played tag together. As Naruto sat there, his thoughts drifted to his family in the Underworld. The Bale family was one of the strongest and wealthiest among the remaining 34 families. He remembered his younger sister, Isabella, who was only 5 when he left home and had since become an ultimate class devil, ranking in the top 10 of the new faction's rating games. Thinking about his mother filled him with guilt. He and Luna Bale had always shared a close bond, and he felt ashamed of the pain he had caused her by leaving. He hoped she understood his reasons for doing so. "You're thinking too hard again," a soft voice said from behind him. He felt a pair of smooth arms wrap around his shoulders, and a gentle nibbling sensation at his ear. He chuckled dryly and turned to see Aisha leaning across him. "What were you thinking about? You looked lost there for a moment," she asked, having observed him silently for the last few minutes. He hesitated before replying, simply saying, "Home." Aisha sighed and rubbed her cheek against his, offering her support. She understood why he had left, and her heart ached for him. "Then perhaps it's time to go home. I think nearly 2 centuries is long enough, don't you think?" she suggested, noting the distant look he had when he visited her. "Perhaps, but I've built a nice quiet life outside the Underworld. It's been a while since any angels or other creatures dared to attack me. I think the message finally got across. Maybe it's because you gave that foolish dragon quite the beating the last time you met. When someone beats the great black dragon, word gets around," she replied. "Well, he asked for it," Naruto said with a shrug. Aisha nodded. "It's time to return to the Underworld and reclaim your rightful position." Lilith joined her, and Naruto agreed. "I guess it's time for the Underworld to have its real king." 2 weeks later, Naruto stood atop a nearby building, observing a skirmish outside Kuoh Academy. "So that's Rias Gremory," he murmured, watching the 18-year-old girl with familiar red hair and blue-green eyes. He recognized her as the daughter of Lord and Lady Gremory. He watched as Rias fought a 10-winged fallen angel alongside her peerage, surprised to see 2 church followers with them, one wielding a holy sword and the other what appeared to be the Durandal. "I haven't seen that sword in a long time," he whispered. Scanning the area, he sensed another high-class devil on top of the highest building in the academy, likely creating a barrier to protect the. The devil's signature felt familiar, reminiscent of his old friend Seraphol. Some kind of relation, I guess. "I did hear Lord and Lady Citri had another child some time ago." As he continued to watch, he winced when Rias was blasted back but was saved by a brown-haired girl from her peerage. They won't last long against Kokabeel, he thought, arms crossed. They are nowhere near that kind of strength yet. Not even Rias can pose a threat to him. I'm a little disappointed. I thought the little sister of that red-haired BSRD would be better than this. I guess I got my hopes up, Naruto said, twiddling his fingers before focusing on the brown-haired girl standing protectively before Rias. Though there is something special about that girl, he muttered, intrigued by the gauntlet covering her left arm. A sacred gear, but it feels and looks different from the others I have seen. It feels stronger. A Longinus, maybe? After a moment of silence, he inhaled sharply. The boosted gear. I remember reading about it many years ago. The boosted gear, also known as the Red Dragon Emperor's Gauntlet, contains the spirit of the Welsh dragon, Drake. It can double the user's power every 10 seconds and is one of the strongest sacred gears in existence, rivaling Valiana, Naruto thought to himself, shaking his head. No wonder Azazel was so interested in this kid, he sighed, clicking his tongue as he turned to his left. Not surprised to see Azazel standing on a nearby building watching the battle, he turned his attention back to the fight. I better stop these kids from getting killed. Demon rookies, he muttered before taking to the air. He didn't want to get involved, but he couldn't let them die, even if one of them was the sister of the red-haired troublemaker. Outside Kuoh Academy, Rias Gremory shouted, "Izumi!" as she saw her pawn being held by the neck, struggling for air. When he finally released her, she fell to the ground. Rias quickly slid along the floor, catching Izumi Hayadu before he could hit the ground. She looked around the battlefield, noting that all her peerage members were down. Her knight, Kiba Yuto, Bishop Asia, and Rook Kaneko Tujo were unconscious to her left, while her wounded queen, Akino Himejima, stood protectively before them. To her right, the church follower Irina was out cold, while Zenobia barely stood, using the Durandal to keep herself upright. Looking behind her, Rias saw Sona and her peerage, sweat glistening on their foreheads. They wouldn't be able to maintain the barrier much longer. "Stay behind me, Bucho," Izumi told her, shakily standing back up and glowing the gem on his boosted gear. "No, Izumi, you're not strong enough," Rias replied, gripping his arm tightly. "You'll die in your current state." In front of them, the fallen angel Kokubio laughed, listing reasons why he would not fall and how he would make their deaths as painful as possible. "Stay with me, Izumi. Stay with me," Rias whispered, wrapping her arms protectively around him, daring the fallen angel to make a move. "Time to die, Gremory," Kokubio called out as light weapons appeared around him. Rias gulped, gripping Izumi even tighter. It was moments like this that made her wish she were stronger, that she could be more like her brother and sister-in-law. Suddenly, a strong voice interrupted, muttering, "Enough," as a small shot of destruction power shot forward and sailed toward Kokubio. The fallen angel deflected it with a light shield but was caught off guard by a spear made of destruction power that buried itself into his shoulder, knocking him back to one knee. "Who dares?" he shouted, looking around frantically for the source of the attack. "I dare," the same voice declared as everyone's attention turned to the left. They saw parts of Naruto's body, his face hidden in the shadows of the night, with only his black and red eyes visible. "You have been a thorn in the side of many, Kokubio, and tonight I will end you once and for all," he declared, narrowing his eyes at the fallen angel. Who do you think you're talking to?" Kokubio shouted as light swords began appearing around him, each as large as cars. The young devils gulped at the sight. Naruto shook his head, ready to show Kokubio what real power was as he released part of his demonic energy. The moment he did, anyone still standing suddenly dropped to the ground, pinned by an overwhelming pressure. Even on the rooftops, Sona and her peerage fell, unintentionally releasing the barrier. Kokubio began to sweat, struggling to remain upright under the weight of Naruto's demonic pressure. Rias and Akino, still on the ground, gulped as they felt the immense power emanating from the mysterious man. It dwarfed their own abilities. Rias could only think of her brother, who had similar control. Naruto outstretched his arms, and they watched as the power of destruction formed along his limbs. The temperature in the air rose drastically, causing them to sweat profusely. "Take this," Kokubio shouted as dozens of light swords flew toward Naruto, who remained in place, looking at the attack lazily. "Boring," he muttered, waving his hand gently. A thick, enormous wall made of destruction power appeared in front of him, effortlessly destroying the light swords. "Gravest," he whispered as purple lightning formed around Kokobile and struck him. Kokobile attempted to fly with his wings, but 2 axes of purple lightning severed all 10 of them. Kokobile's screams of pain echoed, making the devils wince at the brutality. Even when they tried to look away, their eyes were drawn back to the sight of their natural enemy being crippled. Naruto faced Kokobile, who struggled to stand, whatever remained of his wings dangling uselessly. Power of destruction flickered across Naruto's arm, and before anyone could blink, he vanished, moving with such speed that those watching only saw a black flash. They heard Kokobile wince and cry out in pain. Turning, they saw Naruto standing before him, his head hidden as his left fist was buried deep in the fallen angel's stomach. Blood shot from Kokobile's mouth as he swung a light sword, but Naruto lazily moved his head to the side, avoiding the attack. With a swift motion, he grabbed Kokobile's wrist, yanked it off, and tossed it aside. Gah! Kokobile screamed as Naruto seized him by the throat and hurled him into the air. Without his wings, Kokobile sailed through the sky, a look of sheer terror etched on his face. Who is he? Rias whispered, her appealing eyes focused on their mysterious savior, now revealed as he turned slightly, showing the back of his head. He looked somewhat familiar, and the way he fought and defeated Kokobile thrilled her a little. A powerful force surrounded Kokobile, and his desperate cry echoed as he realized his impending doom. Moments later, there was no trace of him, no body, no ashes, nothing. He had been completely erased from existence by this mysterious figure who had just saved them, highlighting their own powerlessness. Everyone watching, including Rias, Izumi, Akino, Zenobia, Sona, and her peerage, stared in amazement at the man who had so swiftly defeated such a formidable fallen angel. While they had fought Kokobile before, their efforts had barely scratched him. After a moment, the man turned his head slightly toward them before quickly looking away and releasing the pressure of his demonic energy. The weight lifted from their bodies, allowing them to breathe easily again as the temperature returned to normal. Rias kept her eyes fixed on the man as he began to walk away. She needed to know who he was. "Are you all right?" she asked, turning to the fallen devils and their allies, who nodded in response. She instructed Izumi to check on the others while Akino stood by her side as they approached their king. Sona and her queen, Tsubaki, teleported beside them, sharing similar thoughts. Seeing the man quickly leaving their line of sight, they rushed to catch up with him, and he halted in his tracks. Naruto sensed their approach and anticipated they would want answers. Rias, driven by her curiosity, and Sona, with her keen intellect, were likely to question him. He didn't turn around, but the girls could tell he was listening. "Thank you for saving us," Rias said softly, bowing slightly, followed by Akino, Sona, and Tsubaki. "But tell me, who are you?" The 4 girls stood together, waiting for a response from their enigmatic savior. After a moment of silence, he spoke. "A friend. Someone asked me to step in if I saw any of you in danger. Since I could see you were struggling against Kokobile, I decided to intervene." "So you're a devil?" Rias asked, her curiosity piqued. "Which part do you come from? Are you pure blood, a reincarnated, or a stray?" He chuckled at her question. "I think you already know the answer after watching." Rias nodded, contemplating his words, while Sona spoke up. "Are you from the Bale family? It's strange because I don't recognize you, and I know most in the Underworld." "Correct, Sochun. Your intelligence precedes you," he replied, making her blush slightly before she narrowed her eyes. "Don't call me that," she said, puffing her cheeks in annoyance. His laughter only increased. "Aren't you adorable? I bet Sirzechs has the best time teasing you, right?" he said, surprising them. "You know my sister?" Sona asked, astonished. "I know all your siblings, along with your parents," he said, glancing at Rias for a moment, his gaze calculating as if assessing her. Naruto felt a bit wary around her. He hadn't yet made up his mind about the Gremory girl. "Then why have we never seen you if you know them? And why do you keep your face hidden? Surely you're not ugly," Akino asked, leaning in with a smile. He tapped his finger on his chin, pondering his answer. While he couldn't see their expressions, he knew they were curious. He missed teasing people like this. It was so easy. Let's just say I've been away from the underworld for a long time, and I'm reconsidering a few things. As for my face, I simply don't want to show it, he said, chuckling as they reacted. A Bale symbol appeared beneath him, signaling he was about to teleport away when Sona stepped forward. Who are you? At least tell us your name. You already know my name, Naruto replied in a serious tone, surprising them. My actions today left clues about who I am. You just need to put the pieces together. With that he vanished, leaving the four girls behind. Sona began to process his words, her mind racing. We know who he is, she thought as Rias and Akino walked away with disappointed expressions while Tsubaki stayed close. We know who he is from the clues he left us. What clues though? He is clearly a member of the Bale family. He looks older than us, but given how long devils live, he must be at least a century or two old. He mentioned not being in the underworld for many years and somehow knowing Serafal and Rias's brother. Next to her, Tsubaki watched in surprise as Sona suddenly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Black Flash, Sona whispered, her hands trembling as she looked back at where Naruto had disappeared. What is it? Tsubaki asked, stepping closer and placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. A short distance away, Naruto, having teleported just behind a building, smiled at how quickly Sona had figured it out, mentally praising her intelligence. Black Flash, she repeated softly before looking at Tsubaki. We need to go to the underworld. I need to see Serafal immediately. Sona Citri was not one to easily get flustered. She was usually the quiet one, making logical decisions and preferring tactics over brute force. It was a trait she inherited from her family, the Citrus. Being well known for their intelligence and water-based powers, the Citri family was regarded as one of the strongest in the underworld, boasting the best medical care and facilities available. It was expected that Sona would carry herself with grace and decorum, especially in the presence of others. So, it was surprising to see Sona Citri sprinting down the familiar path to her family mansion, where her sister resided. Behind her, her queen Tsubaki struggled to keep pace, her face flushed as she tried to catch up. Open the gate! Sona called out as she approached her family estate. The guards, taken aback, fumbled for a moment before unlocking the gate and granting her entry. The Citri home was a grand palace, reminiscent of an old English royal residence, with 3 floors and hundreds of rooms, including numerous bedrooms for family, servants, and guests. Pushing open the large wooden doors, Sona rushed into the expansive entrance hall, her shoes clicking against the stone floor. Sona Kaishu, please wait for me. Tsubaki called, finally catching up as Sona slowed. Tsubaki stood beside her, catching her breath while Sona remained focused on her goal. Sona, a voice called, drawing Sona's attention to the left. Lady Citri approached, having just come from the living room with a book in hand. Lady Citri mother, the 2 girls bowed, but Lady Citri waved off the formality, standing before them. Lady Citri, also known as Alexia Citri, was a striking woman who resembled her youngest daughter, Sona, with shoulder-length hair tied in a bun and the same violet eyes they both shared. Her glasses rested on her head, and she wore an elegant blue dress with a white bow at the waist. It's nice to have you home, my daughter, she said, embracing Sona. But this is a surprise. I didn't expect you until the young devil's opening ceremony. What brings you here? She asked, curiosity evident in her expression. I need to find Wani-sama. It's very important, mother, Sona replied, eager to keep her explanation brief. This was a matter for her sister alone, and if their parents were present, so be it. Lady Citri studied her daughter, trying to discern the urgency behind Sona's visit. It was unusual for Sona to seek out Serafal, who often had a knack for embarrassing her sister. However, Lady Citri quickly decided to let it go. Your sister is in the study with your father. They are discussing current affairs, she said. Sona nodded and bowed to her mother before hurrying up the stairs, Tsubaki following closely behind. Lady Citri watched them go, intrigued by her youngest daughter's unusual behavior. It must have been important for Sona to be so determined to see her sister. Sona ascended the grand staircase and made her way down the long hallway on the 2nd floor. She felt a mix of nerves and tension about the information she needed to share with Seraphol. She was unsure how her sister would react. Reaching the study at the end of the hall, Sona pushed the door open, stepping into a large room lined with bookshelves that reached up to the 3rd floor. She had spent countless hours in this room, lost in the pages of various books, a trait she had inherited from her family. In the center of the room, she spotted her sister, Seraphol, lounging in a chair with a lollipop in her mouth, scanning the room for something to alleviate her boredom. Seraphol was undeniably appealing, with long dark hair styled in 2 ponytails secured by pink ribbons. Her violet eyes sparkled, and her skin had a smooth, pearl-like quality. Despite her petite stature and youthful appearance, she was one of the strongest female devils in the Underworld. As Sona approached, Seraphol's eyes lit up with joy. Before Sona could take another step, Seraphol was suddenly in front of her, wrapping her arms and legs around her in an enthusiastic embrace. "Su-tan!" Seraphol exclaimed, squeezing her sister tightly, causing Sona to feel a bit overwhelmed. "Serral, let your sister breathe," Lady Citri gently admonished, noticing Sona's discomfort. Seraphol released her sister, pouting slightly. "But Mom, I missed my so-tan," she whined, prompting everyone in the room to shake their heads at her childlike demeanor. The family had grown accustomed to Seraphol's playful nature, knowing it was unlikely to change. "My daughter," Lord Citri said, rising from his seat beside Seraphol and embracing Sona warmly. "Welcome home." Lord Citri, known as Turbido Citri, shared a resemblance with his daughters, though he had dark hair and striking blue eyes. He wore royal attire in dark blue and white and stood tall, a head above Lady Citri. "Thank you, Father. I hope I didn't come at an inconvenient time, but I needed to speak with Wani-sama as soon as possible." "I knew it." Seraphol cheered, jumping for joy. "Serral, stop at this instant," Lady Citri chided, which only made Seraphol stick her tongue out at her while Lord Citri sighed and rubbed his forehead. Behind Sona, Tsubaki watched the Leviathan Satan argue with her mother, and a bonk on the head from Lady Citri only made Seraphol more animated. "Seraphol, please calm yourself while your sister tries to speak to us," Lord Citri said, but Seraphol was too excited that her beloved little sister wanted to talk to her. Sona watched as Seraphol whined and complained to their parents, growing irritated at her sister's antics. She knew she needed to share the important information she had. "We were attacked by a fallen angel today and were almost killed," she began, making her family stop talking and look at her. She noticed her mother's concern while her father and sister looked angry. "Who dares attack my Ason?" Seraphol bellowed, causing the ground beneath them to freeze with her anger. If anything made Seraphol furious, it was someone trying to hurt Sona. "When did this happen, Sona? Explain everything to us," Lord Citri urged as Lady Citri examined her daughter, noticing how tired she looked. Sona recounted the ordeal, how the swords of Excalibur had been taken, how she teamed up with Rias Gremory, her peerage, and 2 exorcists, and then faced the 10-winged fallen angel, Kuoh. She could see the unhappiness on her parents' faces and the rage on Seraphol's. "They have gone too far this time," Lord Citri said. "Why is it that whenever Azazel cannot control his fallen brethren, the devils have to handle the situation?" "It sounds like Kuoh was acting alone," Lady Citri added, her hands on Sona's shoulders. "Still, 2 heirs to 2 of the 34 families were almost killed tonight. This matter cannot be left unattended," he insisted. "I'll freeze anyone who tries to hurt my Soten," Seraphol declared, her hands trembling as the room grew noticeably colder due to her ice magic. "Seraphol, contact Lord Lucifer and the other Satans. We must address this. I won't allow my youngest to be put in such danger again." Sona watched her family, knowing Rias had likely gone to her own family about the incident, and they would not be pleased. She hadn't even finished telling them how they were saved. She saw her family conversing, her mother worried, and her father and sister serious. Moments like this showed Seraphol's maturity, transforming from a playful sister into a formidable ally who had helped end the Devil Civil War. "There's more to the story," Sona said, but her family hardly noticed as they communicated with others. Taking a deep breath, she finally revealed what she had come to say. I think Naruto Bael saved us. At that moment, everything stopped. Her father, mid-sentence with Lord Gremory, turned his head slowly towards her. Her mother's glasses nearly slipped from her face in surprise. Seraphal stood frozen, her hair shadowing her eyes, making it hard to read her expression. A gasp escaped her lips when she heard the name. "What did you say?" Lady Citri asked, her family now fully focused on Sona. "I said I think Naruto Bael was the one who saved us. At least I'm about 90% sure it was him," Sona replied, noticing Tsubaki's confusion behind her. "Who is Naruto Bael?" Tsubaki asked, unfamiliar with the name aside from the last name Bale. Lady Citri turned to her. Naruto Bael is the eldest son of Lord and Lady Bale and one of the 5 heroes of the Devil Civil War. He was a comrade of Seraphal during the war and played a significant role in ending it. He disappeared 200 years ago and has not been seen since. Not even his family knows where he is. Tsubaki's expression shifted to realization. "The Great King of Destruction? That's who saved us?" she asked Sona, who nodded. "That is one of the many nicknames he earned due to his powers and skills. Others include the Black Flash and the King of Darkness." "To think he is still alive," Lord Citri muttered. "He has been gone for so long, I thought he would have perished by now. There are all kinds of dangers in the human world." His wife nodded, aware of the threats that lurked there. "Are you sure it was him, Sona?" 100% sure. He looks like a Bale member. Black hair, tan skin, and unique black and red eyes. His power of destruction is immense, unlike Rias. He defeated Kokobile so swiftly that it seemed effortless. Her parents exchanged glances. "It's Naruchan," Lady Citri said. "He is the only devil I know with black and red eyes. We must inform the Bale family immediately. They will want to know about their son, especially Luna," Lord Citri said, with Lady Citri placing a hand on her heart, recalling the impact of his disappearance on Luna. She had seen how Luna had locked herself away, letting bitterness build over the years, leaving her social circle incomplete. She hoped this was a sign that things would change soon. Nern, they all heard as Sona, Tsubaki, Lady, and Lord Citri turned to look at Seraphal, surprised by the desperation on her face as she gave Sona a pleading look. "Was he okay, little sister? Did he seem well?" she asked, gripping her sister's hands with a polite yet shaky tone. Sona was taken aback. She rarely saw this side of her sister. Her gaze shifted to her parents, noticing Lady Citri looking at Seraphal with sadness while Lord Citri placed a comforting hand on his eldest's shoulder. "What am I missing?" Sona thought, returning her attention to Seraphal. "He seemed fine. He recognized Rias and me and mentioned that I inherited the Citri brains. He said he was a friend of his Sarachan and couldn't let his friend's baby sister get hurt." Sona watched as Seraphal's expression transformed, a watery smile breaking through as she let out a small laugh. Their parents shared a small smile as well, and Sona felt her sister squeeze her hands tightly before kissing them gently and letting go. "Thank you. Thank you," Seraphal whispered, and Sona could only nod in response as they watched her leave the room with a radiant smile that reflected her happiness. "He's back." At the Bale estate, Isabella Bale and her best friend Ravina Phoenix sat together, observing Isabella's mother as she directed many of their peerage members to the human world. The moment the Citri had called them, Isabella's mother had been overwhelmed with tears of joy, finally receiving the first official news that the Citri and Gremory heir had been saved by her son. They watched as she organized the members and briefly spoke with Lord Bale before he left his office, likely to gather more people to help search for Isabella's older brother and Ravina's crush. All of Isabella's peerage members were searching for her brother, and soon both girls disappeared from the estate with their respective magic symbols. At the Gremory estate, Grayfia sighed as she finished her rounds for the day and headed back to her bedroom. After putting Millicast to sleep, she looked forward to a warm bath. Entering their room, she quickly undressed, folding her clothes neatly before heading to the bathtub. She turned on the tap and added bubbles, preparing for her bath. Undoing her braids, her silver hair cascaded down to just above her knees. As she waited, dipping her foot into the water to check the temperature, she sighed happily when it felt just right. She gently submerged herself, enjoying the warmth enveloping her. 5 minutes later, she lay comfortably in the bubble-filled bath, humming softly as she washed her arms with the soapy water. As she soaked, her thoughts drifted to the years spent with the Gremory family, who had welcomed her with open arms. Her marriage to Sirzechs had been a boon for both the family and the devil community. She remembered that day fondly, a memory she would never forget. Unfortunately, that memory was all it would remain, as she and Sirzechs were no longer together. Their divorce was a secret meant to keep her safe from those who wished her harm. Grayfia had few regrets. She was a by-the-book devil, only bending the rules when necessary. She didn't regret leaving her family for a better life, nor did she regret remaining with the Gremory family, offering her support despite the animosity she faced. However, one regret haunted her, her relationship with Naruto Bael, the man she loved. She had never intended for him to find out the way he did, and the pain on his face when he saw her with Sirzechs was too much to bear. The heartbreak and anger that followed were memories she wished she could forget. The affair with Sirzechs had not been planned. It was meant to be a fleeting moment, but neither could forget it. They had not realized that the emotions after battle were stronger for devils, and their shared experiences had led them to believe they were in love. The betrayal weighed heavily on her, especially knowing that she had shared a bed with Sirzechs in the home Naruto had built for them. That home had been destroyed in the wake of Naruto's rage upon discovering their betrayal. As she reflected, the idea of a family with Naruto brought her joy, envisioning children with black hair and silver eyes. Yet, deep down, she felt a part of her knew that dream would never come true. She remembered one of her last NTMT moments with Naruto, lying in the bath when he entered with that charming smile that made her heart race. He had massaged her feet and washed her body, and they had shared a tender moment together. Naruto had always been a wonderful lover, and it was only a week later that everything had fallen apart. It was a decision she would always regret. Grayfia hated that she had led Naruto on, but she could no longer deny her true feelings. It was unfair to both her and Naruto. She loved Naruto, but she believed she was in love with Sirzechs. Her betrayal was a well-kept secret among the 34 pillars, known only to the lords, ladies, and heirs. Not even her sister-in-law, Rias, was aware of the truth, and for that she was grateful. If it had become public knowledge that the strongest queen and the current Lucifer had betrayed their closest friend in such a way, it would have had disastrous consequences for their families and the stability of the underworld. Grayfia did not want to face the cold glares from Rias or the younger devils, which she received from many of the older devils. The only ones who didn't look down on her assumed the worst, believing she was unworthy and that they simply had to wait their turn. Once, she had been close to both Seraphal and Lady Bale, but now Lady Bale despised her, and Seraphal only tolerated her at social gatherings. At meetings of the Four Satans, Seraphal had made it clear to Sirzechs to avoid bringing Grayfia along. Grayfia winced at the thought of Seraphal as her fingers traced a scar along her side, a reminder of the time she had foolishly challenged Seraphal for the title of Leviathan. They had been evenly matched in experience and power, but Seraphal's anger over what had happened to Naruto had fueled her strength. Though narrowly defeated, Grayfia had spent 2 weeks in the hospital and had gained a scar. Sirzechs had been furious with Seraphal, but the mention of Naruto's name had made him back down. Sirzechs' fear of Naruto after his suffering was a well-known secret. The rage of the Bale family was something he never wanted to face again. The scars on his body were proof of that. Their once close-knit group of friends had shattered, leaving Grayfia feeling hopeless. Naruto had been the glue that held them together, and without him, everything had fallen apart. Seraphal had become more childlike, Ajuka had retreated into solitude, Falbium had grown lethargic, and Sirzechs had taken on a more playful demeanor. Grayfia could honestly say she missed Naruto. She longed to hold him again and express her apologies. She wished for his friendship once more and wanted him to know that she still loved him. If not for Naruto, she doubted she would still be alive. With time came wisdom, and she had come to realize that she had always loved Naruto and likely always would. After hearing from Sirzechs that Naruto had appeared near Kuoh and helped Rias and her peerage, she felt a strong longing to meet him. She wanted to talk, to apologize, to be enveloped in the unconditional love he had always given her. She craved the security his presence provided. Naruto had created a secluded place for himself to meditate in peace. Few knew of this location, and he was certain that no one would visit unless absolutely necessary. Shiva! Naruto's call broke the silence, and he noticed the slight smile on Shiva's face, though he pouted in response. Your best friend came to meet you, and this is the face you make? I am hurt, Shiva said, his expression blank. Naruto chuckled. You didn't need to shout. I felt you enter the Hindu faction's domain. Even the Asgardians probably know where you are now. You don't have to be so dramatic, Naruto replied, rolling his eyes. If I wanted everyone to know my location, I have a much flashier way to do that. Shiva smiled, then closed his eyes. As he exhaled, his form began to change. Typically, he appeared as a 12-year-old boy with green and black hair, more approachable and less noticeable. But with Naruto, he took on his true form, tall and lean, with striking light blue skin and eyes that reflected his divine nature and vast knowledge. So, my best friend, what brings you here? Shiva asked. Naruto took a step back, crossing his arms. How dare you? After everything we've shared, this is the face you make? I'm offended, Shiva maintained. His serious demeanor, prompting Naruto to fold his arms and click his tongue. Fine. You make it sound like I only visit when I need something. I wish it were that simple, Shiva chuckled. You usually pull me into trouble. Hey, you enjoyed those adventures. Besides, I'm the one who cleans up our mess. Naruto grinned sheepishly, realizing his exaggeration. Well, most of the time, he admitted. With a bright smile, Naruto bumped fists with Shiva, a greeting that had grown on him. So, what brilliant idea do you have this time? Shiva asked, his tone laced with sarcasm. Naruto sighed and sat down, with Shiva following suit. I have a rather crazy idea, but it's not one of my usual harebrained schemes. Shiva tilted his head, intrigued. I'm thinking of returning to the Underworld soon. Shiva's smile widened. I think that's a great idea. You've healed and grown, both mentally and emotionally. Your power and skills have also increased. Shiva reflected on the time he first met Naruto. It was a typical day on his mountain, but instead of meditating, he sensed an unfamiliar presence entering the territory of the Hindu faction. This was unusual, as the Hindu faction was known to be feared by many. The Trimurti, the three principal deities, were among the most powerful beings in existence, and their reputation often preceded them. Curious, Shiva focused his empathetic abilities on the newcomer and felt a wave of sadness, loathing, and emotional pain. A teleportation circle appeared, and a figure cloaked in darkness materialized before him. Hello. May I ask what brings you to the Hindu faction? Shiva inquired politely. The figure remained silent, taking a deep breath as if resigned to his fate before charging at Shiva with a clenched fist. Shiva did not flinch. The landscape shifted around them, transforming into a rocky field beneath a cloudless sky, one of Shiva's training realms where he often sought solitude. The cloaked figure stumbled but quickly regained his footing and charged again. Shiva effortlessly evaded the attack. Why are you doing this, friend? He asked, concern lacing his voice. The figure did not respond. Instead, he unleashed flames through his magic, but Shiva continued to dodge with ease. As he observed his opponent, Shiva realized that the man was powerful but was holding back. The emotional turmoil radiating from him suggested he was grappling with a profound heartbreak. You're trying to kill yourself, Shiva stated, and the figure hesitated, intensifying his attacks. Just fight back. Please. The desperation in the figure's voice prompted Shiva to pull him into a comforting embrace. Startled, the figure initially resisted but then ceased his struggles. My wife governs love and devotion, Shiva explained gently. She taught me to recognize heartbreak. I can sense that your pain is different from mine. Come, I invite you to my home on Mount Kyash. Share your story with me, I will listen. The figure stopped resisting, allowing Shiva to guide him. From that moment on, Shiva became Naruto's first friend and a source of guidance. He taught Naruto the art of meditation, helping him begin to heal from his emotional wounds. Parvati, Shiva's wife, took on the role of an elder sister to Naruto, aiding him in his recovery. As their bond deepened, Naruto found solace in their companionship and eventually discovered love with Aisha, Lilith, and others. Naruto also formed friendships with Vishnu and Brahma, and he cherished his 4 children, spoiling them with affection. He named his 3 children after the Trimurti and chose Kurama, Yasaka's brother, as the godfather of his youngest child, recognizing Kurama's strength. "You think it's a good idea?" Naruto asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Yes, Naruto, I do," Shiva replied confidently. "Thank you for everything, Shiva. I doubt I could ever repay the kindness you and your family have shown me," Naruto expressed with gratitude. "We were happy to help. No repayment is necessary. Most importantly, you need to share this with your sister," Shiva encouraged. "I've already informed my sister, Ganesh, and Kartikeya about my return to the Underworld," Naruto replied. They embraced before Naruto departed through a teleportation circle. "Good luck, my best friend," Shiva called after him. As Naruto continued his journey, he found himself surrounded by new allies and adventures, each chapter revealing more about the diverse members of his peerage, including those from different worlds. The story of Naruto's growth and the bonds he formed would unfold in the chapters to come. "Kateria, please don't do this," Seraphol pleaded, her voice filled with urgency as she looked up at the brown-haired woman hovering above her, flanked by devil wings. Kateria sneered down at Seraphol and the group gathered around her. Seraphol stood alongside Sirzechs Lucifer and his queen, Grayfia, representing the devil community at a crucial meeting aimed at establishing a new alliance and peace treaty among the 3 factions. The fallen angels were represented by Azazel, the general of the Grigori, accompanied by his ally Vala, a silver-haired young man. On the angelic side were Seraph Gabriel and the Archangel Michael, both with blonde hair and blue eyes, their halos glowing above them. Gabriel had 10 white wings, while Michael boasted 12 golden ones. The meeting had progressed smoothly until a debate arose concerning the Kokobile incident. Rias Gremory and Sona Citri shared their insights, along with Rias's pawn, Izumi Hai. However, when Azazel brought up the Khaos Brigade, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Suddenly, Rias's bishop, Gasper, unleashed his sacred gear, causing time to freeze for everyone except the leaders and select members, who quickly realized they were under attack. Rias, along with her peerage, rushed to find Gasper and protect him from those trying to exploit his power, while the leaders remained in the meeting room until an explosion forced them outside. As they emerged, the old symbol of Leviathan appeared, revealing Kateria Leviathan, the last known descendant of the Leviathan family. "You took everything from my family. You, Seraphol Citri, possess what belongs to me. I want it back," she declared, brandishing a staff as magical seals formed around her. "So, which of you will be the first to fall?" Azazel stepped forward, hands in his pockets, and regarded her calmly. "So the governor of the Grigori comes first to die," Kateria remarked, her eyes narrowing as he shook his head. "I'm not really in the mood to fight today," he replied, earning puzzled looks from the onlookers. Michael and Sirzechs raised their eyebrows, surprised by Azazel's nonchalance. "Though you do have an opponent if you want one. He has been itching for a fight with people like you for a while." Who's this trash you speak of?" Kateria retorted. Azazel smirked and gestured upward. "Look up." "What?" she asked, glancing skyward. Terror washed over her face as a massive jet-black sun descended, crashing into her and creating a colossal crater in the ground. Before anyone could react, a towering wall of darkness encircled the academy, and the previously clear sky darkened with ominous clouds. "What's happening?" Sona questioned, her eyes darting around as she noticed the varied expressions on everyone's faces. Seraphol looked on the verge of tears, while Sirzechs appeared anxious, and Grayfia bit her lip. Michael and Gabriel exchanged worried glances, but Azazel wore a grin. "Wani-san, what's happening?" Sona asked, sensing a powerful presence on the roof of Kuoh Academy. When she saw who it was, Seraphol began to sob, and Sona quickly understood why. Naruto Bael stood atop Kuoh Academy, looking unchanged since they last saw him. He took a deep breath, scanning the group below, and nodded at Azazel. He acknowledged Michael and Gabriel with a slight nod, then turned his gaze to Seraphal, his expression softening at her distress. He knew he was in for either a massive hug or a fierce slap from her. His attention shifted to Sirzechs and Grayfia, who both looked away as he narrowed his eyes at them. In an instant, he was beside the crater where Kateria was emerging, a scorch mark across her face and fury in her eyes as she gripped her staff tightly. "Who dares?" she bellowed. "I dare," Naruto replied, not waiting for her to launch an attack. He swiftly appeared before her, shocking her with his speed, and delivered a powerful kick to her stomach, sending her soaring into the air. As Kateria positioned her staff defensively, four magic seals appeared around it, unleashing blasts of dark energy. Naruto deftly avoided the attacks, even redirecting one with a kick that caused a small explosion in the sky. "Naruto Bael. Diminu!" Kateria shouted, moving her staff forward again as four more magic seals formed. "Gavest," he murmured, and an enormous bolt of purple lightning surged toward her. She ignored defensive seals, but they shattered upon impact. Kateria ascended higher to evade the lightning, only to find Naruto had vanished from her sight. "How are you moving so fast?" she demanded, glaring at him. Naruto remained silent, his legs striking Kateria hard in the chest and shoulder, sending her crashing through one of the Kuoh school buildings. Without giving her a moment to recover, he appeared above the damaged structure and aimed for the hole she had fallen through. "Swords of Oblivion," he whispered, summoning a sword forged from the power of destruction. Each long sword pierced through the structure, causing the building to begin its collapse. The anguished screams of Kateria echoed as she suffered from the overwhelming power of destruction. While the younger devils turned away in shock, the older devils and leaders of the other factions remained composed, betraying no emotion at the brutal scene. "Old faction trash," Naruto muttered as he fell to the ground, cracks forming beneath him. He dusted off his jacket and turned to face the group, noticing Seraphal preparing to rush towards him. However, he paused when he sensed a surge of power emanating from the building, originating from the old Leviathan devil woman. Narrowing his eyes, he watched as Kateria emerged from the wreckage, limping and visibly injured. Her once appealing form was marred by burns and wounds, her clothes in tatters. Her face twisted in a mix of pain and fury, her eyes wide with an unsettling intensity. "You will not take this from me," she rasped. "I will claim my place as queen of the Underworld, and you will bow to me." With a flick of her wrist, she summoned a small jar inscribed with devil runes. She quickly opened it, and Naruto observed as purple snake-like figures slithered out, merging with her. A wicked smile spread across her face as the snakes glowed with an orange hue, transforming her body. Her arms elongated into tentacle-like appendages, her hair and features became more chaotic, and her power surged. As she laughed maniacally, a powerful beam of energy shot forth from her mouth and tentacles. Naruto sighed, preparing himself as he extended his arms. With a resounding clap, he unleashed a forceful wind that deflected her energy beams, sending them spiraling away. "You'll have to do better than that," he remarked, watching as Kateria charged at him with her wings spread wide. "I see your little trick has made you faster, not just stronger." "I'll keep that in mind," he said, ascending into the air alongside her. "I guess I will need to take this to the next level too." As he powered up, Sona could sense his strength surpassing what it had been when he fought Kokobile 2 weeks prior. If not for Seraphal's protective aura, she would have struggled to breathe from the pressure. "You won't defeat me," Kateria declared, her jaws extending unnaturally. "I am destined for greatness. Not even you can stop me." A sultry look crossed her face as she suggested, "Why not join me? Together, we could be unstoppable. Our children would be the most powerful devils ever born." While many might have been tempted by her offer, Naruto was not swayed. "I'll pass," he replied firmly. "Your impressive appearance does not compensate for your terrible personality. Leave me be." Furious at his rejection, Kateria charged at him. "Destructor Longinus. 10%, he announced, forming a spear of destruction that struck her, causing significant damage. What power, Sona remarked, awestruck. The tales she had heard about Naruto's abilities paled in comparison to the reality before her. Her parents had warned her about him, and she had struggled to reconcile their words with her feelings about the Gremory family. High above, the sky began to shift as Valley Lucifer descended. Naruto approached the scene, observing Rias Gremory and her peerage behind Valley. "Give up, Valley, it's over," Izumi urged, her breath ragged as a bracelet on her wrist shattered. Valis stood defiantly, entering his balance breaker mode once again. Just as he prepared to attack, Biko dropped from a tree, staff in hand. "They want you back for a fight up north," Biko informed Valley. "Who are you?" Izumi demanded, regaining her footing and summoning her gauntlet. "His name is Biko, the descendant of Sun Wukong," Naruto interjected, drawing everyone's attention. Biko took a step back in fear, while Rias paled, her eyes widening in recognition. "Naruto Bael," she whispered, causing a collective gasp among the others as they realized who he was. They had all been told he was the one who saved them, and Rias could hardly believe she had been speaking to one of the greatest heroes and strongest devils alive. "We need to go," Biko said to Valley, grabbing his shoulder as a magic seal appeared beneath them. Valley, however, looked excited at the prospect of facing Naruto as he and Biko began to sink into the seal. "Valley Lucifer," Naruto declared, surprising everyone while Valley narrowed his eyes. "I'll remember that name the next time I confront a scumbag from the old Satan faction." Valley seemed ready to respond, but he and Biko completely disappeared, leaving the Gremory peerage and Naruto behind, staring at the spot where they had just been. Naruto had dealt with Kateria and warned the great-grandson of Lucifer. "Are you kids all right?" he asked gruffly, watching them nod quickly. Being the first to recover from their shock, Rias bowed to Naruto. "Thank you, Toruto-sama, for saving my peers in this situation and from the attack 2 weeks ago." Naruto shrugged. "Don't mention it. I was only there because someone called in a favor," he replied. "Can you move Sekyutai?" All he received in response was a head shake. He walked forward and carried her to the remaining people. 5 minutes later, after surveying the destruction brought to the school, they arrived at the meeting room. Despite being mostly destroyed in the explosion, thanks to the leader's use of magic, the room looked almost as good as it had before. As soon as he entered, the room fell silent. He ignored the stares and placed Izumi on a chair, where Rias and the blonde girl, Asia, quickly surrounded her. However, the moment he turned around, a small figure slammed into him, wrapping her arms around his waist and resting her head against his chest. Looking down, his eyes softened when he saw Seraphal holding on tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Sarah-chan," he said softly. "Yuji," she sobbed, kicking his shins lightly. 200 years and we don't hear a word from you. No phone calls, no letters, nothing. Do you know how worried we all were? Many thought you were gone." Feeling guilty, he wrapped his arms around Seraphal, placing his head on hers. "Sorry, Sarah-chan. You know how I can be," he whispered. "Giant baka," she said, kissing his cheek and wrapping her legs around his waist, resting her head on his neck. "You're not going to move from that spot for the rest of the day, are you?" he asked, feeling her shake her head. "Thought so." "That was an impressive entrance, Naruto-san," Azazel commented, patting Naruto's shoulder with a grin. "I always knew you had style." "While my words won't be as colorful as Azazel's, I agree it was fortunate you arrived when you did, Naruto-san," Michael said as he and Gabriel stepped forward, shaking his hand and thanking him for his assistance. "Well, this idiot told me what was happening and suggested I come back, so to speak," he explained. "I figured it was time to end my self-imposed exile. Anything involving the old Satan faction, I want to be there to deal with." Michael nodded, while Gabriel, standing behind him, gave Naruto a flirty wink. Azazel grinned and patted his back again, while Seraphal glared at the woman she considered her rival, tightening her grip on him. "Stay away from my Narutan," she thought. "Naruto-sama," Sona Citri called out, standing with her queen Tsubaki and the rest of her peerage behind her. They all bowed simultaneously before Sona spoke. "Naruto-sama, thank you for saving us during the incident with Kokobile," she said, noting that they were in his debt, but he waved it off. Don't worry about it, Sona-chan. I could never let Sarah-chan's baby sister get hurt, he replied, making Sona look slightly annoyed while Serafal's eyes sparkled as she nuzzled against Naruto. Though annoyed, Sona was relieved that Serafal's attention was not on her. It was nice not to have her sister's overbearing personality always hovering around. Looking at Serafal, Sona realized that her sister liked Naruto Bael more than just a friend. She had never been this familiar or friendly with other male devils. For a time, Sona believed Serafal had a preference for girls, but her actions proved otherwise. Sona now firmly believed her sister was in love with Naruto Bael. Narutan is still so brave, just like I remember, Serafal said happily, letting out a girlish giggle as she continued to nuzzle Naruto, who rolled his eyes but couldn't help but smile. Naruto. The hair on the back of his neck stood up as he turned his head slightly. Everyone looked toward the voice, and Serafal noticed his expression harden as he glared to the side. Sirzechs stepped forward with a nervous smile, Grayfia standing beside him, her eyes fixed on Naruto. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Hee, how have you been, buddy? It's been a long time. We've missed you, Sirzechs said happily, waving his hands in the air childishly as he stepped forward with an outstretched arm. Rias and her peerage smiled at Sirzechs' friendly attitude toward Naruto. Rias was aware of the friendship they once shared and was happy to see her brother reunite with his longtime friend. However, everyone else looked rather nervous and took a step back. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously, and the atmosphere around him seemed to heat up. Serafal quickly hopped off of him and attempted to pull him away, but Naruto strode toward Sirzechs with his right arm outstretched. Just as Sirzechs was about to greet his longtime friend, a sudden pain erupted on his face, and he felt the ground beneath him vanish. Everyone stood in shock as Sirzechs was punched out of the 4-story building, landing outside with a hole in the wall behind him. Sirzechs-sama, Oni-san, Grayfia and Rias exclaimed, their devil wings bursting forth. Before they could rush to him, an older Bale member gripped their elbows tightly, his expression serious. He glanced at Rias, who looked frightened, before turning his attention to Grayfia. In his eyes, she hadn't aged a day and remained as appealing as ever, though he noted her hair was tied in neat braids, which he found disappointing. She seemed more uptight now, and he guessed her free-spirited days were long gone. Grayfia met his black and red eyes, recognizing the sadness and hurt she had caused years ago. He was still handsome, perhaps even more so with time. She reached out to him, but he shook his head, stopping her. I will warn both of you now, he said in a serious tone that sent shivers down their spines. If any of your family come near me, I will roast you alive. Keep your husband away from me. The gravity of his words left no doubt about his seriousness. Rias's peerage hesitated to move, but one look from Naruto froze them in place. He dared them to interfere. Do you understand? He asked. Both girls nodded. We understand, Grayfia whispered, her eyes glossing over. When he released her arm, she hurried to the wall, not wanting anyone to see the tears threatening to spill. Are you like this? What makes you think you can threaten my family? Rias asked, finding her courage and placing her hands on her hips. You cannot make threats against the Grammary family. We are the strongest in the Underworld. His gaze met hers with indifference, which only fueled Rias's anger. He snorted dismissively. Why don't you ask your parents? Your family has shamed mine enough. It won't happen again. He turned his back to her and walked towards Serafal and the other leader waiting nearby, ignoring Rias as her peerage tried to calm her down. I apologize for the interruption and the scene I caused. I hope you understand, he said politely to the other leader, who nodded in acknowledgement. Even the higher-ups in other factions were aware of the history between him, Sirzechs, and Grayfia. Serafal stood beside him, wanting to hold onto his arm, but she hesitated when she saw the Bale seal appear beneath him. You're not leaving, are you? She asked, panic rising in her voice. She lunged toward him but felt Sona gently restrain her. I'm not disappearing, he reassured her, sensing her reluctance to let him go. But I have people back home I haven't seen in 200 years. It's time I visited them and showed them I'm okay. Despite her longing for more time with him, Seraphal nodded and extended her pinky finger. Promise you won't disappear again? Naruto laughed and wrapped his pinky around hers. I promise, Sarah-chan. If you want, you can come to the Bale estate later. I have some stories to share that you might enjoy. Seraphal bounced on her feet, her excitement palpable. I will. I will. I will, she exclaimed, and Naruto winked at her. As the Bale seal erupted in darkness, Naruto began to teleport away. Just before he vanished, he caught Sirzechs stumbling back inside and smirked, raising his hand to give him a playful gesture before disappearing. We are in trouble, Sirzechs murmured, and Grayfia nodded sadly. Changes were coming to the Underworld, and the Gremory family would undoubtedly feel the impact. This place hasn't changed a bit, Naruto remarked as he gazed. At the front of the Bale mansion, the Grand Palace had remained the same during his absence, adorned with appealing roses in warm hues and lit by torches guiding guests to the entrance. Approaching the large door, he grasped the handle and pushed it open. He didn't need a key, as anyone of Bale blood or a servant could enter freely. Those who attempted to force their way in would face a fiery surprise. Stepping inside, he paused to take in the expansive hallway, memories of his childhood flooding back. He had taken his first steps here and remembered waiting on the staircase for his parents to return with his little sister, Isabella. Family pictures adorned the tables and cabinets, and a large painting of his parents hung on the wall, capturing their happiness and love. Who are you? A younger boy asked, catching Naruto's attention. He recognized the boy as Magdaran, the youngest son of Uncle Ivas, with the same hairstyle and eye color as his aunt, Misla. You are Magdaran, right? I'm Naruto, he said, surprising the boy. Magdaran, who are you with? Lord Bale inquired, appearing as he descended the stairs. He halted when he saw Naruto smiling up at him. My son. Hey, Dad, Naruto replied as his father rushed down the stairs and embraced him tightly, laughter filling the air. My son, Lord Bale said, stepping back to take a good look at Naruto, pride evident in his eyes. He could see that his son had taken after his mother in looks, but there were hints of himself in there, along with the serious side they both shared. It is good to have you home at last. This house and this family have missed you dearly, Lord Bale said warmly. I have missed you too, Dad. I'm sorry it took me so long to come home, but I hope you understand why I left in the first place, Naruto replied, and Lord Bale shook his head dismissively. We all understood the reason. Though we wish you could have kept in contact with us or at least let us know where you were and how you were, he said sternly, causing Naruto to chuckle nervously and scratch his head. But you're here now, and I guess that's what counts, he told his father, who smiled and nodded in agreement. I should inform your sister and cousins that you are home. I'm sure they will be eager to see you. I would like that. Is Mother around? Naruto asked, and both his father and Magdaran nodded. Aunt Luna is out in the gardens. I'll take you there, Magdaran said excitedly, taking Naruto's hand and leading him away while Lord Bale went to his office to make a few calls. In the distance, they could see Lady Bale happily walking through the garden, admiring the appealing flowers that made the Bale estate so renowned. I'll go tell Aunt while you walk over to us, Magdaran said, not leaving room for argument before he dashed towards Lady Bale, while Naruto strolled towards them. As he approached, he took deep breaths, feeling his nerves build. Would his mother be angry? Sad? Furious? Upset? He knew his departure had hurt her, but it was never his intention to cause her pain. When he got closer, he saw his mother turn in his direction, her expression one of shock. Her hand flew to her mouth, trying to muffle her sobs, but it was no use. Her cries of happiness were too loud to hide, and tears streamed down her cheeks. As he neared, her legs finally began to move, and she lifted the hem of her dress, rushing towards him. Her cries grew louder as she approached. When she was only a few meters away, she leaped into his arms, crying into his chest as she held him tightly. Naruto could feel her tears soak through his clothes, and he wrapped his arms around her, resting his head on her shoulder as he used to. Hi, Mom, he said, making her look at him. Sorry it took so long to come home. Her response was a mix of laughter and tears as she leaned up to place motherly kisses all over his face, making Magdaran smile as he watched. "I have missed you so much," she said through her sniffles, gently caressing his face. "You are not going away again, young man," she told him, wiping her eyes. Naruto placed his arm around her shoulders and kissed the top of her head. "I promise I won't, Mom," he replied, bringing a happy smile to her face before he felt a playful whack on the back of his head. "That's for not calling us at all." "You have a lot to explain," she said, and he nodded quickly, which made her smile soften. She looped her arm through his and rested her head on his shoulder. "I want to know everything. Please don't leave anything out," she urged. "I'll explain later, I promise. Sarah-chan will be here soon, so I will explain it all when everyone's together," he assured them both. Lady Bale nodded and led them back to the palace, her joy evident as she welcomed her son home. The spark that had faded with his departure 200 years ago finally returned. In a dark room, a middle-aged man with long dark silver hair and a trim silver beard sat on a throne, gazing at 5 monitors in front of him. He wore silver royal-looking robes adorned with 6 metal wings on his shoulders. In his hand, he held a silver goblet filled with wine. This was Ryzavim Riven Lucifer, the son of the original Lucifer. Next to him stood another man with long, light silver hair tied in a braid and silver eyes, dressed in a silver robe with intricate details. He was Euclid Lucifuge. Suddenly, a handsome man entered the room, dressed in black armor with a cape. He had long brown hair that reached his hips, with bangs covering his right eye. This was Shalba Beelzebub. "Ryzavim, there is a recent development in the Underworld," Shalba announced. "What exactly is it, Shalba?" Ryzavim inquired. "Naruto Bael has returned to the Underworld," Shalba declared, shocking both Ryzavim and Euclid. "Is that correct?" Ryzavim asked. "It is correct. I received the information from our spies in the Underworld," Shalba explained. "Well, the great king of destruction has shown himself after 200 years, Ryzavim said, a sadistic smile creeping onto his face as he stirred the wine in his goblet. "Not only that, but Naruto also killed Kateria when she attacked the peace conference between the 3 factions," Shalba added. "That man has returned at the perfect time for us to deal with him ourselves," said a new voice filled with hatred. He appeared to be a handsome man dressed in noble attire, black with dark red accents. He had black hair tied in a small ponytail and violet eyes, along with pointy ears and pale skin. "He is Cruisery Asmodeus. Shalba, instruct your spies to observe Naruto's actions simply." As Shalba left the room, Ryzavim said, "Cruisery, be ready with Clippeth." Cruisery nodded and walked out of the room. "We'll see how you can stop me this time, Naruto Bael," Ryzavim said, taking a sip of wine and laughing. Underworld. Bale Palace. Naruto stood up and sat beside Luna, putting his arm around her shoulders. Luna leaned in and smiled while his father got his attention and spoke up. "Now that you are home, what do you plan on doing?" his father asked as he poured himself a drink from the small table beside them. "By now, no doubt the entire Underworld has heard of your return, and many will be eager to find out what you plan on doing. You might remember you have certain responsibilities to take over now that you're back," his mother added matter-of-factly, with his father nodding in agreement. Naruto leaned back and put both arms behind his head, fully aware of what they were discussing. "The lordship of the family, I'm guessing?" he asked, seeing both. His parents and his sister nod in confirmation. He was technically the eldest, so the family's lordship would naturally fall to him. He guessed his father had waited for his return to finally hand it over, as it likely should have been done a long time ago. However, due to his absence, it never happened. His parents had been the lord and lady of the Bale family for many centuries, and he sensed they were eager to retire soon. "I taught you from a young age what you needed to know about ruling one of the 34 pillar families, and now that you are back, you can finally take on the mantle of Lord Bale." Naruto shook his head. "I don't think the mantle of Lord Bale is for me. There is something else that is my position." Luna and the others looked confused. "The mantle of Lucifer," Silas exclaimed, shocking everyone in the room as Naruto nodded. "But you need a peerage to battle Sirzechs for the Lucifer mantle," Isabella pointed out. "I believe having peerages has advantages," Naruto replied, surprising everyone. "Peerages?" Isabella asked. Well, my dear sister, I have 2 peerage sets, Naruto revealed, shocking everyone in the room. How come we all only got 1 set? Isabella wondered. My demonic power has caused 2 sets to react, and Ajuka stated that if a set responds to the devil's demonic power, it will belong to him. I gathered them before my self-exile from the Underworld and have full members from both peerage sets, Naruto explained. So, you have 2 completed peerage set members, Silas said, nodding. When are you going to bring them down to the Underworld? Isabella inquired. Oh, I know when. But I have 1 or 2 personal issues to deal with first, he told them. Luna studied her son intensely. She could always tell when Naruto was keeping something from them, even from a young age. He could lie and cheat his way through everyone except Luna. There's something more, however. Something you are keeping from us? Something important? Luna asked, leaning forward along with Isabella while Silas stood by, sipping his drink. That's right. There is something I need to tell you all. Mom, I want you to promise you won't get angry with me and don't scold me, Naruto said as he stood up and took a few paces back. His family looked at him with idle curiosity, his mother being the most pronounced. He waited to speak until he saw her nod, her interest piqued. I have a son and 3 daughters. All around the room, eyebrows shot up in surprise. That was the last thing they expected to hear from him. His sister looked slightly surprised, her eyes wide. His father had a mixed reaction, surprise similar to his daughter's, but also a glimmer of happiness. Undoubtedly, finding out he had grandchildren would lighten up the Bale family. Looking towards his mother, he felt a wave of apprehension. She grabbed his ear, and he winced. I have grandchildren, and I'm only finding out about this now, she hissed as he nodded, trying to maintain his composure. What are their names? How old are they? My son's name is Anas, and he is 10 years old. My first daughter's name is Misha, and she is 9. My second daughter's name is Sasha, and she is also 9. My last daughter, Kuoh, is 9 as well. 10 years? I have missed 10 years of their lives already. Naruto, you are in a world of trouble once I'm done with you. Before his mother could continue, his father stepped forward to calm the situation. Okay, love, you can do that later, but first, a few more questions need answering. For instance, I would like to know who the mother of my new grandchildren happens to be. Luna's eyes narrowed as she realized the implications. Who did you have children with, young man? My children's mothers are Aisha Necron, Yasaka, and Lilith, Naruto said, and the room fell silent in shock. After hearing Lilith's name, Luna gasped. Lady Lilith, she exclaimed as Naruto nodded. The mother of all devils, Bale said, astonished. Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto Yukai faction, Isabella added. You're the father of Yasaka's child? You have a daughter with one of the strongest kitsunes in the world? His mother whispered firmly, to which he nodded. So many had been trying to find out who she had a child with, but no one could figure it out. Luna looked down at her son with narrowed eyes, sensing something was amiss. Well, where are they? Why are they not here with us? They are part of this family, are they not? Why have they not been introduced to us yet? Naruto winced again as he felt his ear get tugged harder. About that, I will bring them after telling you all about them. At that moment, a horrified scream echoed from the living room, followed by a loud smack. All the servants within the Bale mansion paused in their duties, startled by the commotion. The younger ones looked troubled, while those around Naruto smiled at the sight of the lady of the household teaching her son a lesson. Now, bring me my grandbabies, she declared. In the next chapter, the grandparents are set to meet their grandchildren. Mount Kyash. As Naruto approached the familiar mansion, he heard a voice. I had a feeling you would be stopping by soon. His wife, Aisha Bael, stood behind a tree, collecting apples from the branches and placing them into a basket. You look a little worse for wear. What happened? She asked. I got scolded by my mother, he replied, earning a laugh from Aisha. The image of her husband being scolded was amusing, especially considering his immense power. So you heard? He asked as he walked over to her. He reached for an apple, but Aisha swiftly slapped his hand away. Ow, he pouted, dropping the apple into the basket as she gave him a stern look. Aisha nodded in approval. If you mean about your return to the Underworld, I have. The whole world knows about it. Defeating the ancestor of the original Leviathan certainly drew attention, she explained. Well, she was pushing my buttons, and you know how I feel about the old Satan faction. They're better off in the ground, he said seriously. Aisha placed the basket down, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him gently. I'm going to take all of you to the Underworld to meet my family. My mother wants to meet her grandchildren, Naruto said after their kiss. Okay, I'll inform everyone, Aisha replied. Thanks, I'll be there in a few minutes, he said before disappearing into a magic circle. Naruto then traveled to Kyoto to pick up Kuoh and Yasaka, who had entrusted her leadership to her younger brother, Kurama, the strongest kitsune. Kuoh was thrilled to meet her half-siblings, and Misha and Sasha were equally excited to meet her. Soon, all of Naruto's peerage members teleported to Mount Kyash. Afterward, they all returned to the Underworld. Underworld. Bale Palace. Naruto stood in the main hall as his family gathered around him. His parents were at the front, accompanied by his uncle, aunt, sister, and cousins. Behind them were the servants eager to meet his peerage members, wives, and children. Luna and others were surprised to see Lilith and a mini version of Naruto. His father welcomed them warmly, introducing himself. Everyone was captivated by Aisha, Yasaka, and Valiana. Naruto could see the joy on his parents' faces as they admired his stunning and polite peerage members. Thank you for welcoming us into your home. Please take care of us, Naruto's wives and lovers said, bowing to the Lord and Lady of House Bale. As Lord Bale, I welcome you to our home and family, Silas said, bowing before the mother of all. Devils. There's no need for that, Lord Bale, because from now on, I am your daughter-in-law, Lilith declared, moving Anos forward. Meet your grandfather. Grandpa? Anos asked, and Silas knelt to hug him. Misha, Sasha, Kuoh, Naruto said as he approached his parents, who were hugging his son. This is Grandma and Grandpa. Luna knelt down, her face radiating love for the little girls. You are all so appealing, she said, patting their heads and making them smile. She hugged each of her grandchildren, and seeing her happiness made Naruto smile as well. One by one, his family met his peerage, quickly falling in love with the little kids, who were enjoying their new family and the attention they received. Despite the challenges that lay ahead, Naruto cherished the moment, watching happily as his wives, lovers, children, and peerage members were welcomed into the family. The day passed with the kids playing with their grandmother, aunt, and uncle. The next day. The following day, Naruto and his family gathered for breakfast with the kids. After finishing, Naruto decided to visit Ajuka to obtain peerage sets for Lilith and Aisha. Mom, we're going to visit Ajuka to get the evil piece set for Lilith and Aisha, Naruto informed his mother, who nodded in agreement. Beelzebub Mansion. Stepping out of the Bale magic symbol, Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith found themselves outside a grand castle in a secluded area. Of course, he chose somewhere so remote, Naruto remarked as they walked forward and pushed open the large wooden doors. Inside, the grand hallway was brightly lit, with multiple doors lining the walls and a large elevator at the end. Next to the elevator doors, he noticed an intercom system. As he approached, he pressed the button for the elevator, but the doors remained closed. A voice crackled through the intercom. Who is it? I'm too busy to see anyone right now. Make an appointment or something. Naruto rolled his eyes. Leaning closer to the intercom, he replied, Hey, if you don't let me in, I'll burn this place to the ground. After a moment of silence, the voice responded, Naruto. Looking up, he spotted a camera moving toward them and waved. Moments later, the elevator doors opened, granting them access. A minute later, Naruto stepped into a large warehouse-like room filled with test tubes, machines, and various oddities that he expected from the man he was visiting. It didn't take long for him to find the person he sought. Naruto sensed a powerful and recognizable presence nearby. Ajuka, he called out, a slight smirk forming on his face as the man turned around, lifting his welding visor to reveal a young man of similar age. Ajuka was striking, with short, messy green hair, brown eyes, and a light complexion. Unlike other devils who donned royal robes, Ajuka preferred a pair of tattered jeans and a greased shirt with rips along the sleeves. Naruto Bael. It's about time you came back, Ajuka said, standing up to greet him. The two grasped hands and shared a one-armed hug, patting each other on the back. Though not as close as he was with Sirzechs or Seraphal, Ajuka was a valued friend and comrade from the Devil Civil War. He had been part of their group for as long as Naruto could remember. Well, I guess I had to come home eventually, Naruto replied, glancing around. I shouldn't be surprised that the current Beelzebub hasn't changed much. Are you back for good now? I can think of many people who would be overjoyed. Everyone is happy, especially my mother, Naruto explained. It is a pleasure to meet you, Lady Lilith, Ajuka said, bowing respectfully. It is an honor to meet you, Ajuka Beelzebub, Lilith replied. Ajuka then noticed a new figure beside them. Who could you be? He inquired. I am Aisha Bale, Naruto-kun's wife and his first queen. Aisha introduced herself, surprising Ajuka with the news of Naruto's marriage. Well, Ajuka, I need your assistance. Can you create a peerage set for both of my wives? Naruto asked, causing Ajuka to raise an eyebrow at the mention of wives. What? Lady Lilith is also your wife? Ajuka asked, astonished as both Lilith and Naruto nodded. Yes, Lord Beelzebub, Lilith confirmed. That's excellent. Come on, I just made a few new sets, and you can have your own, Ajuka said, leading them to the lab. Inside, a complete locker system was present. He retrieved 2 peerage sets, each containing 15 pieces. Lady Lilith, Lady Aisha, please add your blood and magic to the pieces, Ajuka instructed. Aisha and Lilith each dropped a drop of blood infused with their demonic power. The cases began to glow as the blood was absorbed, a white glow for Aisha's case and a red light for Lilith's. Once the glow subsided, the pieces were revealed, most of which appeared mutated. After examining them, Ajuka noted that some of the pieces had indeed been mutated. As the two old friends caught up, Naruto shared tales of his adventures and the people he had met, while Ajuka described life as a Satan, which he found rather dull, expressing a longing to retire within the next century. Lilith and Aisha also received their peerage sets, and in the next chapter, Naruto would travel to other worlds, including the DC universe. After collecting the peerage sets, Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith returned to Bale Palace. Lilith utilized her mutated queen piece on her loyal member, Albedo. Albedo was an exquisite beauty with lustrous jet-black hair and a goddess-like face. She had golden irises and vertically split pupils, with 2 thick horns protruding from her temples and a pair of black angel wings at her waist. Clad in a pure white dress with silky gloves, she exuded elegance. Albedo was also an ultimate-class devil, on par with Grayfia. Lilith then used her 2 bishop pieces on Ingvild Leviathan, a half-devil, half-human descendant of the original Leviathan, who possessed the sacred gear, Longinus, Nereid Kyrie. Ingvild was an appealing young woman with long purple hair and orange eyes, wearing a white dress with a deep V-neckline that added an elegant touch. She was also an ultimate-class devil. Next, Lilith used her 2 mutated knight pieces on Shin Regula, her right-hand man. Shin had gray hair, colorless eyes, and a large vertical scar over his left eye. Dressed in black armor and a coat, he was also an ultimate-class devil. Lilith's first rook from the Balam family was Baru Balam, who had black hair and green eyes. He wore a green jacket over a white shirt, presenting a casual yet stylish appearance. He was a high-class devil. Her second rook was Medusa, who had long purple hair and black eyes. She wore a black polo neck top and blue jeans, also classified as a high-class devil. Aisha used her mutated bishop on you, a vampire with wavy golden blonde hair, crimson red eyes, and a porcelain complexion. Despite being over 300 years old, she appeared to be in her 20s. Yu's outfit consisted of a frilly white dress shirt and a black miniskirt, complemented by a white coat with blue lining. She was on par with an ultimate-class devil, possibly even stronger than Seraphal. In South Korea, Naruto and Aisha were teleported to Seoul to meet Cha Hae-in, one of Naruto's admirers. Cha was a lovely young woman with gray eyes and blonde hair styled in a bob. Dressed in a white t-shirt and black jeans, she had been saved by Naruto and Aisha during an attack by stray devils. She fell in love with Naruto at first sight, and after 3 months of traveling together, she proposed to be his girlfriend, to which Naruto happily agreed. Upon arriving at her door, Naruto knocked, and when Cha Heian opened it, she immediately kissed him. Naruto returned the kiss, and they shared a tender moment together. Needing air, she decided to break the kiss. "Hello, Naruto, Aisha-chan." Cha Heian exclaimed. "Hello, Hei-chan," Naruto replied. "Hello, Hei," Aisha added. "What did I bring for this visit?" Hei asked. "Well, Hei-chan, Aisha-chan has her peerage set, and as a promise, we came to help you reincarnate into a devil," Naruto explained. A mutated night piece appeared in Aisha's hands. Seeing the night piece, Cha Heian nodded, ready to become a devil. After performing the ritual, Cha Heian felt her powers increase, and black devil wings emerged from her back. She had packed her luggage to take with them to the Underworld. In Japan, Osaka, Naruto, Aisha, and Cha Heian were teleported for Aisha's second night. They met Asuna Yuki, one of Naruto's companions and a user of the sacred gear sword peerage. Asuna was a young woman in her 20s with long, chestnut hair and hazel eyes, dressed in a white blouse and a blue skirt, which gave her a casual yet stylish appearance. Naruto had met her during his stay in Japan when she was being pursued by fallen angels for her sacred gear. He saved her and assisted in her swordsmanship and magic training. Naruto visited her frequently, and Asuna began to develop feelings for him. After 5 years, she mustered the courage to confess her feelings, which Naruto accepted, not wanting to hurt her. He also promised to help her become a devil. After they arrived at their destination, Naruto knocked on the door. Asuna opened it and hugged him tightly. "Hello, Naruto, Aisha-chan, Fane." Asuna greeted them. "Hello, Asuna-chan," Naruto said. "Hello, Asuna," Aisha added. "Hello, Asuna-chan," Cha Heian chimed in. "What did I bring for this visit?" Asuna asked. "Well, Asuna-chan, Aisha-chan has her peerage set, and as a promise, we came to help you reincarnate into a devil," Naruto explained again. A night piece appeared in Aisha's hands, and seeing it, Asuna nodded, ready to become a devil. After performing the ritual, Asuna felt her powers increase, and black devil wings appeared on her back. In the familiar forest, Naruto and Aisha teleported to meet the only female dragon king, Tiamat, known as the Chaos Karma Dragon. She was an appealing woman with long, pale blue hair and dark blue eyes, exuding a cold yet captivating aura. Naruto had met her during a battle with Bahamut, and they became friends. Tiamat was one of the first beings he encountered after his exile. After a long date, the Dragon Queen asked Naruto to be her boyfriend, and he accepted. From that moment they fell in love. Sensing her lover, Tiamat flew towards Naruto, landing gracefully before transforming into her human form and kissing him passionately. Naruto returned the kiss. "Hello, Naruto, Aisha." Tiamat greeted them. "Hello, Tiamat-chan," Naruto replied. "Hello, Tiamat," Aisha said. "Are you ready to become a devil?" Naruto asked. "Of course, my Naru," Tiamat exclaimed. Aisha used her 8 mutated pieces on the Dragon Queen, and after her body accepted the pieces, she became a devil. After that, they were all teleported back to the Underworld. In the next chapter, Naruto and Aisha will travel to other worlds. Aisha wore a gracefully long white dress that reached the ground, complemented by white stockings and a crown-like head accessory. Standing at 171 centimeters, 5 feet 6 inches, and weighing 68 kilograms, 150 pounds, she exuded an air of elegance. Aisha was married to Naruto Lucifer, formerly known as Bale, and together they had 2 children, Sasha and Misha Bale. She had a rich history of affiliations, having been part of various factions, including the Necron clan and the Old Satan faction, and was once an heiress. Her status was that of a queen, and she held the title of an ultimate-class devil king, recognized as a super devil. Her immense demonic power was evident, as she was a natural-born super devil, surpassing even the original 4 great Satans. This was demonstrated when she easily defeated members of the Old Satan faction, which included high-class and ultimate-class devils. Aisha inherited the power of destruction from Naruto, utilizing it through her magic eyes of destruction. Additionally, she possessed the power of creation from her mother, which allowed her to create anything she desired. By the age of 15, Aisha awakened her magic eyes of creation, a skill that enabled her to manifest her thoughts into reality as long as she had a clear mental image. Combining her magic eyes of destruction and creation, Aisha could both destroy and recreate anything, a power she gained after receiving Naruto's blood. She was also capable of using defensive demonic powers, creating protective circles strong enough to withstand attacks from high satanic class devils. Aisha was proficient in demonic transformation, having been seen in the form of a black cat. Her magical abilities were enhanced through training under Lilith, making her a MSTR magician. She could create various objects and even food through her spells, showcasing her versatility in magic. Her spells ranged from healing wounds to resurrecting the dead, and she had the ability to create illusions or change her appearance. Aisha could also summon barriers and manipulate the ground, demonstrating her control over the elements. As a skilled combatant, Aisha possessed superhuman strength and speed, easily outmatching opponents like Conch. Her durability was nearly unparalleled, allowing her to withstand physical trauma and continue fighting without faltering. Aisha was a MSTR of hand-to-hand combat, combining her physical skills with her powers to overwhelm her enemies. She could fly using her wings, a natural ability of her demonic heritage, and was equipped with a queen piece, which granted her various attributes. Among her possessions was the Lotus Ice Ring, a gift from Naruto that enhanced her ice magic, symbolizing their bond. Lilith, known as the mother of all devils, was a pure-blooded super devil with immense magical power. She had not participated in the Devil Civil War, but her abilities were nearly high Satan class due to her connection with Naruto's mutated queen piece. As the second wife of Naruto Lucifer and the mother of Bael, Lilith had a complex family history, including being the ex-wife of Lucifer and Adam. She was a significant figure in the Great War against God and the fallen angels, standing as a testament to her strength and resilience. Lilith was characterized by her kind-hearted nature and wisdom, though she could be strict and assertive when necessary. Her experiences had shaped her into a strong leader, unafraid to confront those who underestimated her. Lilith was known for her fiery temper and impulsive nature, yet she was a competent leader and a skilled strategist. Her life took a transformative turn when Naruto saved her from the clutches of original Satan's descendants, and from that moment on, she became deeply devoted to him. Lilith's affection for Naruto was evident in her possessiveness, and she delighted in spoiling their children, especially her son, Anas. As a mentor, she played a crucial role in Aisha's journey to becoming the first female super devil. In her mid-20s, Lilith was strikingly appealing, with flowing blonde hair and captivating purple eyes. When she transformed into her devil form, her appearance changed dramatically. Horns sprouted from her head, black wings unfurled from her back, and her eyes glowed red. Standing at 168 centimeters, 5 feet 5 inches, and weighing 66 kilograms, 145.5 pounds, she commanded attention wherever she went. Lilith was married to Naruto Lucifer, formerly known as Bale, and together they had children, including Bael and Rizavim Levon Lucifer, the latter of whom was disowned. Their family continued to grow with grandchildren Valiana Lucifer and Razvan Lucifer, as well as great-grandson Vale Lucifer, who were also disowned. Once affiliated with the old Satan faction and the Lucifer clan, Lilith had strong ties to various mythological factions, including Hindu, Norse, and Shinto mythologies, as well as the West Yukai faction and Team DXD. As a powerful entity, Lilith was alive and held the rank of Queen, Mutated, and Ultimate Class Devil. Her immense demonic power was unmatched, especially after receiving Naruto's mutated Queen piece, which elevated her magic to rival that of the original Satan's. As the demon lord of lust, she embodied the very essence of longing, granting her immortality as long as these emotions existed. Lilith was also adept in defensive magic, capable of creating powerful barriers to protect against high-level attacks. Her mastery of transformation allowed her to take on various forms, including that of a tiger, and she was a skilled magician with a wide array of elemental magic at her disposal. This included fire, water, wind, lightning, and darkness magic, each with unique offensive and defensive capabilities. Lilith's spells ranged from healing techniques to powerful barriers and illusions, showcasing her versatility as a MSTR magician and politician. She was a formidable fighter, possessing superhuman strength and speed, as well as invulnerability to physical damage. Her equipment included a queen piece, mutated, which granted her various attributes, and a magical weapon known as the Golden Rose, a WHP imbued with the souls of angels, giving it devastating power against demonic creatures. In summary, Lilith was a complex character, embodying strength, love, and the intricacies of her role as a leader and protector of her family and allies. Yasaka is an immensely powerful yokai, comparable to the highest class of devils, and she leads the West Yokai faction in Kyoto. At 224 years old, she has a dignified presence and is known for her humility, politeness, and dedication as a wife, mother, and leader. While she is loving and nurturing, she also possesses a playful and flirtatious side, especially around her husband, Naruto. In her human form, Yasaka is a striking young woman with long blonde hair and matching eyes, dressed in traditional shrine maiden attire. Her appearance is complemented by a golden crown and a yellow kimono adorned with intricate designs. In her true form, she transforms into a magnificent nine-tailed fox with golden fur, towering at least 10 meters tall. Yasaka is the third wife of Naruto Lucifer and the mother of Kuoh Bale. She has a brother named Kurama and is affiliated with various factions, including the Kyoto Yokai faction and the Bale clan. As a great yokai, she holds a significant position within the yokai community. Her powers are vast, including immense magical abilities that place her among the strongest beings. She is a MSTR of Jujutsu, capable of casting powerful spells for both offense and defense. Additionally, Yasaka excels in Senjutsu, allowing her to harness natural energies and control the environment around her. Her skills in hand-to-hand combat have been honed through training with Naruto, making her a formidable opponent. Yasaka's abilities also include teleportation, invulnerability to physical harm, and the creation of protective barriers. She possesses a phoenix mantle that grants her immortality and enhances her fire magic. After a recent adventure, Naruto and Aisha returned to the Underworld, where they reunited with Naruto's family. They relocated his peerage members to a newly constructed house near his parents, an appealing traditional Japanese castle built by Aisha. The castle, with its striking blue exterior and golden accents, is surrounded by water and illuminated beautifully against the night sky. Following this, the trio set out to gather more members for Aisha and Lilith's peerage, traveling through various dimensions. In one such dimension, they arrived in the Mushoku Tensei world, where they encountered a blonde-haired woman named Zenith. She was preparing a meal in her home by the riverbank when Naruto and his friends appeared through a portal. Curious about her cooking, Naruto approached Zenith and asked her what she was making. Surprised by his sudden appearance, she turned to him and greeted him warmly, sharing a moment of affection. Naruto kissed her back and hugged her tightly, feeling the warmth of her presence. After they separated, she said, "I am making steak." "Well, what brings about this sudden visit?" he asked. "Aisha-chan got her peerage set, and we decided to bring you back to our world." "Really?" he exclaimed. "Yes, we are going to live together." "Well, come on, let's eat dinner." They all enjoyed dinner together, and afterward, they transformed Zenith into a devil, deciding to stay there for the night. The next day, Zenith said goodbye to the nearby villagers, and then Zenith, Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith left for the other world. In the heart of Tokyo, within the bustling city of Shinjuku, a battle of epic proportions was about to unfold. The city's neon lights flickered as a chilling wind swept through the skyscrapers, an ominous prelude to the clash between Gojo and Sukuna. The battlefield was set amidst Shinjuku's towering skyscrapers, starkly contrasting the ancient powers about to clash. The Tokyo Metropolitan Government building loomed in the background, its imposing structure a silent spectator to the impending battle. With her limitless cursed energy and the impenetrable infinity, Gojo stood at the east side of Shinjuku Station. Her eyes, usually hidden behind a blndfld, now revealed a glint of determination. She was the strongest jujitsu sorcerer, a force of nature ready to unleash her power. On the west side, near the high-rise office buildings, Sukuna, the king of curses, made his presence known. His menacing aura permeated the air, a testament to his reputation as the most feared curse. His arms flexed, ready for combat, a malevolent grin never leaving his face. As the battle commenced, the city of Shinjuku watched in suspended animation. The usually busy streets fell eerily quiet, the silence only broken by the clash of colossal powers. The city's modernity served as a stark backdrop to the ancient battle playing out, one that could change the course of jujitsu history. In this city of contrasts, amidst the old and the new, the battle for supremacy between Gojo and Sukuna raged on. Shinjuku, a town that had witnessed countless stories unfold, was now the stage for another tale, a tale of a battle that would be remembered for ages to come. As the battle reached a critical point, Gojo found herself on the brink of defeat. Despite her immense power, she struggled against the combined forces of Sukuna and Megumi, especially with the formidable Shinigami, Maharaga, and merged beast Agito in play. In the heart of Shinjuku, the battle intensified. Gojo received a devastating blow from Maharaga, the divine general, who had adapted to her infinity. The once vibrant city fell into an eerie silence as the reality of the situation sank in. Sensing Gojo's vulnerability, Sukuna seized the opportunity to deliver the final blow. His eyes gleamed with ruthless determination as he moved to strike. However, just as Sukuna was about to attack, something unexpected happened. A mysterious figure stepped forward, watching the battle unfold from the shadows. This newcomer intervened, stopping Sukuna in his tracks. With an effortless move, they countered Sukuna's attack, sending him flying towards a nearby building. The impact reverberated through Shinjuku, momentarily silencing the bustling city. Sukuna, who had been dictating the pace of the battle, was now momentarily out of the fight. The newcomers stood tall on the battlefield, their identity shrouded in mystery. As the dust settled, the city held its breath, waiting for the next move. The stage was set, the players were ready, and the battle for supremacy was far from over. With Gojo in their arms, the mysterious newcomers strode towards the group of onlookers. Each step was measured, and the tension in the air was palpable. The city of Shinjuku, once a bustling metropolis, now served as the backdrop for this dramatic scene. As they approached, the group parted to make way. They had been watching the battle from afar, their hearts pounding with every clash. Now, they watched in silent anticipation as the newcomer brought the injured Gojo to them. The newcomer gently laid Gojo down, her injuries evident but her spirit unbroken. The group gathered around, their faces a mix of relief and concern. They had been hoping for Gojo's safety, now she was with them. But the battle was far from over. Sukuna was still out there, and the mysterious newcomer had just made a powerful statement. The stage was set for the next act of this epic battle. As the group tended to Gojo, the newcomer turned their gaze back to the battlefield. Their identity and intentions remained a mystery, but one thing was clear: they were a formidable force and had just changed the course of the battle. As Gojo's eyes fluttered open, she first saw the mysterious newcomer who had intervened. Recognition flashed in her eyes, and a weak smile formed on her lips. In a voice barely above a whisper but filled with warmth, she said, "Naru." "Satori." Naruto replied warmly. Naruto, Lilith, Aisha, and Zenith were the newcomers to the battlefield. Lilith and Zenith healed Satori, and Lilith provided her with energy food to replenish her strength. Emerging from the debris of the fallen building, Sukuna stood tall, his form unscathed. The dust settled around him as he returned to the battlefield, his eyes fixed on Naruto. A flicker of curiosity crossed Sukuna's face. "Who is this person, and how did he manage to throw me with just a gust of wind?" he wondered. Despite the surprise, Sukuna was ready to face this new opponent. With a loud, commanding voice that echoed across the battlefield, Sukuna shouted, "Who are you?" His question was directed at the newcomer, an invitation to the battle, and a demand for an introduction. He then turned to Naruto, his eyes narrowing slightly as he asked, "Who are you?" Naruto mirrored Sukuna's question, asking, "Who are you?" The question hung in the air, adding another layer of tension to the already charged atmosphere. With an air of arrogance, Sukuna introduced himself, "I am Sukuna, the King of Curses." Known for his immense power and resilience, Naruto Bael stood confidently on the battlefield, his presence commanding attention. "I am Naruto Bael, the King of Darkness," he announced, his voice echoing across the field. He had just instructed his wives to take care of Gojo Satoru and was now ready to face Sukuna, the King of Curses. Sukuna's mocking tone rang out. "Whoa, Naruto Bael, the King of Darkness, is it? I must say, I'm intrigued. I've faced many opponents, but a King of Darkness? That's a first." He stepped forward, the ground cracking beneath him, and added, "I hope you're not all talk, Naruto. It would be disappointing if the King of Darkness couldn't put up a decent fight." His laughter echoed through the silent city, a chilling sound that filled the air with dread. Yet, despite Sukuna's intimidating presence, Naruto remained unfazed. "I didn't come here to exchange pleasantries, Sukuna. I'm here to end this." In an instant, Sukuna rushed towards Naruto, his hands imbued with immense power. The air crackled with tension as their forces collided, a spectacle of raw strength and skill. The battle intensified, their movements blurring to the onlookers. Sukuna's relentless attacks were met with Naruto's skillful parries and swift counterattacks. The King of Darkness was not just holding his ground, he was starting to dominate. Naruto's movements became a dance of power and precision, his attacks landing with devastating impact. Sukuna, despite his arrogance, found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up. In a desperate attempt to regain control, Sukuna unleashed his cleave attack, a powerful move known for its destructive force. The air vibrated with the attack's power as it hurtled toward Naruto. However, Naruto stood his ground, his gaze fixed on Sukuna. The attack landed, but to everyone's surprise, he remained unscathed. His clothes bore the marks of the attack, but he was untouched. The crowd watched in stunned silence as Naruto brushed off the remnants of Sukuna's assault, his calm demeanor sending a clear message: he was not to be underestimated. Sukuna was taken aback as he watched Naruto's clothes heal automatically. "How?" he stammered, but before he could process what was happening, Naruto prepared his next move. His aura flared, and a red and black sword materialized in his hand, the Swords of Oblivion, a manifestation of his immense power. He hurled them at supersonic speeds, the blades cutting through the air with deadly precision. The Swords of Oblivion surrounded Naruto, forming a barrier against Sukuna's attacks while also targeting him. Caught off guard, Sukuna attempted to dodge, managing to evade some, but others found their mark, impaling him in various parts of his body. The shock of the attack was evident on his face, and the spectators gasped in disbelief. Despite the pain, Sukuna quickly regained his composure. He activated his reverse curse technique, healing himself as the impaled swords were expelled from his body. As his wounds began to close, he retreated a few steps, studying Naruto, searching for a weakness. The King of Curses knew he needed a plan to turn the tide of battle in his favor. In a desperate bid to regain control, Sukuna unleashed his domain expansion, the Malevolent Shrine, engulfing Naruto within its confines. This was Sukuna's territory, where his power peaked. Without hesitation, he launched a barrage of attacks, each more powerful than the last, aiming straight for Naruto. Yet, Naruto remained unfazed. He nimbly dodged most attacks, his movements fluid within the Malevolent Shrine. Some of Sukuna's strikes landed but caused no harm, as Naruto's healing factor kicked in, instantly mending any cuts or bruises. His ability to heal was superior to Sukuna's, much to the latter's frustration. Sukuna watched in disbelief as Naruto stood tall, undeterred by the relentless onslaught. With a swift, powerful kick, Naruto interrupted Sukuna's domain expansion, sending him reeling back and breaking his concentration. The Malevolent Shrine flickered and dissipated, leaving Sukuna momentarily incapacitated. Naruto smirked, taunting, "Is that all you've got, Sukuna?" I expected more from the King of Curses. His words hung in the air, a clear challenge. The onlookers were in shock, witnessing Naruto's depths in the battle. With his superior healing factor and powerful attacks, he had disrupted Sukuna's strategies and even mocked him, leaving the spectators in awe of his prowess. The battlefield is filled with tension as everyone watches, their eyes wide with disbelief and anticipation for what will happen next in this epic confrontation. Sukuna, the King of Curses, begins to mock Naruto. Is this the best the King of Darkness can do? He taunts, attempting to regain control of the situation. He then unleashes his cleave technique, the spider web, aiming to damage Naruto. However, Naruto remains unscathed. The spider web, known for its destructive power, fails to harm him. His superior healing factor and robust defenses are more than a match for Sukuna's attack. In response to Sukuna's failed attempt, Naruto retaliates with a powerful kick, sending Sukuna flying through a nearby building, the impact shaking the city's very foundations. In the group of onlookers, Aisha and Lilith stand together, their eyes fixed on the battlefield. They watch as Naruto, their husband, faces off against Sukuna. Look at him, Aisha says, a hint of pride in her voice. He's just playing with Sukuna. Lilith nods, her eyes never leaving Naruto. I know. It's almost like he's not even trying. Yuji Itadori, Yuta Okatsu, and Maki Zenin, silently observing the battle, turn to Aisha and Lilith, their expressions filled with shock. Are you saying Naruto is just playing with Sukuna? Yuji asks, disbelief evident in his voice. Yuta and Maki echo his sentiments, their eyes wide with surprise. That's hard to believe, Yuta admits, while Maki adds, but if it's true, then Naruto's power is beyond anything we've ever seen. Emerging from the rubble of the building, Sukuna stands tall, unscathed, balancing Maharaga's large 8-handled wheel on his head. This wheel is not just a weapon, it adapts as Maharaga responds to new stimuli, making it a unique tool in Sukuna's arsenal. Across from him, Naruto stands ready, his posture relaxed yet alert, a clear indication of his readiness for the next phase of the battle. The tension between them is palpable. The battlefield becomes a flurry of movement as Sukuna and Naruto rush towards each other, their intentions clear. Another round of hand-to-hand combat. Sukuna, with his dismantle technique, aims to land a decisive blow, but Naruto is quick on his feet, effortlessly dodging the attack. In retaliation, Naruto uses his power of destruction, condensing it into a small ball and hurling it towards Sukuna. The attack lands, but it doesn't cause much damage. However, the wheel on Sukuna's head turns once, indicating its adaptation to the new stimuli. Naruto recalls how it adapted to Satoru's infinity and broke through it. With a confident smirk, Naruto addresses Sukuna, "You are trying to respond to my power of destruction, but it's useless." His eyes transform into the eyes of destruction, a testament to his immense power. He sends more small ball of the power of destruction towards Sukuna, each pulsating with energy. Sukuna counters them with his flaming arrow, causing a thick cloud of smoke to envelop the battlefield. The visibility drops drastically, but this doesn't deter Naruto. Using the smoke as cover, he rushes towards Sukuna. In a swift move, Naruto casts Gavest, a spell that releases raging purple lightning. The spell hits Sukuna, the electric current coursing through him. The King of Curses is momentarily immobilized, unable to move. With Sukuna temporarily incapacitated, Naruto seizes the opportunity to launch another attack. He casts Jurast, gathering jet black lightning in his hand. The lightning swells in size and power, a testament to the vast magic Naruto is borrowing. With a swift movement, Naruto releases the Jurast spell, directing the jet black lightning towards Sukuna. The attack hits its mark, causing Sukuna to fall to his knees. Struggling to rise, Sukuna summons Maharaga, the divine general, to his aid. Maharaga, known for his formidable strength, rushes towards Naruto, ready to engage in combat. Naruto, undeterred, also rushes towards Maharaga. The battlefield becomes a blur of movement as these two forces collide, their powers clashing in a spectacle of raw strength and skill. As Naruto and Maharaga engage in a fierce battle, Sukuna uses the reverse curse technique to heal himself. Once recovered, Sukuna summons another formidable entity, the merged beast Agito, to join the fray. The battlefield becomes even more chaotic with the merged beast Agito entering the fight. Despite facing two powerful adversaries, Naruto holds his ground. His movements are precise and calculated, matching the two beasts blow for blow. In a swift move, Sukuna uses his dismantle technique on Naruto. The attack lands, causing damage to Naruto. However, his injuries almost instantly begin to heal, his superior healing factor kicking in. Despite Sukuna's potent attack, Naruto remains unfazed, ready to continue the battle. The battlefield intensifies as Sukuna joins the fray, making it a 3 versus 1 battle. Naruto, however, holds his ground, skillfully countering every attack from Sukuna, Maharaga, and the merged beast Agito. Naruto then prepares to charge an attack known as Geo Graze. This powerful technique manifests as a jet-black sun that can be fired off at the enemy, attacking like a comet. The aftermath of the Geo Graze attack is devastating. Maharaga and the merged beast Agito are destroyed, their forms dissipating into nothingness. Sukuna has also suffered significant damage, half of his body severely injured. The battlefield takes another dramatic turn as Uram intervenes, using a block of ice to deliver an object created by Yozu. Naruto watches as the ice falls, his attention momentarily diverted. However, Aisha quickly steps in, attacking Uram for interrupting the battle. With a powerful kick, she sends Uram flying towards a building. The interruption is swiftly dealt with, allowing the focus to return to the primary battle. Meanwhile, Sukuna, despite his injuries, reveals a weapon from the Heian PRD known as the Cursed Tool, Kamyutoke. This new development adds another layer of intensity to the ongoing battle. The clash between Naruto and Sukuna continues, each moment more intense than the last. The next move will be crucial in deciding the fate of this epic confrontation. The battle is far from over. In the next chapter, Naruto faces Sukuna in an intense confrontation. Naruto, with a mocking tone, remarks that Sukuna needed help after receiving a weapon, showcasing his confidence. Sukuna responds with determination, stating he is ready to reveal his true power. Sukuna, known for his cunning and strategic mind, possesses a unique ability to restore his body. He had previously suspended this method, but as the battle escalates, he resumes his transformation, manifesting his true form. In this form, Sukuna gains a significant advantage, with additional arms and mouths that allow him to perform hand signs and chant incantations effortlessly. Wielding the cursed tools Kamyutoke and Hiten, Sukuna's power reaches its peak. He annihilates the elite Celestial Squad and the 5 Void Generals, repelling the forces of the Ape Clan's Desikan Squad. Sorcerers like Maki, Yuta, Yuki, and Yuji watch in awe as Sukuna transforms. The Thunder God, Hajime Kashimo, comments on the beauty of Sukuna's form, noting its perfection for a sorcerer. As the battle intensifies, Naruto and Sukuna engage in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Sukuna uses his 4 arms to push Naruto back, but Naruto quickly recovers and dodges Sukuna's attack. Coating himself with Tuki, an aura that enhances his strength, defense, and speed, Naruto gains the upper hand, sending Sukuna crashing into a building. Naruto prepares to unleash Galvadur, a powerful technique that transforms into a giant battle axe. However, Sukuna counters with his domain expansion, creating the Malevolent Shrine. Despite this, Naruto, protected by his magic, approaches Sukuna unscathed, his determination evident. Sukuna, surprised yet resolute, declares it is time to end the battle. Naruto echoes this sentiment, urging Sukuna to finish the fight. Outside the battlefield, spectators discuss the implications of Sukuna's transformation, realizing that Megumi Fushiguro is likely dead due to Sukuna's successful incarnation. As the battle rages on, Naruto decides to summon Venus de Noah, a powerful demonic sword capable of annihilating anything in existence. The battlefield is etched with black runes as Naruto grasps the hilt, revealing a dark longsword of immense power. The tension escalates as Naruto, wielding Venus de Noah, faces Sukuna. With a swift swing of the sword, Naruto severs Sukuna's forearms, sending shockwaves across the battlefield. The dramatic turn continues as Naruto closes the gap, severing Sukuna's legs. The sight of Sukuna, incapacitated and on the ground, sends shockwaves through the battlefield, altering the dynamics of the confrontation. The spectators watch in stunned silence as Naruto, the King of Darkness, stands tall, his depths in the battle undeniable. He looks down at Sukuna, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, Sukuna, he taunts, his voice echoing across the battlefield. I thought you were the King of Curses. But here you are, brought to your knees by the King of Darkness. It's almost pitiful. His words hang in the air, a clear challenge to Sukuna. In a final, decisive moment, the intense battle reaches its climax. Naruto swings his sword with a power that resonates across the battlefield, and Sukuna's head separates from his body, marking his defeat. Once filled with the cacophony of their clash, the battlefield falls eerily silent. The spectators, their breaths held in anticipation, witness the fall of the great King of Curses. A sense of disbelief permeates the air as they take in the sight of Sukuna's defeat. With Sukuna defeated, Naruto uses his power of destruction to obliterate Sukuna's body. In the aftermath, he manages to save Megumi's soul and sends it to the afterlife, ensuring a peaceful journey beyond. After the intense battle, Naruto walks towards the group of spectators, Aisha, Lilith, Zenith, and Satori. They greet him with warm hugs, relief and happiness evident in their tight embraces. Each of them expresses their admiration for him in their own way. Naruto turns to Satori, his voice carrying a note of relief. Well, I think everyone is safe now. Satori responds softly, wrapping her arms around him tightly. Meanwhile, Aisha uses her power of creation to restore the city of Shinjuku. Her magic works wonders, erasing all traces of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Once a battlefield, the town returns to its normal state as if nothing had happened. Yuta breaks the silence that has fallen over the group. Kenjaku's time is up, he declares. Naruto turns to him, puzzled. Who is Kenjaku? He asks, his question hanging in the air. Satori explains, Kenjaku is an ancient evil curse user, and he is behind all of this. Upon hearing this, Naruto turns to Yuta and asks, where is he now? Yuta replies, Kenjaku is currently engaged in battle with one of our sorcerers, Fumihiko Takaba. Hearing this, Naruto declares, let's go and finish him. Both of them disappear. The confrontation between Kenjaku and Fumihiko reaches its conclusion. Out of nowhere, Naruto and Yuta materialize behind Kenjaku. Alerted by their sudden appearance, Kenjaku spins around, sensing the immense curse energy radiating from Yuta. Naruto swiftly irks a barrier, effectively trapping Kenjaku and preventing any chance of escape. Meanwhile, Yuta charges towards the ancient sorcerer with determination. In response, Kenjaku activates his technique, causing a sudden shift in the battlefield. However, Yuta adapts quickly. He teleports to the other side of Kenjaku, catching him off guard. In a swift, decisive move, Yuta severs Kenjaku's head from his body, marking the end of the ancient sorcerer. In his final moments, Kenjaku utters, "My will be inherited," a cryptic statement that lingers even after his demise. Naruto then uses his power of destruction to obliterate Kenjaku's body, putting an end to the ancient sorcerer once and for all. Naruto and Yuta are teleported back to the group. Naruto turns to Satori and asks, "Ready to go?" Satori responds with a smile, "I am ready." Meanwhile, Lilith uses her powers to reincarnate Satori as a devil in her peerage. After bidding farewell to her students, friends, and acquaintances, Satori, Naruto, Aisha, Zenith, and Lilith are teleported to another universe. The Batcave, Batman's secret headquarters, is a place of mystery and grandeur. Nestled deep beneath the sprawling grounds of Wayne Manor, it is a cavernous expanse, echoing with the drip of stalactites and the whisper of bat wings. The cave's entrance is concealed by a waterfall, a natural barrier hiding the technological marvel within. As one passes through the waterfall, the shelter opens into a vast underground chamber, its walls lined with ancient rock formations. The air is cool and damp, filled with the earthy scent of stone and water. In the heart of the Batcave, a state-of-the-art command center stands amidst the shadows. A massive computer console, glowing with various screens, dominates the space, providing Batman with constant information. To the side, there's a fully equipped laboratory for forensic analysis, a gym for physical training, and an armory housing an impressive collection of gadgets and vehicles, including the iconic Batmobile. The Batcave is also a museum, a testament to Batman's many encounters and victories. Display cases hold mementos from past issues, each one a reminder of the challenges Batman has overcome. Despite its modern amenities, the Batcave retains a primal, rugged beauty. It is a sanctuary, a fortress, and a testament to Batman's relentless pursuit of justice. In the heart of the Batcave, Batman stands tall, his cape draped around him like a shadow. His eyes, sharp and focused, scan the multiple screens in front of him. To his right, Robin, the boy wonder, is at the computer console, his youthful energy contrasting with Batman's stoic demeanor. His fingers dance over the keys, pulling up data and running analyses. On Batman's left, Nightwing, once the first Robin and now a hero in his own right, checks their equipment. His acrobat's grace is evident in every move he makes. The Batcave hums with activity, filled with the low thrum of computers and the occasional echo of voices. Despite the urgency of their mission, there's a sense of camaraderie here, a bond forged in the fires of adversity. This is not just a team, it's a family. And the Batcave, their sanctuary, is a testament to their resilience and unwavering commitment to justice. In this hidden fortress, beneath the earth and away from prying eyes, Batman, Robin, and Nightwing prepare to face whatever challenges Gotham throws. They are the city's silent guardians, watchful protectors. In the depths of the Batcave, a sanctuary of solitude and order, Batman's commanding voice broke the silence. "Damian, what's the status of the Penguin's activities?" "I've been tracking his henchmen, Father. They've been seen near the Gotham Bank." "It could be their next target," Robin replied, his youthful voice filled with determination. "Good work, Damian. We need to be ready." "Nightwing, how are the preparations going?" Batman turned to his left, addressing the former Robin. "All the equipment is checked and ready, Batman. The Batmobile is fueled up and the batarangs are sharpened," Nightwing replied, his voice calm and confident. "Excellent. Remember, we work in the shadows to serve the light. Gotham depends on us," Batman reminded them, his voice echoing in the cave. "We won't let it down, Father," Robin and Nightwing responded in unison, their voices resolute. Suddenly, the Batcave was thrown into chaos as a glowing portal ripped open in the middle of the cave. Batman, Robin, and Nightwing sprang into action, their bodies tensed and ready for whatever threat might emerge. From the swirling vortex, 5 figures stepped out. The first was Naruto Bael, followed by his wife, Aisha. Beside her stood Lilith, a powerful sorceress known for her purple hair and mysterious aura. Satori, another of Naruto's companions, calmly observed her surroundings, while Zenith completed the group. Seeing these familiar faces, Batman relaxed slightly, his stern expression softening. Nightwing and Robin also eased their defensive stances, the tension in the Batcave dissipating into curiosity and anticipation. "Hi, Batman," Naruto greeted, his warm voice resonating amidst the flickering screens and echoes of dripping stalactites. "Hello, Naruto," Batman replied, acknowledging the greeting with a slight softening of his demeanor. "Welcome to the Batcave. It's not often we have visitors from other dimensions." "I trust you've come with a purpose?" Batman inquired, his question echoing off the ancient rock walls. "Well, I came to meet Diana and Kara. Can you get them here?" Naruto asked. "Understood, Naruto," Batman replied, moving towards the Bat computer. His fingers danced over the keys, sending a message through the intricate network of the Justice League, summoning Diana, the Amazonian princess known as Wonder Woman, and Kara, the Kryptonian heroine known as Supergirl, to the Batcave. Naruto turned to Batman, his voice filled with curiosity. "How is Gotham City, Bruce?" "Gotham is as it always is, Naruto," Batman responded. "A city of contrasts, where the bright lights of progress cast long shadows. Every day brings a new challenge, a new threat. But we're here, fighting against crime and corruption, protecting the city and its people. You didn't change at all, Bruce, Naruto noted, admiration evident in his tone. Batman's expression softened slightly at Naruto's words, a small smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Some things never change, Naruto. Last time I saw you, you had one Robin, and now you have a new partner in Robin, Naruto observed. Well, Nightwing is the previous Robin, whom you've already met. And this Robin is my son, Damian Wayne, Batman explained. You have a son, Batman has a son, and who is the mother? Naruto asked, curiosity evident in his voice. Damian's mother is Talia al Ghul, Bruce replied. Talia al Ghul, the daughter of Ra's al Ghul. Someone struck gold there, Naruto said, amusement coloring his tone. A rare laugh escaped him, filling the cave with warmth seldom felt in this place of solitude and vigilance. Indeed, Naruto, Batman replied. Damian, meet Naruto, the King of Destruction. Bruce introduced the young Robin to the interdimensional visitor. Damian Wayne looked at Naruto, his young face showing a flicker of curiosity. He assessed Naruto with the same intensity as his father. Naruto met Damian's gaze, warmth in his eyes. He nodded at the young Robin, acknowledging the introduction. I have heard a lot about you from my grandfather, Damian said, his voice carrying a note of curiosity. What did Ra's al Ghul say to you about me? Naruto asked, his tone inquisitive. He said you are powerful, able to stand toe-to-toe with Darkseid, Damian replied, respect evident in his voice. A new message arrived in the Batcave, breaking the moment. It was from Superman, requesting Batman to bring Naruto to the Justice League headquarters. Batman read the message and turned to Naruto. Superman has requested your presence at the Justice League headquarters. At the Hall of Justice, 5 figures gathered, their presence filling the space with an aura of power and determination. Superman stood tall, his cape billowing gently as he scanned the room, ever vigilant. His presence symbolizes hope, a beacon of light in the darkest times. Beside him, Martian Manhunter, the last survivor of Mars, stands in quiet contemplation. His green skin and red eyes starkly contrast his surroundings, a reminder of his alien heritage. Yet, his calm demeanor and wise words make him an invaluable team member. Aquaman, the king of Atlantis, stands with a regal bearing. His golden trident gleams in the light, symbolizing his rule over the 7 seas. His connection to the ocean gives him a unique perspective, one that is invaluable in their fight for justice. Wonder Woman, the Amazonian princess, stands with awe-inspiring grace and strength. Her lasso of truth glows at her side, a testament to her commitment to truth and justice. Her presence symbolizes empowerment, a beacon for all who strive for equality. Supergirl, the Girl of Steel, stands with an infectious youthful energy. Her blue eyes sparkle with determination, and her red cape flutters gently. Despite her young age, she carries the world's weight on her shoulders with inspiring strength and resilience. In the heart of the Hall of Justice, Wonder Woman and Supergirl receive a message from Batman. The message is simple yet significant. Naruto has arrived in the Batcave, and he wants to meet you. Supergirl, her blue eyes sparkling with curiosity, turns to Superman. She shares the message, her voice echoing in the Grand Hall. Superman, the Man of Steel, responds with anticipation, instructing her to tell Batman to bring Naruto to the League headquarters. Supergirl quickly sends a message back to Batman, her fingers dancing over the keys of her communicator. In the heart of the Batcave, amidst the flickering screens and echoes of dripping stalactites, Batman turns to his allies. His voice, deep and commanding, cuts through the cool, damp air of the cave. He instructs Robin to take care of the guests until they return and asks Nightwing to keep an eye on Penguin's activities. Understood, Father, Robin responds, while Nightwing acknowledges Batman's instructions with a nod. Batman and Naruto prepare to leave, a sense of anticipation filling the air. With a nod to Robin and Nightwing, they step towards the teleportation device, their figures silhouetted against the glow of the machine. The teleportation device hums to life, casting long shadows across the cave. In an instant, they reappear in the Justice League headquarters. As Batman and Naruto materialize in the Justice League headquarters, Supergirl steps forward, her blue eyes sparkling with anticipation. Her red cape flutters gently behind her as she approaches Naruto, greeting him warmly. As Naruto and Batman take in the grandeur of the Justice League headquarters, Wonder Woman strides towards them, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders. She greets Naruto with respect, leaning in to share a brief kiss. The room falls silent, the other heroes watching with surprise. Naruto returns the gesture, and as they part, he turns to look at Supergirl. Her smile has faded, replaced by a look of surprise. To lighten the mood, Naruto grins and acknowledges Wonder Woman, causing laughter to erupt in the room. Supergirl, determined, steps forward and kisses Naruto as well, her eyes fixed on Wonder Woman. The room watches in astonishment, but Naruto's surprised laugh breaks the tension, and the superheroes share a moment of camaraderie. With his characteristic grin, Naruto moves around the room, greeting each superhero in turn. From the Flash's quick wit to Aquaman's tales of the sea, he engages with each of them, his respect for their heroism evident. The atmosphere is filled with warmth and friendship, a testament to the extraordinary circumstances of this meeting. Superman steps forward, his blue eyes meeting Naruto's with a warm smile. He opens his arms and wraps Naruto in a tight hug, lifting him slightly off the ground. The room erupts in laughter and cheers, the superheroes clapping and whistling at the sight. Naruto returns the hug, his laughter echoing in the grand hall. As the meeting continues, the superheroes discuss various matters, and Naruto listens attentively, reflecting the seriousness of the discussions. Eventually, the meeting concludes, and Naruto, Wonder Woman, Supergirl, Superman, and Batman gather around the teleportation device. With a nod from Batman, they step into the device, the air shimmering around them as they disappear from the Justice League headquarters, reappearing in the Batcave. The Batcave welcomes them back, and they spend a few moments there before stepping into the teleportation device once more. This time, they reappear in Superman's house, their figures materializing amidst the familiar surroundings. As they settle in, a figure emerges from the adjoining room. Lois Lane steps into view with her signature grace and poise. Her eyes light up at the sight of the superheroes, especially Superman. With a warm smile and welcoming demeanor, Lois greets the group. "Welcome, everyone," she says, her voice filled with genuine affection. Her gaze lingers on Superman, a soft smile playing on her lips. She then turns to Naruto, her eyes reflecting curiosity and respect. "And a special welcome to you, Naruto," she adds, extending her hand towards him. The atmosphere shifts as the superheroes get acquainted with Jonathan Kent, Superman's son. Aisha, with a flick of her wrist, uses her pieces. In an instant, Wonder Woman and Supergirl are transformed, their appearances changing drastically. Aisha uses a mutated queen piece on Wonder Woman and mutated rook pieces on Supergirl. With the transformations complete, the superheroes, including the new forms of Wonder Woman and Supergirl, step into the teleportation circle. In a flash of light, they leave Superman's house and the world they were in, their figures blurring as they teleport to their own world, the DXD world. "Daddy," echoed Kuoh, Sasha, and Misha in unison, each spinning gracefully in their captivating traditional outfits. Luna stood beside her spouse, her heart filled with joy as she admired the cultural elegance reflected by her granddaughters. Kuoh was a sight to behold in her light pink and red kimono, adorned with intricate floral designs that danced with her every spin, a present from her thoughtful grandmother. Sasha wore a striking blue and silver hanbok, highlighting her features with subtle embroidery and refined lines. Misha exuded allure in a captivating lavender and silver qipao, showcasing a unique blend of traditional and contemporary styles. Naruto knelt down, spinning Kuoh in her stunning kimono. Concurrently, Sasha and Misha joined the cheerful family gathering. Naruto complimented Kuoh with a warm smile. "You look splendid in your new kimono, Kuoh. Have you thanked Grandma for it?" "Thanks again, Grandma," Kuoh responded joyfully, skipping over to Luna, who caught her and planted a kiss on her forehead. As Kuoh reveled in the attention, Sasha spun in her hanbok, and Naruto beckoned her over, Sasha, you look breathtaking. Have you thanked Grandma for the hanbok? Absolutely, Dad. Thanks, Grandma. Sasha replied enthusiastically, joining the joyful gathering. Meanwhile, Misha caught Naruto's eye. He called her over. Misha, come here. You look like royalty. Have you thanked Grandma for the qipao? Misha nodded gracefully. Yes, Dad. Thank you, Grandma. With a fond smile, Luna enveloped Misha in a loving hug, completing the joyous family moment. After sharing delightful moments with Kuoh, Sasha, and Misha, Naruto shifted his focus to his son, Anos, who stood nearby. Anos, attired in a majestic black and gold ceremonial robe, radiated an aura of royalty. Naruto, grinning, complimented, my son, you look like a prince in that robe. Have you expressed your gratitude to Grandma for it? With a nod of respect, Anos responded, Yes, Dad. Thank you, Grandma. As he joined the family gathering, the intricate designs of his robe shimmering in the light. With Luna's consent, she had spent an entire day with her grandchildren, gifting them new outfits. She justified her actions by stating that she had a decade's worth of birthdays and Christmases to compensate for, subtly blaming Naruto, who appeared remorseful. As Luna took pleasure in pampering her grandchildren, she orchestrated a shopping day filled with laughter and happiness. You're welcome, sweetie, Luna responded, tapping her grandson's nose. With a warm smile, Silas knelt down and took out a small leather box, revealing an appealing thin golden bracelet with sapphires for Kuoh. Not far away, Sasha, Misha, and Anos eagerly gathered around as Luna, with a gleam in her eye, produced 3 more small leather boxes. She handed them to Silas, who then presented each grandchild with a unique golden bracelet, Sasha's adorned with emeralds, Misha's with amethysts, and Anos's with onyx. Thank you, Grandpa, Kuoh expressed with a grateful smile, gently taking the bracelet. Sasha, Misha, and Anos echoed their gratitude, each saying, Thank you, Grandpa, as they received their own uniquely crafted bracelets. Thank you, my dear grandchildren, Silas responded, his face lighting up with a tender smile as he observed Kuoh's joy. Luna looked up at him and planted a loving kiss on his cheek. Despite his usual stern demeanor, Silas showed a softer side around Isabella and his grandchildren. Sasha, Misha, Kuoh, and Anos exchanged knowing looks, acknowledging the warmth in their grandfather's actions, and each gave him a kiss on the cheek. Luna, witnessing the familial bond, treasured the touching scene as Silas continued to reveal his gentler side. In the background was Isabella, dressed in an outfit similar to her mother's, casually leaning against the wall and fiddling with a bracelet on her wrist. As Naruto pivoted, he was met with the graceful presence of his wives, Aisha, Lilith, Yasaka, and his lover, Kuroka. Each of them was dressed in stunning kimonos that highlighted their beauty. Aisha's kimono was a lively mix of red and gold, with delicate cherry blossoms embroidered on the hem. Lilith wore a deep indigo kimono decorated with silver threads, exuding elegance and mystery. Yasaka's kimono blended traditional and contemporary styles, symbolizing her divine nature. Kuroka, known for her playful charm, wore a sleek black and silver kimono adorned with detailed patterns that emphasized her elegance. Each kimono was a masterpiece, reflecting the unique style and personality of its wearer, creating a spectacle of beauty that left Naruto in awe as he admired the exquisite sight of his wives and lover. You all look magnificent this evening, Naruto complimented warmly, giving Aisha and Lilith a brief kiss on the lips, admiring their elegance. Shifting his focus to Yasaka and Kuroka, he added, And you two are just as breathtaking. Immersed in a moment of shared love and admiration, Naruto felt thankful for the presence of his wives and lover, each radiating their unique allure in the enchanting kimonos they wore. Thank you, Naruto-kun, they responded in unison. Mama, you look so pretty, Sasha and Misha said to their mother, who smiled back, the warmth of the compliment reflected in her eyes. Kuoh echoed the sentiment, saying, Mama, you look so pretty, to her mother, who smiled in return. Anos also chimed in, telling his mother, You look so pretty too, and she smiled back at him. As do you, Kuoh. Remember, you must be on your best behavior tonight. Yasaka reminded her daughter, who nodded in response, happily settled in her grandfather's arms. Not far away, Aisha and Lilith, having overheard Yasaka, addressed their children in unison, and you three, Anos, Sasha, and Misha, best behavior as well. Moments later, Isabella appeared in an appealing crimson dress that matched her eyes. She carried a fluffy fan in her right hand while silver bracelets adorned her arms. With everyone present, they were ready to leave for the evening festivity. Heading to the Citri territory for a grand party held in honor of the Young Devil Gathering, the group learned from Luna that this event was a newly established tradition in the Underworld. It aimed to honor the young high-class devils who would one day assume control of their houses and duties from their families. Previously, the gathering served as a platform where young devils declared their future aspirations and strategies, presenting their peerage to the four Satans. However, this year, considering that the group was composed of siblings of the current Satans or members of the 34 pillar families, they opted for a more sophisticated and grand event. The air was filled with anticipation as they readied themselves to partake in the grand soiree hosted by the Citri family. The devils, including Sona Citri, Rias Gremory, Serorg Bael, Sikvera Agars, Diodora Astaroth, and Zephyrdor Glacialabalas, congregated for the Young Devil Gathering. As the excitement built up, Naruto turned to Serorg Bael, his cousin, and inquired, "Are you prepared for it?" "I am ready, Naruto-sama," Serorg Bael responded with resolve, acknowledging their close relationship and mutual respect as they stood together, ready for the forthcoming celebrations. It reverses and heals all damage done to the afflicted and can even heal stigmas inflicted by holy swords, which healing magic should not affect. Inoi, a spell that tracks the location of whatever it was cast on. Jade Esquesis, equally divides or fuses the user's source. Fles, a spell that allows the caster to fly. If the magic of their surroundings is disturbed, Fles becomes challenging to use. Artoria possessed immense superhuman strength, which she gained during her training. Her physical durability and ability to withstand damage are extremely high, allowing her to endure numerous blows from both internal and external assaults. She can withstand bullets, grenades, and low to medium explosives, survive falls from great heights, and endure beatings from superhumans. Artoria is also a MSTR swordsman, having surpassed even the legendary King Arthur in swordsmanship. She is recognized as the strongest swordswoman in her world. In addition to her sword skills, Artoria is an expert in hand-to-hand combat, having fought without her sword in a significant battle. She is a technique-type fighter who polishes her demonic powers and skills to efficiently dispatch enemies. As a devil, Artoria can fly using her wings, and she is also capable of flight without them. Her weapon, Dark Excalibur, is known as the holy demonic counterpart of Excalibur, said to possess immense destructive capabilities, freezing powers, and properties that can harm both dragons and angels. Dark Excalibur has a dual sword mode, making it a formidable weapon in battle. Crom Cruch is a reincarnated devil and former dragon, known as the Crescent Circle Dragon and regarded as the strongest evil dragon. He is on par with legendary dragons and has fought powerful opponents. Crom Cruch appears calm and quiet, often leaning against walls while waiting. He prioritizes his objectives and, despite his love for battle, can be strategic in his approach. He has a standoffish demeanor and prefers to fight alone, becoming frustrated if others interfere. However, he has a soft spot for Naruto's children, who affectionately call him Uncle. Despite his fearsome reputation, he has shown mercy in certain situations. In his human form, Crom Cruch is a tall, handsome man with a striking appearance, while in his dragon form, he resembles a majestic black dragon surrounded by a dark aura. He has a rich history, having once been controlled by an evil god before training in both the human world and the underworld. After being defeated by Naruto, he chose to train alongside him and eventually joined Naruto's peerage. Crom Cruch possesses powerful abilities, including the ability to breathe mighty flames and enhance his physical strikes with dragon aura. He can shapeshift between his dragon and human forms, maintaining his battle strength regardless of his appearance. His superhuman strength and speed make him a formidable opponent, capable of countering and fending off attacks with ease. Crom Cruch stood tall, his presence commanding as he faced Sirzechs in a fierce battle. Despite the overwhelming power of his opponent, Crom matched him blow for blow, showcasing his immense resistance to pain and damage, a result of his rigorous training. His durability was nearly unmatched, rendering him virtually invulnerable to physical trauma. In his tier of hand-to-hand combat, Crom enhanced his strikes by transforming his hands into dragon claws, channeling his dragon aura into each attack. His battle intuition, honed through countless experiences, allowed him to sense danger and counter opponents whose movements were otherwise undetectable. Aisha noted his ability to continually improve his senses during their encounters. Crom was also a stealth expert, able to conceal his presence from even the most perceptive individuals like Izumi, Rias, and Kiba, who often failed to notice him until he chose to reveal himself. With the majestic wings of a dragon, he soared through the skies, embodying the essence of his draconic heritage. Rosweiss, a former Valkyrie and now a reincarnated devil, was known by many names: Rose, the drunken Valkyrie, and Lucifer's female Rook, among others. At over 100 years old, she had served as a bodyguard for Odin and was currently managing Lucifer's castle. Though serious and dedicated to her work, Rosweiss often felt the weight of her unfulfilled romantic life. Her commitment to her duties had left little room for personal relationships, leading to a bitterness about her lack of a boyfriend. Quick to anger or become upset when teased about her situation, she maintained high standards for professionalism, particularly disapproving of inappropriate behavior. Despite her serious demeanor, Rosweiss was clumsy and sometimes made impulsive decisions. She had a low tolerance for alcohol, which often led to embarrassing situations when she indulged. Beneath her composed exterior lay a yearning for companionship and a longing for her future partner to be stable and successful. Raised in the countryside by her grandmother, Rosweiss had always felt the pressure of her family's expectations regarding magic. Although she struggled to inherit her family's magical crest, her academic achievements were impressive, leading to a reputation as the Valkyrie that's never had a boyfriend. Despite her challenges, her family remained supportive and understanding. During her time as a Valkyrie, Rosweiss faced difficulties in her duties, particularly in locating the souls of heroes for Valhalla. Appointed as Odin's bodyguard, she often found herself in a subservient role, taking care of him during his travels and enduring mistreatment from her peers. With long silver hair and striking aqua-colored eyes, Rosweiss was an appealing young woman. Her Valkyrie armor, adorned with gold and pale blue accents, complemented her fierce spirit. When not in armor, she preferred simple, plain clothing, reflecting her practical nature. As a high-class devil, Rosweiss possessed demonic powers that allowed her to cast spells and create special phenomena. She excelled in defensive magic, capable of shielding against powerful attacks and negating the effects of holy objects. A genius in Norse magic, she had developed intricate spells that showcased her talent, earning respect from her peers. In her journey, Rosweiss continued to navigate the complexities of her past, her ambitions, and her longing for a future filled with love and fulfillment. Rosweiss possessed the ability to enhance her physical abilities through magic, increasing her speed and altering her attire from a formal suit to her Valkyrie armor. She was adept at various types of magic, including healing spells, elemental magic, and sealing magic, which she had learned while researching Trihexa. Her skills allowed her to seal the movements of mass-produced evil dragons, showcasing her impressive offensive power. As a Valkyrie, Rosweiss had enhanced strength, speed, and durability, making her more formidable than an average person. After her reincarnation as a devil, she gained the ability to fly using her devil wings. She was reincarnated with a rook piece, which granted her enhanced offense and defense, and she wielded the Mistiltine wand, a powerful artifact meant for god-class beings from the Norse world. In the grand ballroom of Citri Castle, Naruto felt every gaze turned toward him as he entered with his family. His parents led the way, while he walked behind them with Aisha and Lilith, their arms linked with his. Yasaka and Kuroka followed closely, guiding the children. "Are all parties this grand in the underworld?" Aisha asked, taking in the opulent surroundings, from the diamond chandeliers to the exquisite food laid out on the tables. This is a special occasion, Lilith replied, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The Citri know how to throw a party. Naruto nodded, a grin forming on his lips. Yeah, Citri events are always high class. They don't hold back. With a gentle squeeze of Aisha and Lilith's arms, he added, we have a long night ahead of us. Let us enjoy it. As they approached Lord and Lady Citri, the couple welcomed their guests with warm embraces. Alexia turned to Naruto, arms open wide. Come here, you little troublemaker, she teased. He smiled and hugged her tightly, feeling her warmth and concern. You have us so worried. Your family is the only one that missed you. Don't run off like that again, she said, kissing him on the head. Sorry, Auntie, he replied, shaking hands with Lord Citri Turbido. Lord and Lady Citri, let me introduce some special people to you. He gestured to Aisha, Lilith, Yasaka, Kuroka, Inas, Sasha, Misha, and Kuoh. With a warm smile, Naruto introduced his extended family, ensuring his children were included. This is Aisha, my beloved wife and queen of my first peerage, he said proudly, gesturing to her. And this is Lilith, my wife and queen of my second peerage. He continued with Yasaka and Kuroka, highlighting their importance in his life. Allow me to introduce Yasaka, my wife, and Kuroka, my bishop, whose loyalty knows no bounds. Turning to his children, he declared, and now, my children. This is Anas, my son with Lilith. This is Sasha, my daughter with Aisha, and this is Misha, my daughter with Aisha. He emphasized each name, ensuring they felt the pride in his voice. And lastly, Kuoh, he said, gesturing toward Yasaka and her daughter. That's my daughter with Yasaka. Feeling the warmth of family, Kuoh embraced Alexia, Anas, Sasha, and Misha, finding comfort in the familiar embrace. Alexia's hand gently squeezed her knee, providing reassurance. Anas, Sasha, and Misha nestled closer, their faces filled with gratitude. Thank you for calling us, Anas said sincerely, breaking the silence. Sasha and Misha nodded eagerly, expressing their thanks. Kuoh, initially shy, found her voice in the warmth of the moment. Thank you, she said softly, her sincerity evident. The embrace felt like a cocoon of love and acceptance, wrapping around them as they shared soft words of welcome. The ballroom buzzed with activity, but their small group remained a sanctuary of warmth and connection. As the festivities continued, Luna observed her grandchildren with affection, noting how much they had grown and how their family had expanded. The joy of the evening was palpable, and the bonds of family were stronger than ever. They are just such a joy to be around, Alexia remarked with a smile. How is Seraphol? I hope she didn't take it too hard, Luna replied, recalling the hours it took to thaw out the ice created by Seraphol during her outburst. As well as one can expect. She thinks Naruto won't return her feelings if she tells him. No offense to Naruto, but he's always been a little dense regarding Seraphol, Alexia said. None taken. After all these years, I've held out hope that the two of them could marry and build a permanent bridge between our families. It would be a pleasant thought to have a shared grandchild for both of them. The things they had planned would make me the most pampered devil in the underworld, Luna added. Though it could still happen, she continued, noticing Alexia's raised eyebrows. Naruto has been given a special status because of his eyes of destruction. He can have multiple wives and become Lucifer simultaneously. Alexia nodded in agreement. Both women exchanged smirks, a brilliant plan forming in their minds to see their houses joined forever. A little while later, Naruto stood off to the side, having greeted various lords and ladies of the other pillar families. Many were overjoyed to hear he had finally returned, and thankfully, no one commented on why he had left. Most of the current lords and ladies were from his parents' generation, so they understood what had happened. However, he felt his annoyance build whenever some of them commented on their daughters and their compatibility with him, flinging potential marriage proposals his way so soon upon his return. His wives were by his parents, and he spoke with an individual he learned was Daihauser Belial, the current head of the Belial family and a top-ranking devil in the raiding games. From what he knew, Daihauser was still unmarried, which was uncommon, especially now that he was the head of his family. Hearing a commotion, Naruto became wary as he noticed Lord and Lady Gremory entering the ballroom, attracting much attention. He did not harbor hatred toward them, as they were his uncle and aunt, but he knew his family had taken great offense to what Sirzechs and Grayfia had done, which had cracked the relationship between their two families. The Gremorys had not punished Sirzechs for his actions and instead welcomed Grayfia as if all was right. Ultimately, devils were a selfish race, a fact he had accepted long ago. He lifted his wine glass to his mouth, but just as he was about to take a sip, he heard a small gasp from his right, followed by quick footsteps. The steps stopped just a few paces from him. "You're Naruto Bael," a young voice exclaimed. He questioned, tilting his head slightly before his eyes widened when he turned to see a boy around 9 or 10 years old, with familiar short red hair and a big happy smile. He wore a smart suit, complete with a little red tie and dress shoes. "Hi, I'm Multiverse Gremory. I'm your biggest fan, Mr. Naruto. I know everything about you and all your adventures with my father. My mama told me that I'm your godson. It's nice to finally meet you," he spoke quickly, bowing to Naruto. Naruto found it hard to keep up with the boy's enthusiasm. The son of his former best friend stood before him. Staring down at Multiverse, Naruto gave a slight nod. "Nice to meet you, kid." He turned away, but after a moment, he realized Multiverse was still standing there, looking up at him with wide eyes. "Is there something I can do for you? Did you fight against the faction of my father and the other Satans? And did you defeat the descendant of Leviathan?" Multiverse asked, his curiosity evident. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the boy's interest in his past. Nodding, he replied, "Yeah, I did. Everyone says you're as powerful as my father and the other Satans. Is that true, Mr. Naruto?" Multiverse continued. Naruto considered the question before nodding again. "Yeah, I guess you could say that. Shouldn't you be with your family, little Gremory? There you are, Multiverse. You shouldn't run off like that. You have people to greet," a familiar voice called out. Naruto turned to see a appealing woman in a dark red dress approaching them, giving Multiverse a reprimanding look. She wore elegant jewels and black heels, and Naruto recognized her as Venelana Gremory, Rias's mother. "You're the son of the current Lucifer, Multiverse. You have responsibilities and expectations," she reminded him. "Sorry, grandmother. I got excited," Multiverse apologized, turning his gaze back to Naruto. Venelana noticed where he was looking and quickly placed a protective hand on her grandson's shoulder. It was silly to think Naruto would harm her grandchild, but she didn't want to take any chances. He might have been like a second son to her, but 200 years was a long time, and people could change. She was fully aware of his strained relationship with Sirzechs and Grayfia. "Hello, Naruto," Venelana greeted. "Hello, Lady Gremory. It's been some time," he replied. "Yes, it has. For a while, I didn't think you were ever coming back. After 200 years, people start to gossip," she said, noticing his lack of acknowledgement as he looked off to his right, where Kuroka had caught his attention. Venelana elbowed him softly. "I can imagine. I just decided that, after all this time, I wanted to see my family," he told her, taking a sip of his drink. Naruto had known Venelana for as long as he could remember, and he knew she didn't like it when someone ignored her. She loved the attention, just like every devil. "Well, someone's been sorely missed. Luna will be happy you're back," she said, her tone lightening. "Not talking to each other." "And you?" he asked, sensing the confusion on her face. "Are you happy I'm back?" Venelana looked at him, a hint of hurt in her expression. "Of course I am. Do you forget how often you stayed with us during the summer months when you were little? All those Christmases and birthdays? The nights you snuggled with me at Gremory Castle after having a nightmare? Oh, I never forget. But those days are long over. You can thank Sirzechs for that," he replied as Venelana sent Multiverse off toward Lord Gremory, who was speaking with Lord Phoenix. "Naruto," she whispered, stepping closer and placing her hand on his cheek, causing him to freeze slightly. "Why can't you just let it go? What's done is done. This has to stop. I'm tired of seeing the two of you like this, and it affects Sirzechs too." Naruto gritted his teeth and turned to look at her, feeling a surge of anger at her words. "Sirzechs? He can choke on his bile for all I care. His tone surprised her. Why should I ever forgive a backstabbing traitor like him? Because he is your best friend. He is your brother. I have brothers, and he is not one of them. Brothers don't betray each other. Brothers don't love another brother's girl. They don't cuddle up to the girl the others love. Brothers don't take the woman the other wants to marry. Venelana remained silent, guilt rising in her stomach. She had known what Naruto had endured. Everyone had known. But she never expected it to be this intense. Naruto inhaled deeply, feeling the tension rise again. He shifted his gaze to the group of devils watching him and narrowed his eyes. They quickly turned back to their conversations. It took me 200 years to finally let her go, but I will never forgive them, nor will I forget the pain they have caused. I've moved on for the better with a woman I love dearly and with whom I have children. I know I will love again. Someday, the bridge between our two families can be rebuilt, but I do not anticipate Sirzechs and I will ever be friends again. That bridge is gone forever. Venelana felt her eyes water slightly, but before she could speak, she noticed the large doors at the front of the ballroom beginning to open, signaling that the rookie devil meeting with the 4 Satans was about to start. Looks like the show is about to begin, Naruto said, quickly finishing his drink. Nice to see you again, Lady Gremory. Venelana watched him head toward his family before deciding to join her husband and grandson. The knowledge of Naruto Bael having children could help rebuild the bridge between their families. Naruto joined his family with a nod and a slight bow. As he stepped up behind the line, Aisha latched onto his arm and kissed him on the cheek. It was clear he was not in the best of moods. He had already spoken to Lady Gremory about it, and she would ensure he was in a better mood when they returned to their room. Chapter End. First out were the 6 rookie devils. Unsurprisingly, Rias Gremory and her peerage took their spot before the stage with the thrones. She stood proudly in a dark red dress reminiscent of her mother's. Following them was Sona Citri, adorned in a dark blue dress, her violet eyes shimmering with pride and confidence as her peerage accompanied her. Among them, one possessed a portion of the Dragon King Vritra, prompting Naruto to note he would need to keep an eye on him. Next came Naruto Bael, Naruto's brother, known as the strongest of his generation, a fact Naruto recognized during their sparring sessions. As the 6 rookie devils took their places, the 4 Satans and Naruto's old friends entered and settled onto their thrones. The boys wore elegant dress shirts and breaths, complemented by armor on their chests and shoulders. Seraphal had finally traded her costume for an elegant dark blue dress, which, while appealing, retained a childlike charm. Falbium Asmodeus sat on the left, with Sirzechs and Seraphal in the center, and Ajuka on the right. Grayfia stood to the right of Sirzechs' throne. The 4 Satans quickly noticed Naruto. Ajuka nodded, and Falbium smiled, pleased to see him for the first time. Seraphal looked away, still annoyed from their previous encounter, while Sirzechs remained distant. Ajuka clapped his hands, signaling the meeting's commencement as a small group of older devils approached the stage. One stepped forward to officially begin. Good, you have gathered. You are here to witness the faces of those who will bear the burden of the next generation. This meeting occurs regularly to assess the young devils. The elderly male devil spoke solemnly, clasping his hands together. Sirzechs leaned forward. You 6 are devils of the next generation with true abilities that cannot be disputed. I want you to compete together before your debuts to enhance your power. Naruto muttered under his breath, rating games. Joy, as small chatter erupted among the devils. For a while, Naruto tuned out Sirzechs' speech and began playfully poking Kuoh with his foot, igniting a 10-minute poke war between father and daughter. Yasaka would have intervened, but Layla beat her to it when she noticed the attention they were attracting. If the 4 Satans noticed Naruto's distraction, they didn't show it. Sirzechs continued, I want you all to understand that you are the treasures of the Underworld. Now, we will hear about your respective future goals. Speak loudly so everyone can hear. The first to respond was Serorg, placing a hand on his chest and grinning at the leaders of the Underworld. My dream is to become a Satan. One of the elders interjected, it's unprecedented for a devil from the great king family to leave it. When the people of the Underworld feel there is no choice but for me to become a Satan, then I will. Next was Rias Gremory. My goal for the near future is to live as the next Gremory head and to win in each raiding game battle. The three other devils echoed similar ambitions, which bored Kuroka, who wished for someone to announce something different for a change. Finally, Sona Citri spoke up. I wish to build a school for the raiding games in the Underworld. Many higher-up devils frowned, confused by her proclamation. Isn't there already a school for that? Sona shook her head. That school only accepts high-class devils and those of privileged rank. I want to build one where low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without distinction. Surprised murmurs spread through the crowd, but Naruto nodded and smiled, though his expression quickly soured when the higher-up devils erupted in laughter. That's impossible, one exclaimed. This is just brilliant, another added. I see. So you're a little girl with dreams, a third mocked. Lady Citri. Lord Citri. You have raised quite a dreamer. What a pity, they continued. While many laughed, others frowned at their reaction. The Satans remained composed, though Seraphal's eyes glinted with anger at the mockery of her sister. The Gremorys and Bales shared similar sentiments, and Naruto looked at the laughing higher-ups in disgust. Sasha, unaware of the situation, simply knew that the adults were being unkind to the girl in the blue dress. I'm being serious, Sona insisted. The laughter began to die down after a moment. One of the higher-up devils cleared his throat and addressed Sona firmly. Sona Citri, low-class and reincarnated devils serve their high-class devil SS and are selected for their talent. Wouldn't building such a training institution cause the old families, who value tradition and pride, to lose face? No matter how much people say the world of devils is changing, change can be both good and bad. Teaching low-class devils is not your concern. It's strange. Why shouldn't you decide it won't come true? We're serious here. One of Sona's peerage members interjected, recognized by Naruto as the pawn who carried a piece of Vritra. Be careful how you speak, young reincarnated devil. Young Citri, your servant hasn't been properly trained. Before he could continue, a small ball of energy suddenly flew forward and struck the man in the face, drawing gasps from the crowd. Everyone turned to the Bale family, where the man quickly recovered. Naruto and Aisha looked down to see their daughter's hand outstretched, her cheeks puffed up like a squirrel's. Naruto sighed as his family rubbed their foreheads. He knelt to her level as the attention shifted. Sasha, why did you throw a ball of energy at that man? He asked, already knowing the answer. Her mother raised an eyebrow, unimpressed by the interruption. That old man was being mean to the pretty girl, she replied, causing some to coo and others to chuckle at her innocence. I don't like him being mean to someone's nice dream. The Bale family was left unsure whether to feel amused or embarrassed. They quickly chose the first option. How dare you? The man exclaimed as he wiped his face. You dare hit me, you little brat. Now, Silas interjected. It's not as if she did any lasting damage. It's just my granddaughter being willful, that's all. Just a child being a child. Grandchild? The man questioned. She is my granddaughter from my eldest son and his first queen. They had her in secret 9 years ago, Lord Bale revealed as Naruto nodded. Aisha scooped Sasha and Misha into her arms. Those unaware of this fact, including the rookie devils, some of the Satans, and Grayfia, were taken aback by the revelation that Naruto had a daughter. Grayfia looked the most shocked as her silver eyes gazed at Naruto's children. Naruto noticed the expressions on many faces and felt a growl of frustration within him as he realized some viewed his children as a means to gain power. He anticipated numerous betrothal contracts in the future. An elder exclaimed, "Lady Lilith," upon noticing her. Simultaneously, Sirzechs scrutinized the group and recognized the presence of the mother of all devils. She stood protectively around her son, Anos, who resembled a miniature version of Naruto. The sight stunned the rest of the devils, and some elders showed their respect by lowering their heads in Lilith's presence. "The stray cat," an elder shouted, pointing at Kuroka. All eyes turned to her, and Kuroka responded with a puzzled tilt of her head. The novice devils retreated slightly, except for Serorg, who remained calm and aware of the situation. Meanwhile, Rias was visibly protecting a frightened and upset Kaneko, keeping her safely behind her. The atmosphere was tense, filled with anticipation of what would happen next. "Why is everyone looking at me?" Kuroka asked, confused. "Beowulf, arrest her," Sirzechs commanded, and an elder screamed in agreement. Grayfia stepped forward alongside him, a chill in the air as a brown-haired man emerged from a red seal on the ground. "It's Beowulf," someone murmured. "Lord Lucifer's mighty pawn. He will show that cat." Beowulf darted through the crowd, which instinctively parted, heading straight for Kuroka. She stood her ground, ready to defend herself. However, before Beowulf could reach her, he was abruptly pulled down. The ground beneath him cracked, and he found himself unable to move. "Someone with gravity is pulling me down," Beowulf realized, struggling against the unseen force. "But can't move my body. It's as if someone is preventing me from doing so," he expressed. All eyes followed the direction of Naruto's pointed finger, and realization dawned on Sirzechs. Gravity manipulation, he thought, understanding the force immobilizing Beowulf. The powerful pawn declared, "My lord, please step aside. I have orders from Lord Sirzechs to see her away." As he spoke, Naruto intensified his gravitational pull, causing Beowulf to sink entirely into the ground. "Why would I allow that? I can't stand by and watch my dear bishop get hurt in front of everyone," Naruto replied. "Bishop?" the elders echoed in shock, while the Satans and Grayfia, except Seraphol, stared at him as if he had lost his mind. "That's exactly what I said." "Are you having trouble hearing?" he retorted, while Kuroka peeked over his head and teasingly stuck her tongue out at them. "Naruto, she murdered her previous MSTR in a fit of madness and then fled. She's an adversary. She must be either imprisoned or executed immediately," Falbium informed him. "In my opinion, her former king was not a good person. If she hadn't taken action, someone else would have eventually. Now, she is my bishop, which means her life is under my protection," Naruto stated firmly. "Naruto, she's a lawbreaker," Sirzechs countered. Naruto turned to face him, stepping forward with a grave expression. He descended from the stage, never breaking eye contact with Naruto. "She must pay for her wrongdoings," he asserted. Naruto questioned, "What led you to issue the order to exterminate all Nekashu species entering their territory?" Naruto's question sent a wave of shock through everyone present. Silas asked, "Lord Lucifer, did you truly order the extermination of all Nekashu species?" Kaneko appeared visibly shaken by this revelation. The room fell into a tense silence as they awaited Sirzechs' response. "No!" Sirzechs exclaimed. Naruto challenged, "Then who authorized this?" He presented a contract bearing Sirzechs' signature, which seemingly ordered the extermination of the Nekashu species. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone awaited Sirzechs' response to this damning evidence. The tension was palpable, the air thick with anticipation. Sirzechs denied any knowledge of the order, stating, "I didn't sign this, and I wasn't even aware of such an order." "If you have any doubts, verify this contract for yourselves," Naruto confidently offered. Seraphol and Ajuka examined the contract closely. After a thorough examination, they nodded, agreeing with Naruto's claim. The room was filled with a tense silence as everyone waited to see how Sirzechs would respond to this new development. One of the elders wondered, "How did this brat obtain that contract? I had kept it securely in my office." Naruto challenged, "Are you striving for peace in the Devil Society, or have you decided to ignite a war with other factions?" "I have brought peace for the devils, yet only your name appears in the history books. I don't believe you are suitable for the position of Lucifer, you red-haired scoundrel." Naruto declared, "I challenge you to the rating games for the position of Lucifer." His words sent a wave of shock through the room. Sirzechs found himself in a difficult position. He knew his authority would be questioned if he declined Naruto's challenge. However, accepting the challenge meant facing Naruto in the rating game, a contest he was likely to lose given Naruto's superior strength. "I accept," Sirzechs finally stated. Naruto responded confidently, "Good, send me the time and place of the match. I will meet you all there." Once the tension had subsided and everyone had returned to their usual demeanor, Naruto voiced his thoughts. By the way, I find Sona's dream very admirable. I will fully support her when she decides to make her dream a reality. I'm not surprised that narrow-minded old fools like you don't understand. I suppose age is finally catching up with you. Naruto couldn't suppress a grin as the young devils' meeting drew to a close. The drama that had unfolded was enough excitement for one evening. Despite the dramatic events, the atmosphere in the room gradually returned to normal. However, the news of what had transpired would undoubtedly spread rapidly throughout the underworld. As the meeting concluded, the Satans vacated their thrones, and the elders hastily exited the room. Naruto felt a familiar pair of arms encircle him. "Have you forgiven me yet?" he asked. Seraphol responded with a broad smile and a nod of affirmation. "I apologize for my earlier mood, Naruto. The news of you having children took me by surprise. It would have been best if you had informed me," she expressed, her face adorned with a pout. She didn't appreciate being kept in the dark about such matters. "That's okay," he told her, patting her hand. Seraphol's gaze shifted between Lilith, Aisha, Kuroka, and Yasaka, the four women who held a special place in Naruto's heart. As Aisha averted her gaze, Lilith locked eyes with Seraphol. Their eyes narrowed, sizing each other up in a silent challenge. "Game on," Seraphol thought before breaking the eye contact. She then engaged Naruto in light-hearted banter, which Falbium soon joined. The three old friends lost themselves in reminiscence. Unbeknownst to Naruto and Seraphol, their mothers were observing them, their eyes twinkling with amusement and affection. At the Gremory estate, Venelana Gremory stood before her large mirror, running her golden comb through her brown hair. She preferred sleeping without any clothing, finding it too restrictive, a trait her husband never complained about and seemed to have been inherited by her daughter. The young devil meeting that evening was nothing short of a whirlwind, an event that would undoubtedly be the talk of the town in the coming days. This was primarily due to Naruto challenging her son to take the position of Lucifer. The power that her son, Sirzechs, had inherited from her was formidable. From his BR, she knew there was something extraordinary about him. With the immense power he possessed, she inwardly acknowledged that being Lord Gremory would not suffice. The only position that could match his capabilities was that of a Satan Lord. Venelana could acknowledge the same for Naruto and Ajuka. While Seraphol and Falbium were incredibly powerful in their own right, only Ajuka, especially Naruto, had the power to match Sirzechs. She had grown close to both boys as they were frequent visitors to her home. The bond between the three boys, along with Falbium and Seraphol, had helped unite their 5 families. Seeing Naruto again after over 200 years felt like a burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Despite the strain between their families, she genuinely considered Naruto a surrogate son. His family and the Citri family had been like an extended family to her for a long time. She was saddened that this large family was fractured due to her son's actions. Contrary to what the Bale family believed, she was upset with her son. He had betrayed his closest friends most terribly. She was fond of Grayfia and welcomed her into their family as a mother would, but she made it clear that she would be keeping a close watch on her. She wished the circumstances under which Grayfia had joined their family differed. They concocted a story for the Underworld. Since Naruto and Grayfia's relationship was not public knowledge, except among the lords and ladies, it was easy to keep the truth hidden. They told everyone that they were lovers from opposing sides and that their love was what led Grayfia to join their side. It was cheesy and she knew it, but people bought it, and that was enough. Her son's happiness had perhaps influenced her judgment regarding Sirzechs and Grayfia. For a long time, she had anticipated that Grayfia would leave or that some event would drive them apart. As it turned out, both of them had privately divorced, keeping the news confined to themselves. Sirzechs had then married a woman from a branch of the Gremory family, and their son, Khaos, was born. With Naruto's return from his self-chosen exile, she knew their relationship would face some turbulent times. "Come in," Venelana called, turning to see her daughter Rias entering her room. She noticed the conflicted expression on Rias's appealing face and motioned for her to sit beside her. As Ria sat down, Venelana stood up, took a comb from one of the drawers, and began brushing her daughter's appealing red hair, a trait inherited from her husband. "Mom," Rias began, fiddling with her robe and looking at her mother through the mirror. "Yes, Rias?" Venelana responded, brushing her daughter's crimson hair and smiling. She cherished these mother-daughter bonding moments, reminiscent of her mother's actions. Many people have been asking about what happened at the Citri estate today. "About what transpired between Naruto Bael and One-Isan," she said, feeling the pace of the brush in her hair slow down. Venelana took a deep breath. She knew this question was inevitable, but she wasn't sure if it was her place to answer. "What happened between your brother and Naruto Bael is a thing of the past, Rias. It's in the past. But the past still seems to be alive today. You saw how bitter Naruto Bael was today towards Sirzechs. Towards our family. Why is that?" "Rias," Venelana began, stopping the brush. "You must understand. No. Something bad happened between them, and I need to know why the Bale family holds such a grudge against us. As the heir to the Gremory family, I need to know about any rivalry or bad blood between our families." Venelana sighed. She knew her daughter was right, but she had hoped that the past between the two former friends would remain hidden forever. It was a miracle the Bales hadn't told anyone, but they probably kept it a secret for Naruto's sake. Her daughter looked at her impatiently. She had inherited that trait from her as well. "Very well," she told Rias, who quickly straightened up, ready to listen to what Venelana had to say. "However, once I tell you, your opinion of certain people may change. Please remember that your family loves you. Your brother loves you, and what happened was something many wished never happened the way it did." Venelana sat in front of her daughter and began the story that shook the Underworld 200 years ago, a story that had been carefully hidden but was now about to be revealed, the story of the deep-seated animosity between the Gremory and Bale families. Seeing Aisha in her attire caused Naruto to smile. Slightly sitting up, he said, "It was worth it for the view. You look amazing." Aisha's eyes lit up with delight at the compliment, and she took a slow step toward the bed. Naruto ran his fingers lightly along Aisha's arms, causing her to shiver. She closed her eyes and sighed softly. Leaning closer, Aisha whispered in Naruto's ear, her voice low, "You're making it hard for me to resist." As she climbed onto the bed, her outfit revealed more of her figure. Naruto felt his heart race as their lips finally met, exchanging a knowing look. Naruto's heart raced as he traced the contours of Aisha's collarbone with his fingertips, feeling the warmth of her skin. He looked into her eyes, saw the longing there, and knew this was a moment he would never forget. "I don't want you to resist," he murmured. As their kiss deepened, Aisha pressed closer, her fingers tangling in his hair. The room was filled with the sound of their heavy breathing, creating a symphony of longing that neither could resist. With a gasp, Aisha surrendered to Naruto's touch as they continued to explore each other. In that moment, Naruto felt a surge of emotion, love, longing, and gratitude for the incredible woman in his arms. As Aisha's breaths quickened, Naruto felt a rush of excitement. He leaned in closer, whispering sweet words that made Aisha shiver with anticipation. Aisha couldn't help but respond to his touch, her body reacting to every caress. They were lost in their own world, the connection between them deepening with each passing moment. Naruto smiled, feeling the warmth of Aisha's skin beneath his fingertips. He knew they had plenty of time to explore each other, and that thought filled him with joy. With a gentle push, Naruto laid Aisha back, her legs splayed before him. "I can't wait to be close to you," he whispered, leaning in to savor the moment. Aisha ummed softly in response, her anticipation palpable. Naruto leaned in, ready to explore the depths of their connection, cherishing every moment they shared together. As they continued to lose themselves in each other, the world outside faded away, leaving only the two of them in their own blissful reality. Naruto approached Aisha as she was coming down from her moment of bliss and planted a gentle kiss on her lips, sharing in the warmth of their connection. "That was amazing," Aisha murmured against his lips, her eyes heavy with satisfaction. Beneath him, he could feel her body quivering slightly, a testament to the intensity of their experience together. Aisha gasped as she felt the teasing warmth of Naruto's breath against her. She arched her back, instinctively wanting to draw closer to him, her longing evident. Naruto responded to her unspoken need, his movements gentle yet deliberate as he explored her with care. Aisha struggled to maintain her composure, the sensations overwhelming her as she gripped the sheets tightly, her knuckles turning pale. Each moment felt electric, heightening the connection between them. Aisha felt a rush of emotions as Naruto's presence enveloped her. She found herself lost in the moment, her heart racing as she whispered his name, "Naruto, please." He looked at her with a confident smile, sensing her anticipation. As he continued to engage with her, his movements became more deliberate, and Aisha felt a surge of excitement building within her. Her breath quickened, and she could feel the tension rising as she approached a pivotal moment. "Oh, Naruto, I am," she started, her voice trailing off as the intensity grew. With a final, decisive action, Naruto brought her to a peak of exhilaration. Aisha gasped, overwhelmed by the experience, her senses heightened as she reveled in the connection they shared. As the waves of emotion settled, Aisha felt a sense of bliss wash over her, and she knew this moment would be etched in her memory forever. Aisha fell back onto the bed, her skin glistening with sweat and her chest rising and falling rapidly. After tracing a path back up her body, Naruto leaned in and kissed her deeply. A shiver ran down her spine as she tasted the sweetness of their connection on his lips. "You're amazing," Naruto murmured, his voice filled with warmth and admiration. Aisha smiled up at him, her eyes sparkling with joy. "So are you," she replied, pulling him down for another kiss. "But we are not finished yet, are we?" Naruto chuckled softly, his hands exploring the softness of her skin, feeling the lingering warmth between them. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, their connection palpable, a force that coursed through every nerve in their bodies. As they shared tender moments, the intimacy of their bond deepened, each kiss and touch amplifying the emotions swirling around them. The room was filled with a sense of closeness, a shared experience that brought them even closer together. In that moment, nothing else mattered but the two of them, lost in each other's presence, savoring the beauty of their connection. Aisha's expert touch was relentless as Naruto gripped the sheets tightly, his breath coming in ragged gasps. I can't hold back any longer," he whispered, his voice filled with desperation. Aisha responded with a deep hum, her gaze never leaving his. She continued to draw him in, her movements filled with precision and passion. Naruto's body trembled as he reached a breaking point. He gasped, the words barely escaping his lips. With a final surge of emotion, he surrendered completely. Aisha maintained her rhythm, coaxing every last bit of him. Naruto lay back, his skin glistening with sweat as he caught his breath. She leaned closer, her lips brushing against his ear. "You taste even better." A smile spread across Naruto's face as he expressed his immense love and gratitude to the woman who had brought him to such heights of joy. With a contented smile, Aisha moved closer, her fingers lightly tracing over his skin, leaving a trail of tingling sensations. "How was that?" she asked, her voice a soft whisper. Naruto looked up at her, his eyes filled with love and admiration. He pulled her down, sharing a deep kiss that spoke volumes of their connection. "Incredible," he murmured against her lips. "AI, you are amazing." Aisha's eyes sparkled with mischief as she smiled back at him. Aisha playfully teased, "Not done yet." Naruto chuckled, enjoying the warmth of her presence. He turned her onto her back, positioning himself comfortably beside her. "Not even close," he replied, his voice low and filled with affection. "You drive me crazy, AI." Aisha's eyes sparkled with a mix of mischief and warmth. "Then show me," she whispered, her breath warm against him. As they shared a moment of connection, Naruto felt the bond between them deepen. Aisha gasped softly, her fingers gripping his shoulders as they embraced. The intensity of their feelings was palpable, a blend of joy and the emotional ties they had formed. When their gazes locked, Naruto realized that nothing could ever come between them. "Naruto," Aisha breathed, her voice trembling slightly. He moved closer, each gesture filled with care and tenderness. The sound of their breaths harmonized with the rhythm of their closeness, creating a appealing melody of shared moments. Naruto leaned down, kissing her gently, their lips meeting in a familiar dance. Aisha responded, her body instinctively drawing nearer to him, seeking the warmth of their connection. With each touch, their bond grew stronger, filled with affection and understanding. Naruto whispered her name softly, his voice rich with emotion, as he continued to express his love for her in every way he could. I will always be here for you, no matter what. As she met his gaze, a tear streamed down her cheek. I know, she said softly. I love you, Naruto. The atmosphere between them was charged with emotion, and as they drew closer, the world around them seemed to fade away. They were lost in each other, their connection deepening with every shared glance and touch. Naruto collapsed beside Aisha, drawing her into his arms. They lay together, their breathing gradually returning to normal, wrapped in the warmth of their affection. Aisha snuggled against Naruto's chest, tracing patterns on his skin. That was incredible, she whispered, her voice filled with contentment. Naruto kissed the crown of her head, his heart swelling with love. You are incredible AI, he replied tenderly. Are you ready for round 2? He asked, a playful grin spreading across his face. Aisha's eyes sparkled with renewed longing. Always, she whispered, her voice brimming with anticipation. Their lips met in a passionate kiss, and the warmth between them reignited. Aisha responded eagerly, pulling him closer. Naruto felt his heart race as the air around them filled with the intensity of their emotions. With a gentle touch, he explored her, and Aisha's soft gasps encouraged him. Their connection was electric, and they moved together, lost in the rhythm of their shared affection. As they continued, their breaths mingled, creating a symphony of sounds that echoed in the room. Naruto's hands found Aisha's waist, and he leaned down to leave soft kisses along her neck, expressing his adoration. AI, you feel so good, he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. Aisha clung to him, her fingers tracing his back. Naruto, please. Don't stop, she urged, her voice a mix of longing and affection. With every kiss and touch, they deepened their bond, each moment filled with love and trust. Their laughter and whispers filled the room, a testament to their connection. As they lay together, exhausted but content, Naruto held Aisha close, his heart full. You're amazing AI, he whispered, his voice tender. Aisha smiled, her eyes heavy with sleep but shining with love. So are you, Naruto, she replied, settling into his embrace. Just then, the door opened, and Lilith entered the room. Her presence was striking, and her confidence filled the space. Well, it seems my dear husband is still awake, Lilith said with a playful smile as she approached. Naruto's attention was drawn to her, and he felt a fresh wave of energy surge through him. Lilith's playful demeanor and charm were captivating, and as she moved closer, the atmosphere shifted once more. Hello, Naruto, she said, her voice teasing and light. As they exchanged glances, the air was thick with unspoken possibilities, and the night was far from over. Luna Bael arrived at her son's castle in the evening. Upon entering, she noticed her daughter-in-law, Yasaka, and her son's companion, Artoria, sitting and chatting while the children watched TV. Seeing Luna, Yasaka and Artoria approached her. Yasaka greeted warmly, Hi, cousin. Hello, Yasaka-chan, Artoria-chan. Where is Naruto? Luna asked. Naruto-kun is in their bedroom, Luna-sama, Artoria replied. Luna inquired, And what happened to my son? Naruto-kun, Aisha-chan, and Lilith-chan were exhausted from their activities last night, Yasaka explained. Understanding, Luna nodded. Yasaka-chan, we have a dinner party at the Phoenix Mansion tomorrow. We'll be attending it. Okay, Ka-san, I'll inform Naruto-kun, Yasaka responded. Luna suggested, if you and the kids are ready, watch the peerage battle between Sona, Rias, Serorg, and Diodora. It will be a good opportunity for the kids to learn about the raiding game. They're ready, Ka-san, Yasaka confirmed. Let's go then, Luna said. Yasaka gathered the children and instructed Artoria to inform Naruto about the dinner with the Phoenix family. Artoria nodded in agreement, and with the children in tow, Yasaka and Luna left the castle using a magical circle. Raiding Game Stadium. Bale and Citri VIP stand. As they arrived at the stadium, they reached the main VIP box, which had been allocated specifically for the Citri and Bale families. The spacious, elegantly decorated room offered a perfect view of the battlefield below, allowing them to watch the upcoming peerage battles comfortably. As they entered the VIP box, they noticed Lady Citri, Alexia Citri, already seated comfortably, awaiting the start of the peerage battles. She greeted them with a warm smile as they joined her, settling in to enjoy the upcoming matches. Luna Bael, Yasaka, and the children entered the VIP box and were greeted by Lady Citri and Alexia Citri, the head of the Citri clan. "Luna, it's a pleasure to see you," Alexia said warmly, rising from her seat to greet them. "Alexia, the pleasure is mine," Luna replied with a smile, embracing her briefly. "It's always good to spend time with old friends." Alexia then turned to Yasaka and the children. "Yasaka-chan, how lovely to see you as well. And these must be the little ones," she said, smiling at the children. "Yes, they are," Yasaka responded, returning the smile. "They're excited to watch the battles today." Alexia nodded approvingly. "It's good for them to see these matches. They'll learn much about the raiding game." "That's what we were thinking as well," Luna said. "It's a valuable experience for them." Alexia gestured to the seats. "Please, make yourselves comfortable. We have a great view from here." As they all settled in, the atmosphere was filled with anticipation for the upcoming matches. The two matriarchs exchanged knowing glances, each understanding the day's significance for their families. Their conversation continued as they turned to the stadium, where Sona and Rias, accompanied by their peerage, made their way to the center of the field. Meanwhile, the four Satans were settling into their seats in the Satan box. As the match began, additional guests arrived in the VIP box. Turbido Citri, the head of the Citri clan and Alexia's husband, entered with Silas Bael, the head of the Bale clan and Luna's husband. Alongside them was Isabella Bael, Luna and Silas's daughter. The group joined Luna, Yasaka, and Alexia, taking their places to watch the ongoing battle. As the match continued, Yasaka sighed, observing, "This match is rather one-sided," holding her head in her hand. Isabella, Luna, and Alexia nodded in agreement while Silas and Turbido looked on with confusion, trying to grasp the unfolding dynamics. From the beginning, Sona Citri had been in total control. Her calm demeanor and precise orders to her peerage underscored her strategic mastery and the loyalty she commanded. Sona's presence was authoritative, though she had yet to personally engage in the match, suggesting she might shift the game's balance if needed. In contrast, Rias Gremory appeared entirely out of sorts. Her exhaustion was palpable, with dark circles under her eyes and her usually vibrant hair looking dull. She had struggled through the night, leaving her peerage visibly unsettled and off their game. Rias's rook, Kaneko, was already out of the match, causing Kuroka and Kiba to wince with concern. Akino was defending against Sona's queen, Tsubaki, and her two knights, while Asia, Rias's bishop, was similarly engaged. The only standout from Rias's peerage was Izumi Hayu, her pawn and wielder of the boosted gear, who had managed to take out one of Sona's rooks and was now locked in a fierce battle with Saji, Sona's pawn and wielder of Vritra's absorption line. Izumi and Saji, clad in their respective red and black armors, were in an intense struggle. Despite Izumi's edge, Saji's determination kept the fight heated. Luna, observing the scene, remarked, "You might be right. I don't know what's wrong with her, but that is not the Rias Gremory I've seen in past raiding games or gatherings." She noted with concern that the daughter of her former best friend was performing poorly, to the point of embarrassment. Luna wondered what Rias's family would think if they watched the match. Alexia, watching the match closely, added, "I agree. I've seen Rias in action before, and this is not like her at all. It's almost as if something seriously affects her focus and performance. I don't think her promise never to lose another raiding game is coming true today," Yasaka muttered, a smile forming as Kunu crawled onto her lap and nestled her head into her neck. Yasaka wrapped her arms around the little girl, keeping her warm. Perhaps it's just nerves getting to her? Isabella suggested, crossing her arms with a frown. She doesn't seem like the Rias Gremory I've heard about. Maybe, Luna said with a shrug. But I feel something must have been said to cause her to choke like this. She sighed and added, oh well. It's not like it matters to any of us. She burned that bridge down after all. Alexia glanced at Luna and said, it's such a shame. Sona is showing such prowess, and it's clear she's taken full advantage of Rias's lapse. I would have expected a much closer match. Yes, Luna agreed. It's disappointing to see such a lopsided game, especially when Rias's reputation was on the line. But sometimes things don't go as planned. The group continued to observe the match with mixed feelings, each contemplating the implications of the ongoing game and the unexpected performance of Rias Gremory. Meanwhile, in the Gremory family box, Lord Zeoticus Gremory stood up from his seat, his face etched with concern as he stared down at the stadium floor, where his daughter's lackluster performance was on display. His frustration was evident as he ran a hand through his hair. What is she doing? He demanded, his voice tinged with disbelief. What's wrong with her? Has she said anything to you? He turned his gaze towards his wife, who sat beside him with a solemn expression. Her eyes were sad and focused on Rias, her hands tightly clasped. She was acutely aware of the turmoil affecting her daughter. The revelation that Rias's brother and surrogate sister were not as pure as they had appeared weighed heavily on her. The distress and betrayal had impacted Rias, and it was painfully apparent in her current performance. In a flashback, Rias confronted her mother, stepping back in shock. You're lying. You have to be, she muttered, her eyes wide as they locked onto Venelana's apologetic gaze. That doesn't make any sense. All of the stories. Everything that's been written and spoken about them. It's nothing more than lies to cover up the truth, Venelana whispered, her voice heavy with sadness. If people found out how your brother and Grayfia came together, it would tarnish their reputations and our families. We couldn't let it spread beyond our control. But it doesn't make any sense. Surely people would know? People would spread the truth about what happened. Rias, you need to understand. Understand what? Rias interrupted, her voice filled with anger. That everything I've been told is nothing more than lies? That their relationship is built on deceit and betrayal? I learned everything about love from seeing them. Everything I ever wanted was to have a happy marriage like theirs. Venelana's heart ached at the pain evident in her daughter's voice. Despite Sirzechs' doting personality, Rias had genuinely cherished the attention he gave her. All the gifts and outings had been treasured. And Grayfia, whom Rias had looked up to as a role model, a perfect blend of power, beauty, and brains, had been an inspiration. The romanticized love story had struck a chord with Rias, making the revelation that it was false feel like a world-shattering blow. My daughter, Venelana began, but Rias interrupted, her voice filled with anger. Don't you dare try to cover for them. They knew what they were doing. How can they live with themselves after putting someone they both love and care for through that kind of pain? Venelana stepped closer, placing a hand on Rias's shoulder to calm her. The power of destruction emanating from Rias was beginning to flare uncontrollably. Rias, you must understand. Naruto Bael was loved by every devil class in the Underworld. People were drawn to him like moths to a flame. If it had come to light that Grayfia had cheated on Naruto with Sirzechs, driving him into self-exile for the last 200 years, it would have caused untold chaos throughout the Underworld. Sirzechs and Grayfia would have become the most hated devils in the entire realm. Not only would our family suffer, but our credibility and honor would be in shambles. Venelana's eyes were filled with regret as she continued. The only ones who were aware were the high-class families, sworn to secrecy by Sirzechs and the other Satans. Afterwards, the story was altered. Naruto and Grayfia's relationship was recast as just good friends, and Naruto's challenge to Sirzechs years ago was presented differently. Rias's hands covered her face as thoughts and memories raced through her mind. This explains so much. Why has Lady Bale always harbored resentment towards us? Why has Isabella never attended our parties? Why do other lords and ladies give us disdainful looks? I thought it was envy over Sirzechs being a Satan, but it all makes sense now. Venelana saw the tears of betrayal welling up in Rias's eyes, and her own began to glisten. Despite her love for her son and ex-daughter-in-law, she couldn't ignore the trouble and pain their past actions had caused. Yet, the good outweighed the bad for her over her. Rias, promise me you won't tell anyone about this. Not even your peerage, not even Aquino. If this gets out, it could cause irreparable damage. The pain he must have felt when he saw them, Rias whispered, her voice trembling as she tried to grasp Naruto Bael's heartbreak. Rias, promise me you won't tell anyone, Venelana begged, but Rias ignored her. Rias wiped her eyes and left the room, leaving Venelana feeling helpless. The weight of the revelation had shifted the dynamics of her relationships, and she knew her bond with her brother and possibly with her family would never be the same again. Venelana, are you all right? Her husband's concerned voice cut through her daze. Venelana blinked, refocusing on her husband's worried expression. Her thoughts remained with their daughter, who appeared deeply unsettled by the raiding game. Many of the lords were already casting disapproving glances, and she knew Rias's poor performance would have repercussions. Her husband's gaze shifted to Rias, who seemed increasingly disheartened. Venelana understood that Sirzechs would likely be anxious about the situation and that Rias would try to distance herself from them as much as possible. The revelation of the truth had shattered her trust and altered her perception of her family. I'm okay, dear, Venelana replied, her voice steady but filled with concern. But I'm afraid Rias won't be all right by the end of this match. As everyone returned to the stadium, they saw Sona approaching Rias, her expression clearly showing dissatisfaction. The contrast between Sona's composed demeanor and Rias's distress was stark, signaling the inevitable fallout from the current match. In the match, Sona Citri stared intently at Rias Gremory, her longtime friend and rival, with frustration and disappointment. Sona had prepared for a fierce battle, expecting nothing less than the best from Rias, just as she would from any other competition. But she saw a mere shadow of her friend, who seemed detached and preoccupied with thoughts far removed from the battlefield. What's happened to you, Rias? Sona muttered, her voice filled with a mix of concern and irritation. This isn't the fight I anticipated, nor the one I wanted. Sona's disappointment was palpable as she watched Rias struggle. Where has my rival gone? She whispered, her fists tightening with frustration. With a determined resolve, Sona raised her arms, and a torrent of water erupted from the ground, enveloping Rias and slamming her forcefully to the ground. Despite her best efforts, Rias tried to rise, using every last ounce of energy she had. But faced with Sona's unwavering determination and disappointment, she slowly closed her eyes, surrendering to the inevitable. The water receded, revealing a defeated Rias lying on the ground, her eyes lifeless and her spirit broken. Her chest still rose and fell with shallow breaths, her hands twitched slightly, and her throat made weak movements. Rias Gremory has been defeated. Sona Citri wins the match. The announcer's voice echoed through the stadium, marking the end of a match that had become a painful testament to Rias's inner turmoil. The stadium buzzed with excitement as the next match was about to commence. The previous battle between Sona Citri and Rias Gremory had left the audience in a mixed state of shock and disappointment, but now the air was charged with anticipation for the clash between Naruto Bael and Diodora Astaroth. As both peerages took their positions, it was clear that this battle would showcase strength, strategy, and determination. As soon as the beginning signal was given, the battlefield erupted into chaos. Sirzechs' peerage moved like a well-oiled machine, each member fully aware of their role in their meticulously crafted strategy. Keisha Abaddon was the first to strike, teleporting directly before Aurelia Crescent. The Queen of Diodora's peerage quickly responded, summoning a barrier of charm magic that distorted reality around her. However, Keisha was faster, phasing through the barrier with her spatial manipulation and landing a devastating blow that sent Aurelia reeling. Before she could recover, Keisha delivered a finishing strike, knocking Aurelia out of the match. Meanwhile, Libin Crossel and Beluga Furcas charged at Diodora's rooks, Celia Grimoire and Alara Blackwood. The clash of strength and power was deafening. With her immense strength, Celia met Beluga head-on in a titanic struggle. The ground trembled under the force of their blows. Beluga's relentless attacks finally broke Celia's defenses, sending her to the ground, where she could not continue. At the same time, Libin's agility allowed him to dodge Ilara's earth spikes and stone constructs. He moved like a blur, slicing through her defenses with his sword. In a swift and decisive series of strikes, Libin took down Ilara, eliminating her from the battle. Coriana Andrealphus and Mistita Sabnok provided crucial support throughout the battle. Coriana's strategic mind allowed her to place barriers and enhance her allies' abilities at critical moments, preventing any surprise attacks from Diadora's peerage. When Valeria Nightshade attempted to curse Gandoma Balam, Coriana quickly dispelled the curse, turning the tables on Valeria, who soon found herself outmatched and defeated by Gandoma's sheer might. Mistita, meanwhile, kept the team in top condition, healing any injuries and providing defensive spells that thwarted Lyra Sterling's blood magic. Despite Lyra's attempts to turn the tide with her sinister healing techniques, Mistita's pure magic proved too strong, and Lyra was overwhelmed and eliminated from the battle. The knights of both peerages were locked in fierce combat. Seraphina Gale and Isolde Frost coordinated their attacks, combining wind and ice to create deadly whirlwinds and freezing strikes aimed at Gandoma Balam and Ladora Bune. However, Gandoma's impenetrable defense and Ladora's sheer power proved too much for them. Gandoma absorbed the impact of their attacks while Ladora countered with earth-shattering blows that broke through their combined magic. Seraphina and Isolde fell one by one, unable to withstand the might of Serorg's rooks. Regulus, the mighty pawn, faced off against Diadora's remaining pawns, including Diana Flameheart, Talia Moonshadow, and Melina Thorn. Diana unleashed fiery explosions, Talia attempted to confuse him with illusions, and Melina tried to poison him. But Regulus, empowered by the Nemean lion, was a force of nature. His lion armor absorbed Diana's flames, his sharp senses cut through Talia's illusions, and his sheer willpower neutralized Melina's poisons. Regulus fought fiercely, taking down each of Diadora's pawns in a display of overwhelming power. With their peerages nearly decimated, the final confrontation was set between the two kings, Serorg Bael and Diadora Astaroth. Diadora, realizing the gravity of the situation, unleashed his full magical power, summoning a storm of dark energy that crackled with malevolent force. He sent waves of destructive magic toward Serorg, intending to overwhelm him. But Serorg, with the power of his sacred gear Regulus Nemia, met each attack head-on. His fists glowed with golden energy as he punched through Diadora's dark magic, dissipating it into harmless sparks. The two clashed in a brutal exchange of blows, but Serorg's strength and determination were unmatched. Diadora, despite his best efforts, found himself outclassed. In a final, powerful strike, Serorg landed a decisive blow, sending Diadora crashing to the ground, defeated. The announcer declared, "Serorg Bael wins," and the crowd cheered. Serorg's peerage, though exhausted, stood victorious. The Bale had proven his might once again, not just with his strength but through the unity and stability of his peerage. As the match between Serorg Bael and Diadora Astaroth raged on in the arena below, the atmosphere in the Bale Citri VIP stand was electric. Luna Bael, Yasaka, and the others watched raptly as the two peerages clashed in a fierce battle. Kuoh, perched on Yasaka's lap, was practically bouncing with excitement. "Uncle Serorg is so strong, Mama," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with admiration as she watched Serorg deliver a decisive blow to one of Diadora's knights. Misha and Sasha, sitting beside Yasaka, were equally captivated. "Look at that, Mama." Misha pointed, her voice filled with awe. "Uncle Serorg's rook is unstoppable." "Go, Uncle Serorg." Sasha cheered, clapping her hands as Gandoma Balam, one of Serorg's rooks, took down another of Diadora's pawns with a devastating attack. Anos, the youngest, was quietly watching, his purple eyes focused on the battle below. "He's amazing," Anos murmured, his voice filled with admiration for his uncle. "He fights with so much power." Luna Bael couldn't help but smile at the children's enthusiasm. "Serorg has trained hard for this," she remarked, her eyes filled with pride. He is showing everyone the strength of the Bale family. Alexia Citri, seated nearby, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Luna. Serorg's strength and determination are truly remarkable. Diodora never stood a chance. Yasaka, still holding on to the excited Kuoh, added, "It's not just his strength, it's his heart. Serorg fights not just for victory but for something much deeper. The children can learn a lot from watching him." Kuoh, still bubbling with excitement, turned to her grandmother. "Cousin, can we train to be as strong as Uncle Serorg one day?" Luna chuckled softly. "With dedication and hard work, Kuoh, you can achieve great things. But remember, strength isn't just about power, it's also about knowing when to use it." As the battle in the arena Sirzechs, Serorg and his peerage delivered a final, decisive blow that secured their victory. The cheers from the crowd were deafening, but none were louder than those from the VIP stand. "We won. Uncle Serorg won." Kuoh shouted, her excitement mirrored by Misha and Sasha. "He's incredible," Anos said, his eyes gleaming with pride. Luna and Isabella exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with pride and joy. Serorg's victory was a testament to the strength and honor of the Bale family and a moment they would all cherish. As the battle reached its thrilling conclusion and Serorg Bale's peerage emerged victorious, the adults in the VIP stand continued their conversation, reflecting on the match they had just witnessed. Luna Bael leaned back in her seat, a satisfied smile on her lips. Serorg has truly proven his worth today. His strength, his strategy, everything was executed perfectly. I couldn't be prouder. Alexia Citri nodded in agreement, her eyes still on the arena where the dust settled. Serorg's dedication to his training is evident in his every move. Diodora never had a chance against him, not with the way Serorg fought today. It's no wonder he's considered one of the strongest in the Underworld. Turbido Citri, who had been watching the match with keen interest, spoke up. Diodora's tactics were focused too much on exploiting weaknesses that simply weren't there. He underestimated Serorg's resilience and the bond with his peerage. Serorg's team fought as one, with perfect coordination. Luna's husband, Silas Bale, added thoughtfully, "It's more than just power, however. Serorg has a presence, a charisma that draws people to him. His peerage isn't just strong, they're loyal, willing to follow him into any battle. That kind of leadership is rare." Yasaka, gently stroking Kunu's hair as the children calmed down from their excitement, contributed her perspective. "It's not just about brute force or strategy, it's about heart. Serorg fights with an almost palpable passion. You can see it in his eyes, he's driven by something deeper than the longing to win." Luna nodded, her expression thoughtful. "He's a true leader who understands that strength comes from within, from the bonds we forge and the principles we stand by. I'm glad the children saw this, it's a valuable lesson for them." Alexia glanced at Yasaka and the children with a warm smile. They're fortunate to have such strong role models. Sir, the next generation will have big shoes to fill, but they're already on the right path. Luna turned to look at her grandchildren, who were still excited. They are. And with our guidance, they'll grow into their strength, each in their own way. Observing his family, Silas added, and we'll be there every step of the way, helping them understand that true power isn't just about winning battles, it's about knowing who you are and what you stand for. Yasaka smiled, nodding in agreement. Exactly. After the devastating loss in the raiding game, Rias Gremory found herself cornered by her family in a private room within the stadium. Zeoticus Gremory, her father, was the first to speak, his voice filled with concern. "Rias, what happened out there? That wasn't like you. You were unfocused and distracted. We've never seen you perform so poorly. What's going on?" Sirzechs Lucifer, her older brother, stood beside their father, worry etched on his face. "Rias, I know this isn't like you. We expected better. Why were you so out of it during the match? This isn't the sister I know." Grayfia Lucifuge, Sirzechs' ex-wife, remained silent, her presence heavy with unspoken tension. Venelana, Rias's mother, stood close by, her expression filled with concern, aware of the source of Rias's distress. With anger and betrayal burning in her eyes, Rias turned sharply to her brother and Grayfia. "How dare you ask me that?" she exclaimed, trembling. "After everything I've learned, you expect me to act like nothing happened? To fight like everything is normal?" Sirzechs looked taken aback, confusion crossing his features. "What are you talking about, Rias?" Rias's anger intensified as she saw the bewilderment on her brother's face. "I know everything, Sirzechs. I know what you and Grayfia did to Naruto. You both lied to everyone, to me, about your perfect relationship, about your so-called love. How could you betray him like that? How could you pretend to care about me when you've destroyed someone else's life?" Grayfia's usually composed demeanor faltered, guilt reflected in her eyes. "Rias, it's not as simple as you think. We never wanted to hurt you." "Not as simple?" Rias interrupted, her voice rising. "You pushed Naruto into exile and made everyone believe in this fairy tale of your love story, while the truth is that it's all built on lies and betrayal. How could you? I looked up to you both. You were my role models, and now I find out it was all a sham?" Venelana stepped forward, trying to calm her daughter. "Rias, I know this is hard to accept, but there were reasons." "Reasons?" Rias spat, tears welling in her eyes. "What possible reason could justify what they did? What did they put him through? I can't even look at either of you the same way anymore." Ziaticus, sensing the depth of his daughter's pain, placed a hand on her shoulder, but Rias shrugged it off, stepping back. "Don't touch me. None of you understand what this has done to me, how it's shattered everything I believed in." Sirzechs, now realizing the extent of his sister's anguish, tried to reach out to her, his voice softening. "Rias, please, let us explain." But Rias shook her head, her voice breaking. "I don't want your explanations. I want to know why you would betray someone who trusted you so much, someone who did nothing but care for you. How can I ever trust you again after this?" As Rias confronted her family, the atmosphere was thick with tension. Her father, Ziaticus, her brother, Sirzechs, and Grayfia stood before her, concerned and confused by her poor performance in the raiding game. Venelana, her mother, was also present, her face lined with worry. "Rias, what happened out there?" "You weren't yourself," Ziaticus asked, his tone a mix of confusion and concern. Rias's eyes, still filled with anger, met her father's. "You want to know what happened? I'll tell you what happened," she said bitterly. "Everything I've ever believed in, everything I've been taught to admire and aspire to was all built on lies and betrayal." Sirzechs opened his mouth to speak, but the words died in his throat as Rias turned her furious gaze toward him. "You, my perfect brother, the one I looked up to, who I thought could do no wrong. You built everything on betrayal, didn't you?" Her voice cracked with the weight of her words. "And you," she added, glaring at Grayfia, "I admired your strength, your poise. But it was all a lie. All of it." Sirzechs lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, guilt evident in his posture. Grayfia's expression mirrored his regret, but she remained silent, knowing there was nothing she could say to ease Rias's pain. Venelana reached out to comfort her daughter, but Rias stepped back, shaking her head. "No, don't try to justify it. I've spent my whole life believing in you and what this family stood for. But now I see it was all a facade." Her eyes filled with hurt and anger, Rias turned to her brother, Sirzechs, and Grayfia. "I thought you were a good brother, but now I see you built everything on betrayal," she said, her voice trembling with emotion. Sirzechs, unable to meet her gaze, lowered his head in silence. Grayfia, standing beside him, mirrored his expression, her usual composure shattered by the weight of the truth. Rias continued, her tone heavy with bitterness, "At least tell me who my real sister-in-law is. I deserve to know the truth." Sirzechs hesitated before finally speaking. "Her name is Celine Gremory," he revealed quietly. "She resides in Lucifer Castle." Rias, trembling with the remnants of her shattered trust, asked, "Does she know about all of this?" Sirzechs nodded, still unable to meet her gaze. Feeling overwhelmed by her emotions, Rias turned away from Sirzechs and Grayfia. Without another word, she walked toward the door, her steps heavy with the burden of everything she had just learned. As she reached the doorway, She paused momentarily, gripping the doorframe as if anchoring herself against the storm of betrayal within her. But she didn't look back. She couldn't bear to. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Rias left the room, leaving behind the people she once trusted the most. The door closed softly behind her, the sound echoing in the silence, marking the end of whatever was left of her old life. She was alone now, with only the painful truth to keep her company. As the door closed behind Rias, the room was filled with a heavy, oppressive silence. Venelana, her eyes filled with tears, turned towards her husband Sirzechs, who stood rigidly, his face a mask of conflicting emotions. "Sirzechs, what have we done?" Venelana whispered, her voice trembling with guilt and sorrow. Sirzechs sighed deeply, rubbing his temples as he tried to process everything. "We've kept too many secrets, Venelana. We thought we were protecting them, protecting the family, but look at what it's done to Rias." Sirzechs, standing with his head lowered, finally spoke, his voice filled with regret. "I never wanted this to happen. I never wanted her to find out like this. But it was bound to happen eventually." Grayfia, standing beside him, looked equally torn. "We thought we were doing what was best for everyone, but in doing so, we hurt the people we love the most. I've lost her trust." "No, we've lost her trust, Sirzechs." Sirzechs's face hardened slightly as he turned to his son. "You built everything on a foundation of lies, Sirzechs. Your marriage, your life with Selene. And now Rias is paying the price." "I know," Sirzechs admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. "But Selene was the only one who could help me carry the weight of my mistakes. She knew the truth and still chose to stand by me. I never deserved that, but she did it anyway." Venelana shook her head, the guilt and pain evident on her face. "But what about Rias? What about her image of you and your life with Grayfia? It was all shattered in an instant. How is she supposed to move forward from this?" Sirzechs looked up, his eyes filled with sorrow. "She deserves to know who her real sister-in-law is, and I've told her the truth. Selene has always been the one by my side who supported me through everything. Rias needs time to understand, but I believe she will, eventually." Sirzechs frowned, clearly struggling with his own emotions. "You've burdened her with a truth she wasn't ready for. The least you could do is give her the space she needs. Does Selene know about all of this?" Venelana asked quietly, her voice tinged with worry. Sirzechs nodded. "She does. She knows everything, and she's been with me every step of the way." Venelana closed her eyes, a tear slipping down her cheek. "Then maybe it's time we stop trying to protect Rias from the truth. She needs to heal, and for that, she needs to confront everything, not just live in the shadow of our decisions." Grayfia bit her lip, struggling to hold back her tears. "I just hope she can forgive us one day." With those heavy words hanging in the air, the room fell into silence again, the weight of the past pressing down on them all. They had made their choices and now had to live with the consequences. In the dimly lit study of Lucifer Castle, a soft glow emanated from a hefty tome spread open on a polished oak table. Selene Gremory, with her long auburn hair cascading down her back, sat beside her son, Khaos, who was diligently reading the ancient text. His young face was scrunched up in concentration, his finger tracing the lines of text as he tried to understand the complexities of devil history. "Mother," Khaos began, his voice tinged with curiosity, "why do the records about the Great War differ so much depending on which clan's history you read?" Selene smiled softly, pleased by her son's inquisitiveness. "That's an excellent question, Khaos. The truth is that history is often written by those who emerge victorious or have the power to shape the narrative. The Great War involved many factions, devils, angels, and fallen angels. Each side has its version of events, colored by their perspective and motives." Khaos nodded slowly, his brow furrowed. "So, it's like everyone is telling their own story, and the truth is somewhere in between?" "Exactly," Selene replied, gently ruffling his hair. "That's why it's important not just to accept what you read at face value. As a future leader, you must learn to understand the nuances and complexities behind every event. The devil clans have often competed for power, but they've also had moments of unity. It's up to you to learn from both the conflicts and the alliances. Khaos looked thoughtful momentarily before asking, but what about the Gremory and Bale families? I've read they had some tensions in the past. What caused them? Selene paused for a moment, considering her response. The Gremory and Bale clans have a long history, with PRDS of both rivalry and cooperation. The tensions often arose due to differing philosophies. The Bale family, the highest-ranking devil house, traditionally believes in power and authority, while the Gremory family has always valued compassion and kindness. These differences in values sometimes led to disagreements. Khaos looked up at his mother, his eyes filled with curiosity. So, does that mean we always have to be rivals with them? Selene chuckled softly. Not necessarily, Khaos. There have been times when we work together for the greater good, especially during moments of crisis. It's important to understand that while our families may have differences, they also share a deep bond of respect. Unity among the devil clans is crucial, especially when facing external threats. Khaos nodded again, a thoughtful expression on his young face. I see. So, it's about finding balance, right? Knowing when to stand up for our values and when to cooperate for the bigger picture. Selene's smile widened, pride evident in her eyes. Exactly, my dear. You're already thinking like a wise leader. History isn't just about the past, it's about learning how to shape the future. And that's what you must always keep in mind. As Khaos returned to his book, Selene leaned closer, her voice gentle and encouraging. Remember, history is a guide, not a rule book. Learn from it, but don't be afraid to carve your path. Yes, mother, Khaos replied with determination. I will. Selene watched her son with a tender smile, her heart warmed by his eagerness to learn. Unaware of the unfolding tensions, she remained focused on nurturing his understanding of their world, hoping to guide him toward a future where he could make his own choices, wiser and more informed than those who came before him. As Sirzechs returned to Lucifer Castle, his steps were heavy, and his usually confident demeanor was clouded with a palpable sense of guilt and fatigue. He knew he had to face the truth and tell Selene about his recent encounter with Rias, but he wasn't quite ready for that confrontation. His mind was awash with thoughts, regrets, and the harsh realization of how deeply he had wounded his younger sister. He entered the grand hallway, his footsteps echoing off the marble floors. The castle's atmosphere was quieter than usual, starkly contrasting the turmoil within him. As he approached the library, he could see Selene through the open door, sitting with Khaos, helping him study. She seemed calm, her voice soft as she guided their son through the complex histories of their world. For a moment, Sirzechs hesitated, wondering if he should interrupt their peaceful moment. But Selene's sharp senses caught the change in the air. She looked up and immediately noticed the strain on her husband's face. Concern filled her eyes, and she quickly decided to leave Khaos for his studies. With a reassuring pat on his back, she rose and walked towards the door, quietly closing it behind her as she stepped out into the hallway. Seeing Sirzechs standing there, lost in thought, Selene felt worried. His expression was unlike any she had seen before, a mixture of sadness and resignation. She approached him slowly, reaching out to gently touch his arm. Sirzechs, she whispered, what's happened? Troubled. Sirzechs sighed deeply, unable to hide his distress. Selene, He hesitated, searching for the right words. I've just returned from seeing Rias. Things did not go well. Selene's brows furrowed with concern. What do you mean? Did something happen between you and Rias? Sirzechs lowered his head, his voice heavy with guilt. She knows, Selene. She knows everything about what happened between Grayfia and me. About Naruto, about the lies we've woven to protect our family's reputation. It shattered her. She was so angry, so hurt. Selene's eyes widened slightly, understanding the gravity of the situation. Oh, Sirzechs. What did she say? Sirzechs clenched his fists, his voice strained. She called me a traitor. Said I built everything on betrayal. She demanded to know who my true wife was, the one we've kept hidden. And I had no choice but to tell her. I told her about you and Selene Gremory. I told her you're here in Lucifer Castle. Celine's expression softened, though her heart ached for her husband's pain. And how did she react? She asked if you knew, Sirzechs admitted, his voice barely a whisper. I could only nod. She left after that. I don't know what she's going to do now. I've never seen her so broken. Celine gently cupped his face, forcing him to meet her gaze. You did what you had to, Sirzechs. You told her the truth. She deserved to know it, painful as it may be. But now we must give her time. Time to process, to understand. And hopefully to forgive. Sirzechs closed his eyes, leaning into Celine's touch. I fear that she may never forgive us. That I've lost my sister forever. Celine's grip tightened, her voice firm yet comforting. You haven't lost her, Sirzechs. She's hurt, and she has every right to be. But she's strong, and she loves you despite everything. Give her space, and let her come to terms with the truth in her own time. Sirzechs nodded, though uncertainty lingered in his eyes. I hope you're right, Celine. I truly do. Celine leaned in, pressing a soft kiss to his forehead. We'll face this together, whatever may come. You're not alone in this. Sirzechs sighed, feeling a small measure of comfort in her words. Thank you, Celine, for always being by my side. Celine smiled gently, her fingers threading through his hair. Always, my love. Always. Ria sat alone in her room, her body curled up on the edge of her bed, tears streaming down her face. The room was dimly lit, casting long shadows on the walls, mirroring the turmoil inside her. Her chest heaved with quiet sobs, each tear a painful release of the anger, betrayal, and confusion she felt. She had always adored her brother, Sirzechs. To her, he had been the perfect older sibling, a protector, a role model, someone who had always seemed so kind and righteous. And Grayfia. Grayfia had been like a sister to her, an elegant, powerful woman she had always looked up to. To find out now that everything she had believed about them, their love, and their honor was nothing more than a carefully constructed lie. It tore at her very core. Her mother's words echoed in her mind. If people found out the truth about how your brother and Grayfia came together, it would tarnish their reputation and this family's. We couldn't let it spread out of our control. Rias clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white as fresh tears fell from her eyes. Why? She whispered into the emptiness of her room. Why did they lie to me? Why did they think I couldn't handle the truth? Did they ever think of what it would do to me if I found out like this? Her thoughts returned to that moment in the hall when Sirzechs had confirmed everything. His silence, bowed head, and guilty eyes said it all. Even now, the memory of his expression sent a fresh wave of betrayal crashing over her. I thought you were a good brother, but you built everything on betrayal, she had said, and the words had cut deeper than any blade. And Grayfia, her ex-sister-in-law, once her idol, now felt like a stranger. Rias had admired Grayfia's supposed devotion to Sirzechs, the supposed purity of their love, believing in a fairy tale that had inspired her dreams. But now, those dreams felt like broken glass, sharp and cutting every time she dared to think about them. She buried her face in her hands, her sobs intensifying. Who am I supposed to trust now? She cried softly, her voice choked with emotion. If even my own family hides things like this from me. If they've been lying all along. The revelation of Celine Gremery being Sirzechs' real wife was another blow. A woman she had never met, kept hidden in Lucifer Castle. What did this Celine know? Did she understand what had happened? Did she care? Rias's mind was a whirl of thoughts and emotions, and she felt lost. She felt more alone than she had ever felt in her entire life. I don't even know who my own family is anymore, she muttered, her voice barely a whisper. Everything I've believed. It's all been a lie. As she cried, the pain and confusion seemed endless, a heavy weight pressing down on her heart. She didn't know how she would face anyone again. How could she return to her brother's side to learn the truth? How could she ever look at Grayfia without seeing the lies behind her smile? Rias felt a rush of anger surge through her, mixed with an unbearable sadness. She wanted to scream, shout at the injustice of it all, and demand answers for the years of deception. Instead, all she could do was cry, her shoulders shaking as she curled into herself, desperately wishing she could turn back time, erase what she had learned, and go back to believing in the perfect image she had held so dear. Yet, deep down, a small part of her knew that things would never be the same. And she had no idea how to move forward from here. Naruto slowly stirred awake, the soft glow of the evening sun filtering through the curtains, casting a warm light across the room. He blinked a few times, adjusting to the dim light, and felt the familiar, comforting presence of his wives, Lilith and Aisha, beside him. The three of them had spent the night wrapped in each other's arms, a blissful night that now seemed like a cherished memory as he slowly emerged from sleep. Lilith was the first to stir beside him, her silver hair cascading over his chest as she stretched slightly, her crimson eyes fluttering open. A soft smile played on her lips as she looked up at him, her hand gently tracing patterns across his skin. "Good evening," she whispered with a teasing grin, her voice still laced with the remnants of sleep. On the other side, Aisha slowly woke up, her emerald eyes blinking sleepily before she turned to face him, her expression warm and content. "Seems we've slept through most of the day," she murmured, her hand resting on his arm, a soft chuckle escaping her lips. Naruto smiled at them both, his eyes filled with affection. "Yeah, but it was worth it," he replied, his voice deep and filled with gentle playfulness. He pulled both of them closer, feeling their warmth against him. "I wouldn't trade these moments for anything." Lilith chuckled softly, her head resting on his shoulder. "It was a good night," she whispered, her fingers continuing their lazy dance across his chest. "But we should probably get up soon. There's much to do, and we've already missed most of the day." Aisha nodded in agreement, though her hand lingered on his skin. "True, but it's nice just to have these quiet moments. Away from all the responsibilities. Just us," she said softly, her gaze meeting Naruto's. Naruto kissed her forehead gently, then turned to kiss Lilith's cheek, his heart swelling with love for both of them. "You're right," he agreed. "We've been busy with so many things, taking time for ourselves is good." Lilith smiled, leaning up to press a soft kiss to his lips. "But we can't hide away forever," she teased. "Even if I'd love nothing more than to keep you all to myself." Aisha laughed softly, a light, musical sound. "Indeed, we have duties to attend to. And the children will be looking for us soon," she added with a playful grin. Naruto chuckled, feeling a sense of peace and contentment that only his family could bring. "I guess we should make an appearance," he conceded, though his arms remained wrapped around them. "But maybe just a few more minutes," he added with a mischievous glint. Lilith and Aisha exchanged a knowing glance, both of them smiling brightly. "A few more minutes," they agreed in unison, settling back into his embrace, savoring the quiet, NTMT moment a little longer before the world outside demanded their attention again. Naruto leaned in closer to Aisha, their lips brushing together with a gentle urgency. The moment their lips touched, a spark ignited between them, a familiar electricity that always seemed to course through his veins when he was close to her. Aisha's breath hitched slightly, her heart racing in her chest. The scent of sandalwood and a hint of lavender from the room filled her senses, mingling with the warmth of his skin. At first, Naruto's kiss was soft, almost teasing, as if testing the waters. Aisha could feel his warm breath against her lips, sending a shiver down her spine. She responded with a light sigh, her lips parting slightly as she pressed closer to him. His hand found its way to her waist, tracing delicate patterns on her skin, making her pulse quicken with every touch. The room seemed to disappear around them, leaving just the sensation of their connection. Lilith watched them with a fluttering heart, her crimson eyes softening with affection and longing. A warm glow spread through her chest as she sensed the depth of their love and passion. It was as if they were all part of a single, harmonious rhythm. She shifted closer, her fingers grazing Naruto's shoulder with a feather-light touch, filled with intent. Naruto deepened the kiss, his hand moving up to cradle Aisha's face, his thumb brushing her cheek. He could feel the soft tremble of her lips, taste her sweetness, a mix of honeyed tea and something uniquely hers. Her body melted against his, her hands curling around his neck, fingers threading through his hair. The warmth of their bodies mingled, creating a cocoon of heat that radiated outwards. The soft rustling of the sheets, the faint crackle of the fire in the distance, and the occasional whisper of the wind outside the window added to the symphony of sensations. Every sound, every touch, seemed heightened in the quiet intimacy of the room. Aisha's heart pounded, its rhythmic beat matching Naruto's as if their hearts were in sync. Lilith leaned in, her breath tickling Naruto's ear as she whispered, "I love watching you too. The way you come alive in each other's arms." Naruto turned slightly, his lips parting from Aisha's just enough to murmur, "And I love you both. More than words can ever say." His voice was thick with emotion, a low rumble that sent a shiver down Lilith's spine. Aisha's lips curved into a soft smile against his, her hands cupping his face as she whispered, "You're everything to us." Naruto pulled back just a fraction, his eyes locking onto Aisha's with love and longing, mirrored by Lilith's gaze. He felt a wave of emotion crash over him, love, joy, and a sense of completeness he had never known. He kissed Aisha again, more profound this time, pouring all his feelings into that single, heartfelt kiss. At the same time, his free hand reached for Lilith, pulling her closer and intertwining all their fates. At that moment, the world outside ceased to exist. There was only the taste of Aisha's lips, the warmth of Lilith's breath, and the overwhelming love that filled the room. They were bound together by more than just passion. They were woven into the very fabric of each other's souls. Naruto's kiss with Aisha lingered, a delicate dance of lips and breath, before he gently pulled back, his eyes locking onto Lilith's. His gaze was filled with deep, intense affection, a silent invitation that spoke volumes. Lilith's eyes, glowing with her characteristic crimson, met his with equal fervor. Her heart quickened, a palpable beat of anticipation matching Naruto's own. With a shared, unspoken understanding, Naruto shifted his focus to Lilith. His lips sought hers with renewed, passionate intensity. The kiss was deep and fervent, each movement charged with emotion. Lilith's lips were soft and warm, contrasting with the cool night air whispering through the open window. Her taste was rich, a mix of forest pine mingled with the delicate sweetness of her essence. Naruto's hand slid from Aisha's waist to cradle Lilith's face as their lips connected. His thumb traced the soft curve of her cheekbone, feeling the subtle heat of her skin. Lilith responded with a soft sigh, her body pressing closer to his, her hands sliding gently on his shoulders. The sensation of warmth and security enveloped Naruto and Lilith as they shared a tender moment together. The room was filled with the soft rustling of sheets, the gentle crackle of the fire, and their mingled breaths, each sound a reminder of the intimate cocoon they were in. Naruto's kiss was filled with tenderness as he savored the connection they shared. He could feel the rhythm of her breath and the way her body responded to his presence. Lilith responded with equal fervor, her lips moving against his with eager urgency. Her fingers threaded through his hair, and the dance of their affection left them both breathless. The atmosphere was intoxicating, filled with warmth and the scent of lavender. Aisha, watching the exchange, couldn't help but smile softly. She felt a wave of warmth and satisfaction as she witnessed the depth of connection between Naruto and Lilith. Her heart swelled with love for the moment they were sharing. Just as their kisses grew more intense, the soft creak of the door interrupted them. Artoria stepped into the softly lit room, her footsteps light and deliberate. The evening glow from the setting sun filtered through the curtains, casting a warm hue across the room. She carried a tray with refreshments, intending to wake them gently. Her gaze fell upon the NTMT scene, Naruto and Lilith lost in their moment. The sight was unexpected, and Artoria's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise flashing across her face. Clearing her throat softly, she tried to gently draw their attention. "Forgive the intrusion," she began, her voice soft and respectful. "I didn't mean to interrupt. I brought some refreshments and thought it best to wake you." Naruto, still focused on Lilith, slowly became aware of Artoria's presence. With a soft sigh, he gently pulled back from the kiss, his cheeks flushed with warmth. He turned towards Artoria, offering a sheepish smile as he tried to gather himself. Aisha and Lilith, their breaths still mingling, reluctantly parted. Aisha's face was flushed, her eyes reflecting a mixture of surprise and amusement. She offered Artoria a shy smile while Lilith's gaze softened, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue. "Art," Naruto greeted, his voice warm. "We didn't expect you so soon." Artoria smiled gently, setting the tray down on a nearby table. "I'm sorry if I disturbed you. I just wanted to ensure you were comfortable and had everything you needed." Naruto's gaze shifted to the tray, noting the carefully prepared refreshments. "Thank you," he said, his voice filled with genuine appreciation. "You didn't need to, but we're grateful for your thoughtfulness." Lilith, regaining her composure, nodded in agreement. "Yes, thank you, Artoria. Enjoying some time together." Aisha chuckled softly. "It's good to see you. We were just caught up in the moment." Artoria nodded, her smile widening as she accepted their explanations. "I'm glad to see you all so connected. Please take your time. I'll leave you to it." Artoria quietly excused herself with a respectful nod, closing the door gently behind her. The room was once again filled with the soft glow of the evening light, and the three of them resumed their moment together, their hearts intertwined in a profound connection. After Artoria's departure, Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith decided to prepare for the day. The atmosphere in the room was still warm from their previous moments, but they quickly shifted their focus to preparing for the rest of the day. They moved with a comfortable familiarity, each person seamlessly integrating into their shared routine. Naruto reached for his clothes, his movements casual and confident. Aisha gathered her attire with her usual grace, exchanging soft smiles with Naruto and Lilith. Lilith selected her garments with deliberate care, reflecting her thoughtful nature. Once dressed, they made their way to the bathing area. The bathroom was spacious and luxurious, with marble tiles and elegant fixtures. A large, ornate tub sat in the center, steam rising from its warm water. The trio entered the bath together, their laughter and light-hearted banter filling the space as they settled into the soothing embrace of the water. Naruto playfully splashed water toward Aisha and Lilith, eliciting giggles from both. Aisha retaliated with her splash, creating a cheerful atmosphere. Though more reserved, Lilith couldn't help but join in the fun, her laughter mingling with theirs as she playfully dodged the splashes. The water was warm and inviting, its gentle ripples reflecting the soft light filtering through the large windows. They took turns washing each other's hair and helping with hard-to-reach spots, their hands moving with a tender intimacy that spoke volumes about their deep connection. After their bath, they dressed in comfortable yet elegant attire suitable for the castle's living room. Naruto wore a relaxed but stylish outfit, while Aisha and Lilith chose attire that complemented their grace and beauty. Aisha's flowing outfit accentuated her elegance, while Lilith opted for a refined ensemble, highlighting her unique style. They went to the castle's grand living room, which exuded comfort and sophistication. The room was adorned with rich colors, and the furnishings blended luxury and coziness. Plush sofas and armchairs were arranged around a large fireplace, its flames dancing and casting a gentle glow across the room. As they entered, they found a table set with an assortment of breakfast treats, freshly baked pastries, fruits, and an array of teas and coffees. The aroma of the food mingled with the warmth of the fire, creating a welcoming atmosphere. Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith settled comfortably on the sofas, their earlier intimacy giving way to relaxed camaraderie. They enjoyed their breakfast together, sharing stories and laughter as they savored the delicious food. The room was filled with the soft clinking of cutlery and bursts of laughter, reflecting their deep bond. In the castle's grand hall, Artoria, Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith were engaged in lively conversation. The room was filled with the soft murmur of their voices, mingling with the occasional clink of cutlery from the afternoon tea served. Artoria was finishing up her announcement. "I wanted to let you know that we have been invited to dinner at the Phoenix clan house tomorrow evening. It will be a formal affair, but I'm sure it will be a wonderful opportunity to strengthen our bonds with the Phoenix family." Naruto nodded appreciatively. "That sounds like a great opportunity. We'll make sure to prepare accordingly." Before Artoria could continue, the doors to the hall swung open, and Yasaka entered with their children in tow. The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted with the lively energy of the young ones. Kuoh, the youngest, spotted her father immediately. With an excited squeal, she darted towards Naruto, her tiny feet pattering across the floor. "Papa," she called out, her arms outstretched. Misha and Sasha, the energetic twins, followed suit, their laughter filling the room as they raced towards Naruto, eager for their usual greeting. Naruto scooped them up effortlessly, lifting them into his arms with a broad smile. Anas, the eldest, was a bit more reserved. He walked over to Lilith, who was seated comfortably with a serene smile on her face. With a gentle nudge, he climbed onto her lap, resting his head against her chest. Lilith wrapped her arms around him, her affection evident in the tender way she held him. Yasaka, observing the joyful reunion, smiled warmly at Naruto, Aisha, and Lilith. "I hope everyone is having a good day." The children had been looking forward to seeing their father. Naruto's eyes twinkled with love as he looked at his children. "We've missed you all. It's great to see you." The room was soon filled with the joyous sounds of the children's laughter and the loving interactions between family members. Artoria took a moment to observe the scene, her expression softening with admiration. She then spoke up, her voice gentle but precise. "It's wonderful to see everyone together. Shall we all move to the living room and continue our conversation there? We have much to discuss and celebrate." With that, the group made their way to the living room, where they settled comfortably. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, with Yasaka and the children joining in, adding a warm and familial atmosphere to the gathering. As the evening sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, Naruto's castle buzzed with anticipation. The air was filled with excitement as preparations for the visit to Phoenix Castle were underway. Naruto, Aisha, Lilith, and the children were ready, their attire elegant and befitting the occasion. The grand entrance of Naruto's castle was a flurry of activity as Luna Bael, Silas Bale, and Isabella Bale arrived. The elegant figure of Luna, dressed in a flowing gown of deep blue, carried an air of regality. With his commanding presence, Silas was dressed in a tailored suit, while Isabella, ever graceful, wore a stunning dress adorned with delicate embroidery. Artoria stood by, her attire reflecting the sophistication of the occasion. She was dressed in an elegant gown, her aura both calming and radiant. As Naruto's partner, she was keenly aware of the significance of this visit and the importance of making a good impression. Upon their arrival, Luna's eyes softened as she spotted her son. A warm smile spread across her face as she walked towards him. "Naruto, my dear," she greeted, her voice filled with motherly affection. She embraced him warmly, her presence a comforting reminder of home. Though more reserved, Silas offered a firm handshake and a nod of approval. "Naruto, good to see you. I trust you're well?" Excitedly, Isabella moved gracefully to hug her brother. "It's been too long, Nao. I can't wait to catch up." Naruto returned their affections with genuine warmth. "It's wonderful to see you all. I'm glad you could make it. We're just about ready to head to Phoenix Castle." As the Bale family mingled, Artoria took the opportunity to approach Naruto. Her gaze was affectionate, and her demeanor was both supportive and composed. "Everything is set for tonight," she said softly, her voice conveying excitement and nerves. "I'm looking forward to the dinner and catching up with everyone." Naruto gave her a reassuring smile. "Thank you, Artoria. I appreciate everything you've done. It's going to be a memorable evening." The family and their guests gathered together, preparing to depart for Phoenix Castle. A blend of anticipation and excitement marked the journey, each party member eager to enjoy the evening's festivities and the opportunity to reconnect with old friends and family. As they made their way to the grand Phoenix Castle, the conversation flowed easily, filled with laughter and shared stories. The promise of a delightful evening ahead, surrounded by cherished company, created an atmosphere of joy and camaraderie, setting the stage for a memorable visit. In a world where powerful beings clashed, a group of formidable fighters gathered, each with their own unique abilities and backgrounds. Among them was Yui, a skilled warrior from Hell's Paradise, known for her determination and strength. She stood alongside Kuroka, a fierce fighter from high school DxD, whose agility and cunning made her a valuable ally. The atmosphere was tense as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Yamada Isiman Sajiri, a knight from Hell's Paradise, took a moment to assess the situation. Her keen instincts and strategic mind were crucial in their quest. Beside her was Akame, a renowned assassin from Akame J. Kill, whose expertise in combat was unmatched. As they strategized, Gabamar, a powerful rook from Hell's Paradise, shared his insights. His experience in battle had taught him the importance of teamwork and trust. Alongside him was Akasha Blood River, a formidable opponent from Rosario plus Vampire, whose dark powers added an unpredictable element to their group. Finally, Valiana. Lucifer, an original character from High School DxD, stood ready with her 8 mutated pawns, each one a testament to her strength and ingenuity. Together, they formed a diverse and powerful team, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their journey. With determination in their hearts, they set forth, ready to confront the trials that awaited them, united by their shared goal and the bonds they had forged along the way.